French. So you may want to grab one of the translation devices if you're not bilingual, so that you don't miss out on the sessions we're going to have. If you're not bilingual, please pick one of the translation devices, as we would have it handy, and use it in the session. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I invite us all to please take our seats? Thank you. We're about to begin. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants, we're all very welcome to this morning session, which is the Local and Regional Governments Forum, organized and hosted by four important entities, hosted by UN Habitat, UCLG Africa, ICLE Africa, and C40s. Over the last 2 days at the Africa Urban Forum, we've heard about the centrality of adequate housing, not just as a manifestation of the urban transformation that the continent is going through, but also as a critical feature to sustainability, to livelihoods, to dignity, to well-being, and so on and so forth. The ambition has been cast quite wide, and across the continent, right from the continental through to the regional, through to the national level, we are aware that the ambition is big, is urgent, and it needs to be accelerated. We also heard from our host government the amazing initiatives that were happening, 270,000 affordable housing units being deployed in this country, and as an example to the rest of the continent. I did a little bit of an exercise, a non-academic, non-exhaustive exercise. I looked across social media reviews of what people are saying about the forum. People are happy about the ambition. People are very happy about the participation, 10,000 strong and more. People are happy about the level of involvement and engagement and the speakers and the caliber of panels. But there was one critique I picked up from my review. People were asking, where are the cities? Where are the communities? And today is the day that we are giving the voice of the cities, the interlocutors of the communities, that chance. This is the forum for that. So you are here, you're very much welcome. You're very much welcome to hear what is happening at the place that communities and people who are the forefront of the vulnerabilities we've described will also receive attention. My name is Emmanuel Osute from the African Union Commission, and I'll be moderating this session. It will be a series of dialogues. So we're going to have a series of panels looking at different thematics, and we're going to run through the thread of the importance of city, regional, subnational, local engagement in this important topic of adequate housing, sustainable urbanization, thriving communities, and the well-being of people across the continent. And I hope to learn a lot more, but also for us to have a fulfilling and rich, engaging session. We're going to begin by inviting Paul Curry, who is the Director, Urban Systems, ICLE Africa, to present an overview of the technical focus of this session so that we can be aligned as we follow through the dialogues that happen. Paul, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies, mayors, colleagues, partners, friends. It's really wonderful to see so many familiar faces at the African Urban Forum. I'm delighted to be representing ICLE Africa, as well as our colleagues at UCLG Africa, C40 Cities, Council of Governors, and many other partners working to bridge cities together and support peer learning between many municipalities and subnational governments. So my aim for these few minutes that I have here is to present the basis for this conversation, which is a background paper on local and regional governments forum that sets the basis for this conversation. I have a device here, but I might have to ask for support from our colleagues to move slides. So Our colleague who we'll hear from, Keisha Rust, has produced a really fabulous background paper for the forum itself, and we thought it was really important to voice the centrality of local government perspectives on housing and urbanization. Of course, in 3 minutes, I can't give you the details and the wonderful solutions and case studies that are presented, so I invite you to download the paper using this QR code, and I hope it'll show up throughout the rest of the session as well. Are my slides showing up on the screen, please? Great. So here it is. Probably not fast enough to catch it, but we'll come back to this QR code at the end. Next slide, please. So the paper, as its basic arguments, has two premises. Given that we are seeing the megatrends of African urbanization, climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and many social ills with malnutrition, lack of access to resources. Sorry, next slide, please. Yeah? All right. My slides may not show. We effectively have two premises: that we cannot think of housing as a standalone sector. We have to be thinking about housing as an enabler of broader urban systems. There we go. It is intrinsically interconnected, as many speakers have said, with broader infrastructure systems. It determines access to jobs and other opportunities in cities, and it influences outcomes of health, nutrition, mobility, voice, and resilience in general. Next slide, please. So in understanding that we need to think of housing as integrated, we also posit that cities are central to this conversation. There are many actors that are required to deliver housing en masse, but we argue that local governments are at the center of this. And if we shift our paradigm to understanding cities as systems leaders who have their own governance systems to manage, engage, nudge in the local level, we can also see them as investment platforms to help direct resources and direct partners. And here they are, between national policy and community governance and community systems. So really important to see local governments as partners in the system. So those are our two premises. Next slide, please. We then voice a set of key enablers, which will be very familiar to everyone who's attended sessions here, which are, of course, finance. We've got about $100 billion infrastructure gap per year to build the cities that we need. And so we've heard many sessions talking about the need for predictable intergovernmental transfers, as well as supporting own source revenue generation in cities. Land has been articulated as a really important tool for value capture and to be proactive about land management. We need to ensure that our institutions are well aligned, that national mandates and local mandates are aligned, and that they are well resourced so that governments can effectively deploy their mandates. And we need to think about how we reframe our compact to look at partnerships with public sector, private sector, and communities, because we know that public sector cannot deliver housing by itself. We also need a reframe around informality, where we can understand that 60% of the built environment or housing is being built in informal manners or by small and medium businesses and builders. And so reframing and understanding informal economies as investment areas will yield great returns for governments and public sector. If we can go to the next slide. We've got 5 recommendations then, and I think here I invite you to look at the paper because it's very rich, but effectively we need to empower cities as systems leaders who co-produce national policy, who are invited into those forums as partners. We need to use housing as an economic driver. For every dollar invested in housing, we can see between $2 and $4 in other economic benefit. We need to mobilize finance. Our colleague Megan will speak in depth around how we do that and how we find novel ways to get cities the finance they need to actually move this burden forward. Next slide, please. We need to upgrade and include informal settlements, in-situ upgrading, trusting communities to plan their own neighborhoods and their own areas while providing bulk infrastructure and working in partnership with community leaders. And finally, integrating housing into broader urban systems. So it's really important that we do not stop the conversations between climate and housing, biodiversity and housing, water and sanitation, energy, food systems, mobility, because the way in which we design our housing will determine outcomes for these other resource sectors. So here, taking a human settlements approach that makes sure we're putting good amenities in with our dwellings is really key. So thank you very much. I look forward to hearing the panel unpack these further.
Thank you very much, Paul, for re-emphasizing the centrality of adequate housing to the conversation, and also for sharing the summary of that paper. I think it's going to be publicly available, so people can download and read for themselves and also follow the conversation. As I said, over the last 2 days, we've looked at how adequate and sustainable housing for all, it's not just a construction matter, it's one of livelihoods, it's one of sustainability, it's one of social dignity, community dignity, and etc., and socioeconomic stability for our continent. We want to listen again and be inspired at how that needs to be looked at the different levels, right from the global all the way down to the community levels. And I'd like to invite up front a champion of that agenda, the Executive Director of UN Habitat, Ms. Anna Claudia Rosbach, to come and deliver her address. Thank you. Can we appreciate Anna Claudia as she comes?
Thank you, Emmanuel. Good morning to all of you, Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends, mayors, governors. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Perhaps to start, this subject is at my heart itself, because I started my whole career on this field in my second professional life. Almost 30 years ago now, at the local level, working for a city, working for a local government. And I think from this perspective, when I was working for the city of São Paulo in Brazil, where I come from, I understood how important it is, the action at the local level to engage with the communities, to understand what's going on in the territories, and really to connect the dots. Make sure that people not only have houses, and housing is a critical issue, that's why we are focusing our strategic plan, this whole forum around housing, but as the previous speaker rightfully said, housing needs to be an intrinsic part of the city, an intrinsic part of the urban systems. And if we look around, perhaps not here at the Nairobi CBD, but in any other part of this city and other cities in Africa and elsewhere, the majority of the buildings are housing, are apartments and housing where family lives. So the way we build and how we build, it was said, it will imply in how the city is going to look like and how we all are going to live in the city, how business will work or not work, be competitive or not competitive, productive or not productive. So, but I also understood, working at the local government, that there's a limit to the capacity of the local government, because we need the money that sometimes is elsewhere, and we need laws that are elsewhere, and we need broader policy frameworks that helps us to justify to the citizens what we are doing. Why we are planning a city in a certain way and not in another way. And we can justify that if we have a national urban policy that says, look, this is the direction that this country is taking in terms of urbanization. We want to preserve land. We want to preserve unnecessary urban sprawl. We want to make sure that people living in informal settlements, they are served, they are recognized, they are mapped, and they are served with the basic And not only that, they are connected to all the opportunities that the urban settings can offer in terms of human development, access to education, to health, access to culture, leisure, and of course jobs and opportunities and so on. So this multi-level governance, it's critical for our agenda, for the housing agenda, for the new urban agenda, which is our main global, and Emmanuel was talking about the global documents, the main document endorsed by member states that we follow. It is there. That it is important that local action, that the protagonism of the local is recognized, that the local leaders are empowered with legally and politically and financially, because they are close to the communities. They see where land is vacant, they see what's going on and the needs, and they can connect all these dots. But it is important that all these 2 levels or 3 levels sometimes or more in countries, they are connected. And there is an harmonization, because otherwise the urbanization process or the urban development will not be balanced. So this is on the new urban agenda, actually, and this year we are celebrating 10 years of the new urban agenda that was endorsed by member states in Quito, Ecuador, at the Habitat 3 conference, where local governments were a key actor, stakeholders, in preparation of this agenda, and supported, many of the outcomes of this agenda. And we are looking back now. We are looking back with you, with member states, of course. It's a political process, but also with you to see what happened and what we can do in the next 10 years of the new urban agenda. In fact, we are going to be together in July in New York on the 16th and 17th to really understand how we moved, how we progressed, and what is missing for the next 10 years. And here, I think the key aspect of the new urban agenda for this conversation now in this panel is the aspect of participatory, multi-level governance. But of course, we have other global agendas, and we are very close to 2030. We also understood, we are understanding more and more how important is the action of mayors, governors, local authorities to move forward with the sustainable development agenda, right? To move forward with the sustainable development goals. Of course, UN Habitat is the custodian of SDG 11.1 that talks about urban planning, that talks about mobility, that talks about housing and informal settlements, SDG 11.1, where we are behind. The overall agenda really happens at the local level. And here I think there's a strong connection with the housing agenda, with the urban planning agenda, because at the end of the day, how can we have education if children don't have a house to come back and to do their homework? How can we have health if we have so many people living in, vulnerable, precarious situation, in shacks, in informal settlements, without access to water, without access to sanitation? How can we have employment if people don't have an address and cannot find a job because they don't have an address? They are living in an informal settlements. How can we expand opportunities, economic opportunities, business and so on, if people don't have an address? How women, how can we achieve gender equity and balance if, we don't have the opportunities, if the opportunities that are in cities are not connected to them, and they're not able to move in cities and to live in cities peacefully. So how we plan our cities, how we connect the services in the territory makes a huge difference for the Sustainable Development Goals. So how you are going to plan your clinics, your health units, your schools and everything, and the transportation, how we connect people from where they live to where they work, this will make a difference. So we are pleased and honored to be co-chairs of a platform, a coalition called Local 2030. We have 14 UN agencies that understand that for them to achieve their mandates, economic commissions, food, women, children, and so on, they are all part of this coalition because they understand that for them to achieve their mandates, they also need to have a ground at the local level. But this is a beautiful coalition because it's not only within the UN, we are working with you, with the local governments, with the organized constituencies, and with the different sectors. So this is one important mechanism that we have, a collective mechanism, and I would like to share with you today that we have this mechanism to work with you in localizing the 2030 agenda. And then finally, talking about global agendas and to conclude, climate. Climate, as you all know, you are all suffering. Who are at the front lines? Cities. Everything happens at the local level. Floodings, fires, landslides, everything, or disasters. So it's critical that local and regional governments, they also have the support to prevent and to react to those, right? Housing, again, plays a critical role because if there is an event, a strong event, of course, those living in precarious conditions, they will be the first to be affected. Those living, the President Ruto was talking yesterday, everybody was talking yesterday about the informal settlements and so on. Floodings, they are the first to be affected. Houses will be lost if they're not stable, if they're not resilient, right? But they also have to protect people because climate is changing and we have heat waves in cities, for example. And we have to make sure that people are housed in a manner that protects them from these changes. We were just talking about the use of local technologies and so on. So how we build these houses will also help people to be more resilient, to be more prepared for everything that's happening, and will have an impact in environment and climate. So we have been working with you, with local and regional governments throughout the COP conferences to really advocate for this intersection of urban development, housing, informal settlements, and climate. Make sure that we have the science with us. There will be a scientific report on that for the first time, an IPCC report on cities, but that we have the perspective of the communities, of the authorities as well. And we bring together at these COPs the local authorities and the national governments, the ministries of environment, foreign affairs, housing, development, and urban development, and so on, to really have serious conversations about what are the needs and where we are having the resources to address these needs. So there's a lot that we have to do. There are so many challenges, but what inspires me actually is when I talk to you, the local leaders, when I visit a community, when I visit a city, and I see, how creative people are, and how innovative and how many solutions are already out there. So I thank you for being here. I thank all our partners. I don't want to, there's a long list of partners here. You see LGA, ICLEI Africa, C40, Council of Governors Kenya, Covenant of Mayors Sub-Saharan Africa, European Union, Germany, Spain, France, many partners, and I appreciate this partnership because with you, we are going to find the solutions, and with you, we are going to work up together as the United Nations, as a system, not only as UN Habitat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ana Claudia Rosbach, who's the Executive Director of UN Habitat, a global champion on this. And thanks for the reminder that the agenda remains global, but actually the action is at the local level. and that housing is intrinsic to urban transformation. Some people call cities and urban centers with almost a medical term. We talk of an urban metabolism. And if we talk about urban metabolism, then housing really could be the heart of that body, because everything else is connected to housing, from health, from livelihoods, employment, dignity, well-being, mental health, etc. All are connected to housing, and it's important that we keep that framing in mind. Thank you, Edie, for recognizing all the partners. I wouldn't be able to go through, so thank you very much for that. But to keep my job, I must mention the African Union, so that I would still have my contract renewed next year. So this is also supported by the African Union. Today, we're going to have a series of dialogues. So it's not one single conversation, but a series of conversations, thematic, each having a bit of a moderator, a moderated panel. And the focus of the panel will be introduced by each of those moderators. So bear with us, engage with us as we go through these series of conversations. Between the conversations, you would see some videos. Yesterday, I was in a session, and somebody was asking about the role of art, the role of digital art and the youth in driving this agenda, in multiplying the messages. And so you would see some videos by Rise Africa, a poetry program, and those poetry programs are visualizing and voicing and dramatizing some of the messages of a future Africa, a resilient African cities and urban centers. And you see them on your screen as we do the transitions from one panel to the other. And I think that's quite important to look at. So without much further ado, I'm going to introduce the first panel. And the first panel will be really looking at local and regional government voices. We have distinguished panels of mayors, and I'd like to invite Francois Mengele, who is the Secretary General of UCLG Africa, to come and moderate that panel for us. Let's welcome Francois.
Niaje. My name is Ngatia. This is Timothy at Nightwest. We are from Nairobi, Kenya. The poem we're about to do is called Ululation. A toast to everyone refueling our reservoirs of joy, choosing to see continuity where endings were declared. Those locking arms in the face of destitution, embracing hope with easy smiles, saying we will see this through and together. Glasses in the air for the weavers amongst us, threading care into tattered social fabric, from locality to neighborhood to area, all bound together by this magic of community, those rubbing the idea of family
Good
like
morning,
balm
Excellencies,
into one familiar
mayors.
bonds. A dedication to all the...
Thank you very much. Good morning, mayors, representatives of the organizing committee, elected officials, all protocol observed. My name is Francois Mengele. As you've heard, I'm the newly appointed Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa that sits in Rabat, Morocco. And I'm glad to have with me eminent panelists with whom we are going to navigate the agenda, the housing agenda, through its challenges, the solutions, and whatever they want to share with us. So I was inspired by something that the governor of Nairobi said yesterday. He said, we don't want to be on the menu, but we want to co-shape the menu. So here we are, everybody was asking about where are the mayors, where are the elected officials, and so on. They have to be the one talking about their challenges and so on. So here we are. Without further ado, I'm going to quickly start with a couple of introductory warming up questions. And in doing so, I'll quickly have to let you know who is sitting next to me. And we have, first of all, because we're in the month of April, and April is not so far away from March. And you know, March is a month of women, so let me start with Honorable Chilando Chitangala, the Mayor of Lusaka, Chair of ICLE Africa Regional Executive Committee. Welcome, ma'am. Then I will continue with the Honorable Omar Ba, who is the President of UCLG Africa and Mayor of the municipality of Ndiop, sitting next to me. This is my President, UCLGA. Welcome. Then I have the Honorable Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, Governor of Kisumu County and Chair of the Kenya Council of Governors Committee on Urban Development and Housing. He is also the Vice Chair of UCLGA Africa for the East Africa region. Welcome, sir. Then we have Honorable Emile Raymond Nakombo, Mayor of Bangui, Chair of the Regional Mayor Forum, Covenant Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, let's start by understanding how the housing crisis manifests itself in your municipality or in your city. And if you can just give us an idea of how this crisis manifests itself, you know, in your city or municipality. Maybe let's start again with Madam Mayor.
Good morning. A very good morning to you all. First of all, my name is Chilando Chitangala, the mayor for the city of Lusaka in Zambia, and I'm also the chair for REXCOM for ICLE Africa and vice chairperson for Regional RIFM, Regional Mayors Forum for COMSA. I would like to thank the organizers first, the AU, and of course the government of Kenya for having us at this Africa Urban Forum and prioritizing urbanization in our cities. Lusaka has a population of over 3 million, like many other cities in sub-Saharan Africa. And the challenge of housing crisis is mostly in our cities. So for us, really, like Lusaka, the housing crisis is most visible and rapid expansion in the informal sector. 70% of our city is peri-urban, so you can imagine how our housing gap is. And of course, residents' access to housing is quite a challenge. And when they do, they have, it's a community-led process rather than a formal system. Urbanization is taking place at a very, very high rate, coming from nearby districts for economic survival. So that is not exempt from only our city, it goes through to all the other African cities. Our housing production is largely driven by households themselves and of course the informal land markets and community-led upgrading process. But what we have seen as a local authority is that we need to do better planning and also work with our governments. We heard yesterday how important that we must work with our governments, because as local authorities, the truth is that we don't have the finances to do slum upgrading and improve or bridge the gap in housing in our cities. And this means that when we have 70% of peri-urban, like my city itself, it means that we have a challenge with service delivery. And of course, a city like Lusaka that was just not made for over 3 million people means that service land is not available. And urbanization comes with, of course, development, and that development must come with planning regulations. And it's important for us to work with our governments. Like we heard yesterday, government needs to work with us because we don't have that kind of financing that we heard. We heard what the president here said. They are very involved, and really it needs to take a bold step. Leadership must take a bold step and start projects such as the ones that Nairobi has started. So thank you so much. I would like to hear from other cities how they are managing, but I know that we've had a lot of challenges where housing is concerned, not only in Lusaka, but many other cities in Africa.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that input. Let's give her a round of applause, I think, also for keeping the time, because we have a couple of sessions. And I think understanding now what the challenge, what the challenge looks like in your city, I will go further to the governor of Kisumu, who is our host, maybe to give us a reflection about how this challenge manifests itself. Mr. Governor, we heard figures that are quite, I don't want to say challenging for us, in terms of every 20 to 25 years, we have the population doubling. We have a demand for services, for housing growing. And for a secondary, I don't want to call it even a secondary city, because Kisumu is already fairly on the move to become one of the major cities in Kenya. So how do you address specifically the issues around scale and speed in that growth process of urbanization in terms of the demand for housing?
Thank you very much. I think we have to accept that the urban centers are already overcrowded, and the demand for housing is phenomenal. And the people make very rational choices. They will go and find houses where those houses are available, even if they're in the slum areas, because somebody has to live somewhere. Our challenge is, do we bring down slums to build houses because of lack of space? Or do we put up houses and continue with the slums, because you can't take people away from where they're living if you don't have an alternative? What has happened in Kisumu is encouraging, because the national government decided to have a housing program in about 33 urban centers in Kenya, and Kisumu was one of them, which relieved us tremendously regarding the demand for houses. But what is unfortunate, actually, is that the new houses built by the national government, the people who tend to occupy them are the middle class, not the people who need housing most, either those who don't have houses or those who do live in some substandard housing. The ball is back in our court as the county government. Notwithstanding that the national government has put up houses, we have realized that the middle class are moving in there. So we have not solved the problem of the poor, of the slum dwellers, and so on. Where do we get the resources to build these houses that respond to the needs of the needy? That is the question. There must be a financial instrument available to the counties like ourselves, which we can afford to get money and build houses for our people. Third option, do we put up a housing levy? The national government already has a housing levy, and we know for certain that when the housing levy was proposed and implemented, like the president said yesterday, there was some resistance. Now, it would be very difficult politically, soon after the national levy for housing has been proposed, for the counties also to propose a housing levy. So we are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. We know the need for housing. We need resources to provide housing. We don't have enough resources to do so. What we have done, however, is to begin by putting up housing projects in small scales where we can to persuade people that these houses are worth investing in. And indeed it is working. So that cheap, so-called cheap houses, but I would like to call them affordable housing, put up modestly to attract those who need housing so that the process can begin. It will be a long-term plan. It will outlive my governorship. But we rather do something which will be successful, responding to the needs of the people, taking account of the availability of resources, so that we lay the foundation for affordable housing for today and the future. Thank you.
Big hand to Governor. Thank you very much. This is quite interesting. The dichotomy between the kind of housing delivery that is state-driven and the need for local government to make sure that the lower end of the market, I mean those that are shaping the city through informal housing delivery, are taken into account with proper instruments. Now, I want to go further to Bangui before coming to the president of UCLGA. The Honorable Mayor of Bangui, how does the challenge manifest itself in Bangui, in your city?
Je voudrais saluer mes collègues les gouverneurs, les présidents de région, les maires, la représentante de l'UNIHABITAT et tous ceux qui ont concouru à ce que cette séance
I'm impressed to see that for the first time the importance has been given to towns. For the first time, mayors are addressing the question. Yesterday I was saying that sometimes mayors, president of regions, should be given the ability to speak, because they should be the one to talk and the experts are the ones to take notes, so that the realities that we are going through may be effectively addressed. Africa has its own words to speak about this. My country is in the center of Africa, or the heart of Africa as you would have it. And I would like to tell you also, at the level of the continent, I take it through COMESA, which is a convention of sub-Saharan mayors, and to a global level. Many do not know this convention of mayors to deal with climate change. So there are 11 members of the administration, and I'm one of the 11 members, so I am representing Africa. And I would like to lean on the fact that the problems that are happening to us in Bangui, as in many nations, is already the problem of integration. It's a systems problem. There is a housing crisis, but the work is being done on the basis of not having the actors who we are, because often the government and the central state are usually the arms of the government. We are the ones who apply. We are the ones who apply these decisions that are made. But unfortunately, in many states, the central state or the local government wants to work at the towns or the collectivities. So most of the time, we are misfocused because the state, as the supreme organism, doesn't come about the realities of the local territories. In many countries, the housing is discussed by the central government. The towns do not have a say in what's happening. The towns are set aside, and what happens is the mayors that we are, when we go on the ground, we are considered as opposants or oppositions to the regime that should help us. And as mayors, we are not affiliated to any political party. In many countries, we are confronted to this reality, especially in terms of housing. So we should all integrate the fact that without us as mayors, nothing can be done. All the cities, all the countries that have given importance to local collectivities, which are the foundations of these countries, manage to succeed because the foundation has to be a solid foundation. We are the foundation, and I think in the housing theme, it is an intersectoral work. Everybody should work together. When you are working on a plan of building, you should call forth all that is energy, all that is channeling, and all those who are working in a way that the environment is well used. So you should work with all the sectors to be able to work in a way that the housing should be done correctly, and what is made will be the work of everybody. And so I would like to conclude by saying that us as mayors of cities and presidents of regions, governors, we need the support of our governments, and we need that the political etiquettes and affiliations be away from our path, because when we are mayors and governors, we are working for everybody. Even when we come from a political party, we are in the obligation to work for everybody. This is why I would like to implore our good God to bless Africa and that he may bless the nation of Kenya. I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We have understood that we cannot make it that the condition, we cannot say that the conditions are the same in terms of means of actions, especially for local collectivities. There's still a lot of advocacy to do in terms of the efficiency of the decentralization of the matter, so that the mayors and the elected officials can have the possibility of solving the challenges that are in the environment, especially in the area of urbanization and of housing. So you have done well to put that across. Now I'm going to go to you, Mr. Omar Ba. You are mayor of a local community, and at the same time, you are president of the Association of Mayors of Senegal. You are also the president of Local in Africa. So you are at the same time a spokesperson for the community in Senegal and Africa towards governments to be able to make sure that this speech goes to the government, and so that the decentralization be efficient to allow the elected officials to address these challenges and provide means for that. So what is your perspective? What are the challenges that you meet in this, should I say, area? Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Because of time, I cannot greet everyone, but I would like to extend my greetings to all my colleagues, and especially my boss who is here, Mr. Aaron Abba, and the president of the Council of Shot, and all the colleagues who are here with me in the panel. I wanted to say that since yesterday we talked a lot about the housing crisis and the urbanization crisis, and when there is this kind of difficulty, especially in public politics, the solution, the most efficient solution is territorializing the matter. Everything that is brought to the level of territory becomes efficient, and we can be able to apply it easily. I'll come back to that. When we are talking about the question of crisis in housing in a general manner, we should go back to see how did we come to this. We came to this because in many of our countries, especially after independence to be precise, everything was centered to towns. We created enterprises in towns, universities, We created urban commodities, water and electricity and all that, and we did not consider the territories, though they were not integrated, and so the rural people came to the towns to look for jobs, to look for knowledge, and to look for opportunities. This was not well planned, and the lack of that planification caused slums, because when the rural township people came to the towns or the cities, they could not have housing, so they occupied public places. There's where we come to the question of having slums, and that's how they were able to have their housings. This is the problem, the absence of planning. So the first lesson to draw is planning. We should plan. We should plan, because urbanization, as we know it today, is not what we would have planned for. And there's a risk even tomorrow, because when we are talking about planning of urbanization, we are looking at big cities and we are forgetting territories. So we should have an integrated approach to see this conjunction in towns so that we may be able to upgrade them better. We should have a good plan of upgrading, considering the urban and the rural. Even in towns, we are talking about helping the towns, associating towns. I prefer integrating territories to have a global view, so that every territory may have its own plan of change, as it is happening now in Senegal. But with a focused look on identifying the resources, we should consider how every department should have its plan of urbanization and development, not focusing only on big cities. That is important. Time does not allow me, but I really wanted to conclude with one thing. We should abort the question of urbanization. The dealing with this housing crisis is also something to do with our mental state. I can say, for example, in every country, when you move from one region to another, we can notice the difference of housing. When you go around in Senegal, you can see that things are different, because the materials that were being used are local materials. Today, our architects have helped us put uniform in our building. And so I think we should deal with this issue, that every area has the potential to provide means, so we should be able to see in every department what are the local materials that can be used to produce housings that are affordable for the population. It is better adapted to climate and it's more affordable. So this is a challenge to our architects. This is a challenge, as we said yesterday. They have to be upgraded, if so to speak, so that they can have a vision new from what is being taught in schools from abroad. And once we localize, we should focus them localizing local materials so that we may provide this service. And see, if we do this, this becomes an important resource, because it allows us to access green space areas. And this question is very important. I think I only had 3 minutes, but I'm giving you back the microphone. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we're navigating quite a complex problem. We've talked about what Anna said to us, Anna Claudia said to us earlier about multi-level governance and so on. Now, I would like to understand, what do you see as the key role of local government? You know, we have understood that decentralization hasn't come to full effect as yet, and there's still a need to do lots of advocacy and so on and so forth. But what do you see as the role of local government? Because almost 90% of the panel are representatives of networks. So, and those that are supposed to carry the advocacy of local government toward national government and so on and so forth. So what do you see as the key role of local government in that equation?
Thank you. Thank you. I guess that's my question here. Okay. First of all, I would like to say that one of the key issues that I took away yesterday from President Ruto is when he said urbanization is not progress. It has to be planned and financed. So for me, really, coming from local government and being with the people and serving a city that is 70% peri-urban, I know why it's important to plan and have financing. And it's important for us also to work with our national government. We need institutions that can really finance this, this housing gap. So speaking from my city, we know that when there's a lot of urbanization happening, and when we sort out that issue, we know that we are also creating dignity for our people that live in the city. But our role as a local government is just not about looking after the people. It's also just making sure that we work with central government and make sure that what is there on the ground, we feed central government with the information. And not only working by ourselves, we need to involve NGOs that can work with us. We need to work with the people and make sure that they understand why we have to improve their housing. And it is very true. I do agree that our people are really quite difficult, especially when we come to politics. They don't like change. But what do we do as a local authority is sensitization and making sure that we also, as a local authority, we use our local area plans that we go and tell them why we have to change the city. And I think for us, really, we've tried that. We have our IDP that we've planned for the next 10 years, and in all that, we have slum upgrading, and that is information that the central government can get and make sure that we improve our cities. Housing in our cities, for example, Lusaka, the peri-urban areas, 70%, and we would like to build for the medium income people and also the very low, like the vulnerable groups. But a city like Lusaka, we don't have proper land. So what we've done is also giving information to central government that we need to integrate with the districts that are nearby with the city so that we can build housing. We know that in other cities, UN Habitat has built some houses for the low income, and it has worked so well. So I think for us, really, as local government, this is something that we look forward to having in a city, especially Lusaka being a capital city. I think that will actually improve many lives, and we're looking forward to that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting, the perspective of Lusaka. Yes. On the accelerator here to address some of the issues, the solution side. Especially, as I said, most of you are part of networks. And this is about building alliances. This is about partnerships and so on. Besides the advocacy that must be done, where do you see leverage in terms of making sure that you draw on board different partners, different alliances in order to address the problem, to help you address the problem? Because we said it's scale and it's velocity, it's changed very fast. Informalization is growing. So I would like to maybe ask the governor once again, how do you address this issue of partnership, given the role that you have as a governor of Kisumu, a growing city, having to tackle the problem of urban sprawl, informality, and so on?
Thank you very much. I think it's unfortunate that we have organizations and institutions which share our concerns and are ready to partner, especially in terms of resource mobilization. I think the World Bank, UNDP, and some organizations know that urbanization and the problems associated with urbanization need resources. And they always have programs, really, proposals. proposed to us that, you know, we have this kind of facility. Are you willing to cooperate or to discuss it and see whether it can be, you can use it? That goes on all the time. And I think it is our responsibility to make sure that we maximize resources, because our problems are insatiable. But we maximize resources to solve the problems that we have planned to solve. You can't solve everything overnight. Let me give you this issue of housing. When I became governor, I said that as a government, we must have initial resources to improve certain places where people live. I went to the oldest estate in Kisumu called Kaloleni, sat down with the people living there, and told them, look, we have some funds, we would like to improve the quality of housing here. Rather than living in a bungalow, we'll put up a 4-story building on this your piece of land. We shall give you the ground floor, your apartment and 3 others, and then we can sell the rest. The people refused. They said, we have lived like this for a long time. We don't want our culture to be interfered with. Government is always cheating us. We can't have confidence in you. We can't believe you. Go and try that experiment elsewhere. Okay, these are people are living in what you can call substandard housing, but rejecting modernization, rejecting planning the place to bring in water and so on in a better way. But I could believe them because they have not seen something like that happen before. So who am I to propose it to them and to expect that they will take it lock, stock, and barrel? They refused. What we decided, therefore, to do is not to go to where people already are living, but to develop affordable housing elsewhere and tell people, if you want to move from where you are to affordable housing, these are the terms. We cooperated with the pension funds and so on to begin doing this so that we can get resources from our pension fund. And now it is working very well. It's really working very well because we have our pension fund. We do this thing in small scale. People continue moving and getting better housing in urban centers. The last thing I want to say is we must realize that there are other places, not in the big urban centers now, but which are growing up. We call them markets, generally. In Kisumu, we have a Hero market, Kumbewa market, and so on, Kisian market. But they are nascent urban centers. So we have started now with my Minister for Housing and Planning, we are sitting over there, to begin planning these markets, providing for housing as a future demand so that people can have an option. Do you go to Kisumu for better housing, or you can even have it here and still do your business? These are options open to us without much demand for money from outside, and it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that goes very well, bodes very well with what the head of state was saying yesterday, that mature asset, when you mentioned pension funds and so on, as one of the areas. That's very interesting. Now,
1 minute, please. Just apologies, but we have just 1 minute, please.
Please, 1 minute?
Yes, please.
1 minute, we have 1 minute. So in this 1 minute, I will try to build a bridge between the mayor of Bangui and Mr. Omar Ba. Very, very shortly, what kind of solutions, practical solutions or alliances did you put in place to get the problem resolved in Bangui? And here, how do you use rural-urban linkages, given that you're a mayor of rural municipalities, and how do you use rural-urban linkages as a lever to build partnership and address the problem in a holistic manner? Looking at the economy, territorial economies and so on. Please, very short statements. Let's start with you, sir.
Merci beaucoup. Je voulais tout simplement dire que, à ce niveau de responsabilité, il faut qu'il y ait un pacte urbain inclusif. Il faut que tout le monde soit concerné.
Be concerned. To support what I'm saying, I'll give a case of a country that I know, the case of Rwanda. Rwanda has a concept we call Umuganda. This Umuganda is a solidarity
in everything, in work. When a street is not well done, it is the population that is collecting money before the government intervenes to start fixing the road or the bridge. If the children are not going to school, we come together, we see how we can take these children to school. I think here we need to engage the population. We need to engage the population, and we need to start something before we stretch our hand to international donors or to the government. I think a collective conscience we can put in place so that all that is happening concerns everybody. Those who are passing by may ask questions. Everybody has to ask himself questions. So if everyone is mobilized, everyone is we can do that. If we can take that example of Muganda in Rwanda is
Rwanda, where the social compact has been used in terms of sustainable livelihoods to address the problem, tapping on the resources of the communities. Now, final word, Mr. Omar Ba, rural-urban linkages as a modality to address other issues that goes along with housing, like reinforcing the economy, value chains, between production areas and rural urban areas.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur. Je pense que le maître mot.
My colleague has talked that, so we talk. Those people has to take the message and do the advocacy as partners of government, as partners of organization. We need to take that message to the government. Let's carry this advocacy so that we have a vision of municipality. That is our mindset. So for us, this is the I can say we have tried in our municipality. We have a project of to put in place a project of bioclimate in our municipality. We are going to construct our city hall with our local materials, using our local materials which are durable, sustainable, will be available, but will be bioclimatic, that are going to use those characteristics to have those fans. So those are the examples we can share.
We have come to the close of our session, and we have received very interesting examples that are inspiring to us. And you have emphasized the issue of aménagement du territoire, actually, and then also we had the example from Rwanda, and we had the example that was brought up by the governor, tapping also on pension funds and addressing the housing issues. And from Lusaka, we heard that it is important in addressing urban sprawl to do proper planning and to make sure that you address the partners, to come up with resources, that one can tap on in order to address the problem. So the problem is complex, as you can see, and it is not possible to address this within so short time, but at least we have something that we can consult further to understand how these examples that you have mentioned actually play themselves out. And I thank you very much. I thank the co-organizers, ICLE, UN Habitat, and then C4 Cities, and yes, all of us. I think let's give a big hand to our panel, and the African Union, obviously. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to moderate this session. Okay, so let's dispose.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayors. Thank you so much for the panel, and you may please take your seats again. Thank you. We take a quick photograph, and then you may take your seats, please. So we will continue the dialogue with another panel. As you could see, the time is not enough, and the conversation is not over. This is rather the beginning of more dialogue with city authorities, mayors. The African Union Commission is partnering with ICLE Africa at the end of May, and also with GIZ sponsored by GIZ, would convene another symposium with 20 cities in Cape Town, South Africa, to continue these kinds of conversations. We're calling it Planning in Action for Urban Resilience in Africa. So this dialogue with city authorities should continue and will continue. We're going to hear a panel on the critical issue of financing. And I would like to invite Dr. Megan Spires, who's the Director of Sustainable Finance Center at ICLEI Africa, to convene this conversation for us, looking at the critical issue of money. So if you've been concerned about how we are going to finance all of this, please pay attention to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you to all the participants for being part of this important discussion. I'd like to invite the panelists for this panel up onto the stage. Stefan Atja, if he's around, I haven't seen him, from AFDB. If not, Heike Hamgaard, the Managing Director for Sub-Saharan Africa at EBRD, Carlos de Freitas, the Executive Director of FMDV, and Philip Akua, the Director General of FACOM. You're most welcome. So all protocol observed, and as Emmanuel has said, this panel is going to focus on finance. We've heard many times over the past 3 days about the critical challenges that our continent faces. We've heard the statistics about the fact that Africa is the fastest urbanizing continent at 3.5%, and this being double what we see globally. We know about the infrastructure deficits, the fact that 7.1% of GDP needs to be spent on infrastructure development to keep up with the urbanization, and only half of that is currently being spent, so there is certainly fiscal deficits. And at the center of this challenge of urbanization and fiscal deficit is finance. And so, as ICLEI Africa, being responsive to our member subnational governments, we established the Sustainable Finance Center in 2024, and since then have managed to mobilize $27 million with one core aim, and one core aim only: getting finance down to the local level. A consistent lesson from our work since then has been that finance only flows when there's a system in place, when national frameworks, financial institutions, and city-scale project pipelines work in cohort together. And for that, one needs intermediaries, intermediary organizations that do this bridging work between national, subnational, private sector, and communities for us to collectively design solutions. And so we've very much shifted as a team from just project preparation to what we call pathways of impact. And these have to look at things like national fiscal and regulatory frameworks, municipal readiness and capacity, the creditworthiness realities that we exist within, and also local and national development priorities. And so this means for our cities, many of whom are in the room, looking at own source revenue utilization, looking at public-private arrangements, looking at grant finance used strategically to unlock finance. And then loan finance. It's not just about loan finance, but it is a core component, but it's got to meet affordability and concessionality thresholds. And I wanted to just share 3 positive examples before I hand over to ask questions to each of the panelists, because often at these forums we're overwhelmed by conversations, by challenges, by ambitions, but we hear often a little bit less about tangible solutions on the ground that have really worked. One example that I can name is our long-standing partnership with the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We've worked with them on getting municipal-led solar embedded generation or renewable energy projects into their project pipeline. They are the only 3 municipal-led projects within DBSA's project preparation pipeline, now receiving further support from that DFI to reach financial close. I must mention Rwanda, the Mayor of Bangui did too. Here we're working with the Rwanda Green Fund and the Development Bank of Rwanda, leveraging 16.8 million euros of mitigation action facility funding. And what is that funding being used for? It's leveraging and unlocking $196 million of further investment to roll out e-motos within Kigali. And the traffic challenge has been spoken about many times. Kigali, unlike many other African cities, has the same challenge, and getting these e-motors moved towards using batteries is a significant way of reducing emissions and reducing traffic congestion. And lastly, I'll mention our work with FACOM. We have them on the stage in Cameroon, where FACOM as a key financial intermediary is really taking to heart how do we get adaptation finance, so resilience finance, through to the local level. And we're helping them screen projects worth $14 million to make them more investable and have more impact. So I'll leave it there as some tangible examples. I hope they offer some form of inspiration. Obviously, it's never enough. Obviously, we always want more scale, but I want the message to be that we are seeing progress, but we want that progress certainly to speed up. So I'm going to start, Heike, with you. Many will know that EBRD has been one of the leading DFIs working in the subnational finance space. It's been around for decades and has recently expanded its services to sub-Saharan Africa. But Heike, just for you to share in a similar vein to me, perhaps in terms of some success stories from Africa, whether North Africa or sub-Saharan Africa, to inspire our audience, particularly our governors and city mayors. Over to you.
Thanks so much, and a big thanks to the organizers of this great event. I think it was really well said also already this morning. We are all part of the cities that we live in, and so the cities are really at the heart of everything we do. Maybe just to say, we're the new kids on the block. Kenya just became the 79th shareholder of the EBRD last year, as did Nigeria, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, and hopefully soon also Ghana. And so I've been living on the continent for the last 5 years, but in Cairo. That's why maybe I'm a bit more tolerant on Nairobi traffic, in contrast to Cairo traffic. But I think EBRD really has a focus on cities for a long time. We have over 60 cities globally that are part of our Green City program in 25 countries, 6 in North Africa, and we hope to add a lot of cities to the Green City program here. And what I want to give examples of is about the type of financing that we can do. And those who know me know that I really like football metaphors. And although the sort of a bit challenges around the Africa Cup, I think we're all looking forward. I think cities are a team sport. So you really need to have all the aspects lined up correctly to have a successful game. So you have to have a game plan. So part of where EBRD works with mayors and administrations in cities is developing exactly this climate action plan. But also you need to have the right type of financing. So I think we are usually, as EBRD, we're a bit the midfielders. So we're not like super fast in the front line. These are the private companies, the strikers, the affordable housing companies that build the housing, the construction companies that build the urban infrastructure, the companies that operate the electric buses. So these are the strikers. So we're in the middle. We're trying to get the ball to them so that they can score a goal. And then you do need to have the defense, and that's really also the insurance companies. You need to have companies that are guaranteeing if things go wrong. So you have to have the full-fledged system in place. And I think also you need to think about, what does this project in the city need? Is it a very short-term project that needs short-term local financing, like trade finance, to import things, working with a local bank to help a local developer with trade finance to import the right instruments? So that's maybe a short guarantee. Or is it that what's needed is really a long-term financing, really a pass from the very back to the strikers, so a 20-year loan that has maybe some risk mitigation, that has some blending, that has a first loss element where everything comes together? Or do we need just a regular, you have a corner shot and you know what, you practice this a lot, it's a short-term financing for a housing company, for a solar developer, for someone who is constructing a metro line. So I think what I want to say is that we try to be really agile midfielders, so to listen to every player on the pitch and see what is needed, what kind of financing is needed. And so, for example, in a city like Alexandria in the north part of Egypt, what we did, we financed a metro line with a long-term financing, with a private sector construction, that also was part of the urban development plan for transport for Alexandria. So this was a very long-term financing that benefited from a number of actually Green Climate Fund concessionality, because it was a green mode of transport. So that was one project. Then you can go all the way to Agadir, a city in Morocco that was very sophisticated already in their design of financing options. They have a lot of funding in the city budget that they can utilize. And together with Agadir, we helped them, were the anchor investors in a green bond that Agadir launched, which then ultimately financed many projects in the green space in Agadir. And so there are many examples in between, but I just really want to leave you a little bit maybe with this football metaphor, where you really need to think of all the aspects and what is needed where in the game, and that you really have a game plan. But ultimately, we are all the pitch and we are all the spectators. So without us, there is no city, there is no good game, there is no life. So I think it's something that everyone plays a part. We want a good press, so that's also an important part of the stakeholder engagement at all of these financings. But I think agility is really important in urban financing. And I think, please, we don't want to put, I have heard some mayors before, you know, solutions off the shelf, you know, the same offer to different cities. No, I think we really need to work with the key partners to design something that's just for that city. So Nairobi Green City will look very different from a financing perspective than Dhaka or Cotonou or second cities in the north, smaller municipalities. So I think just want to leave these agility arguments and hope as the new kid, we hopefully bring a lot of maybe curiosity, energy, but also really here to listen and trying to see what has worked in the past, what hasn't, and learn and do something new with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Heike. I think first of all, what struck me is thank you for telling it through a story with something we can resonate in terms of remembering through the soccer analogy. But I also think resonance in terms of our experience of these impact pathways, but what you're painting really is an ecosystem of finance. And there's no silver bullet. And there are multiple players that need to play their part. And I think that's particularly encouraging because we need to move away from any perceptions of competition. This is really just about collaboration for us to get finance through to the local level. I'm going to turn to Carlos next from FMDV, who does a lot of this bridging work as we do as ICLEI, so a brother, a sister in arms. Carlos, please share what you found as FMDV to be some of those pivotal levers that you've used to ultimately get finance to the local level. And if you have time, also, of course, your country platform work also, which has been leading in this space.
Thank you, Megan. So I leave it to Philippe from FECOM in Cameroon to talk about the country platforms, because they are the very strong, innovative and pilot initiative that we are developing with them. Just allow me to be a bit provocative. We lost a lot of speakers here because of the changes in the agenda, and so we only have one MDB here. I think, first of all, we need to somehow shift the narrative. When it comes to talking about local and regional governments, mayors and governors, there is a lot of prejudices against funding and financing cities and regions, especially because there is no system to support the funding and the financing of the subnational level of action. We have mainly institutions that deal with the national level of action, the national level of commitment, but we have a huge lack of design to support actually mayors and governors to implement the policies and the responsibilities that fall under their mandate. And in that systemic failure in going along with the needs from the local level, And just to go back to what Anna Claudia was saying in the introduction about Habitat 3. So we are in July having a review of the new urban agenda to see where we are standing, especially in the localization of the SDGs, of course. When we were preparing for Quito, for the Habitat 3 conference, FMDV was co-hosting with UN Habitat the preparatory conference on finance in Mexico. And we integrated as key recommendations that at the end of the day have been integrated in the new urban agenda. We were talking about subnational development banks, and here Philippe was one of our champions, and Cameroon, the government of Cameroon, has been very supportive to promote this new way of wording, of formulating these key financial intermediaries that are acting at the national level to make sure that the funding, the financing goes to the subnational level. Institutions that are working on a daily basis with mayors and governors that understand the needs and try to design the adequate mechanisms to support them. We had four recommendations at the time. Some national development banks, pooled financing, making sure that we aggregate the projects at the local level to meet the ticket size that the MDBs are requiring to get interested in building the deal, which is a key component. And we had already at the time a lot of examples of pooling arrangements, pooling institutions, and we are still very far from bringing support to this kind of design to make sure that the urbanization finance is embodied through professional financial intermediation. And the last two recommendations were on integrating community land trust as mechanisms to make sure that the ownership over land in the different cities was a joint agreement between public and community. And this is still a very powerful tool for housing, especially because it avoids gentrification. Because the land is not owned by individual households, it's owned by the community itself. So it does not follow the price of the market when it comes to housing. And the last part was promoting social and solidarity economy. Because if we need a last mile banking, we also need a last mile economy and finance that is grounded, anchored at the local level, together with the local and regional governments, but also the communities. 10 years from Quito now, we can say that we had a strong institutionalization of subnational development banks. We launched in 2019, with the support of the government of Cameroon, the Global Alliance of Subnational Development Banks. Philippe here is the key champion of that move. It was only made possible because of his leadership. That means that we have now on the map, and especially within the financing common system, where we are trying to build the value chain of the public development banks from the MDBs to the SDBs. We have now a space, an identification of the key players that will support the access to finance for local governments. And this is very key. This is very important for mayors and governors here. You need to make sure that you collaborate better with those institutions, subnational development banks. If you don't have them at your country level, you need to advocate before the ministries of finance to make sure that we build the institutions that you need to have the access, institutions that understand you. And for the MDBs, the regional development banks, to work with them to make sure that they get the technical assistance, the guarantees, and this is a key point about risk management, to make sure that they get the support they need to make sure that they can support afterwards the mayors and governors. And just to finish, sorry, because I was a bit long, talking about risk, it's very important that we need to innovate on how public finance is designed. We are asking mayors and governors to mobilize means for action at a time where we have a huge exposure to climate change, to climate catastrophes and impacts. And the risk part of the public role is not integrated in the mandate of public players. That is the part where private sector steps in. So we need to reframe also the relationship between public administration and risk management. And we need to innovate. So we need to have somehow in the framework at the national level, in the regulations, the right to innovation, the right to experimentation, to make sure that we can renew a little bit the way mayors and governors, public administration can deal with risk and build the capacity to invite private sector to go along with them. And that's it. Sorry, I was a bit long. Thank you.
No, thank you, Carlos. There's a really nice flow in the panel, and I'll say we did it on purpose, in terms of Heike indicating the importance of the ecosystem. Carlos, you well articulated this crucial role of intermediaries, particularly financial intermediaries, in understanding their local context. And now we're going to hear from one of the leading ones on the continent, from the CEO of FACOM. So, Philip, we work with you too in Cameroon. We're very well aware of the extensive importance of FACOM in doing this bridging work within your national government. Can you share with us what has been some of the successes that you found to date? And of course, I'm sure there's been challenges along the way in getting finance down to the local level in Cameroon.
D'accord, je vous remercie. Je voudrais dire que je suis le directeur général du Fonds spécial d'équipement et d'intervention.
Inter-regional, which is a financial institution in Cameroon for project of cities and municipalities and the regions. And in terms of our financing, we have in our organization a financial institution and also a technical institution. We are in all the region of Cameroon. The work that we are doing, the most important of our resources come from the government, but with the involvement of our institution, we have access to finances from the lenders. We have 52 years of existence of this work, and I would want to say here that as a National Development Bank, we have been recognized as actors in terms of local development, and this position today, which has made us a national institution, which is intermediary between the government and the region and the municipality, this has made us to understand very well the needs of municipalities. So we are well placed to play a role that will allow us to capture different funding. That's what we are doing with many lenders. With the agreement with the government, we have a platform, Financial City Cameroon, has been put into place. And that platform is not a new program, is a solution that has been found where all urban actors come together to actually find some common solution. It is true that partners are there. This is an initiative that has been put with the European Union Global Fund. So it's where we have all the actors, the financial partners, municipalities, everybody who is intervening. So it is a particularity because it has put us as a certain sort of mutualization, a common strategy that has allowed us to achieve what we are achieving today, and that is what is wanted at the local level. So nothing is being imposed. Everything is about consensus and analysis regarding that platform. It is a work that we started some years back with Eclair Africa. At the level of FICOM, has trained some officials even at the general direction, and at the level on the region level we have some employees who are who needed that training, because we are in a process of accreditation with the different funds, adaptation fund very soon, fund towards climate. This will allow us with this kind of working, we are working in a consensus. We believe that the project will be bankable and will allow, when they are being financed, will reach the last kilometer, the last territory of Cameroon. This is an initiative that we think it will be something even at the African as a whole, so that we may have a solution to our local problem. This may be a global process with that the spirit of consensus may be developed. Thank you very much. Alors, nous, je veux...
At 11, so we have 2 minutes left, and I want to attempt to put our panelists perhaps on the spot if they'll be willing, and say, in this room, I'm very much aware we're sitting with many mayors, governors, and presidents, and Heike, Carlos, and Philip, if you had one sentence of advice to give to those mayors, governors, and presidents of subnational governments in terms of where they should start if they're starting on this journey of unlocking subnational finance, based on your experience, what would it be? Heike.
I think start where you have the biggest consensus, and start where you have the best allocation between risk and reward. And that can be because it's actually something that's generating revenue, or it can be something because it's not very risky, but start something that is achievable and where you have the strongest consensual support of your stakeholders. And don't be too complicated. I think Agadir Green Bond was a great example of a city that had gone through many, many iterations and different projects, but actually don't start with a green bond. Start with something that is really works for the context you're in, has a good allocation between risk and reward, and has the support of really the majority of your stakeholders. Start with something easy.
Thank you, Heike. Excellent advice. Carlos, one sentence.
Be fierce, be prepared, find the right partner, find the right arguments to step out of the decentralization conversation, because it's going nowhere, especially in Africa. You need to find new ways to formulate what you want and the kind of ways that you will cooperate with the national government. You need to make sure that you are the first partner of the national government when it comes to implement the national policies. And of course, just say that the economic development of the country depends on you, because that's the reality of the numbers.
Thank you, Carlos. Philip.
Thank you very much. I would say to local governments to build houses, because these buildings should be platforms, because within platforms we find rooms with kitchens and bathrooms. That means in a town there are many ways to do this, and so the local people should be able to come together with these urban actors to have a strategy that is well defined in terms of being a consensus strategy.
Our panelists, I hand back over to Emmanuel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megan, and thank you very much to our panel. They'll take a quick photograph. I think that the subject of finance is one that very interesting. The conversation we began is definitely not comprehensive and complete. I think the bridge needs to be built a little bit more. When you talk to cities, when you talk to practitioners, when you talk to mayors, ministers, everybody knows the problems and the challenges of their city. But writing proposals, accessing the funds, the language of finance is so technical, so difficult. Or sometimes the opportunities come and you have only 3 days, a weekend, to write a proposal. We need to continue this dialogue on how to build the bridge for financing. And I think that they've started off very well. I can imagine your business cards will run out because people will come to you after, and let's continue the conversations. I find finance very technical. I find opportunities very short notice. We need to find some capacity support for cities on how they can access these modalities. The next conversation really is on partnerships. So there's a segue between finance and partnerships. And Anthony Okoth, who is the Africa Regional Director for C40s, would moderate that panel for us. We need to work more together. The phrase of the season is doing more with less. So Anthony, you have the floor, and your panelists are ready for you as well. Let's give them a round of applause as they take their seats.
Thank you very much, Prof. Truly appreciate. It's indeed a joy to be here this morning to be facilitating this process. They say that with an African proverb that says that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with people. And so today we'll just want to more or less narrow down to what Prof. Emmanuel actually said off in the morning, saying that one critique they had in the Urban Forum was actually saying, where is the voice of the community? And where is the voice of the participants? And today we are privileged and honored to have two participants here. We started off the morning by just being highlighted in terms of saying that housing is not a sector, but an enabler. And basically, they said that cities create a very important central role in the conversation. And we actually got a report from Rust, which actually highlighted the 5 different enablers. And of the 5 enablers, we've actually gone through 4 of them. I'm sure you'll recall we've gone through the financing, we've gone through the partnerships, the alignments, which Ana Claudia gave us a good highlight as we started off. And now we are at the crux of the conversation, because we cannot do it without the cities. And no better audience do we have today than to actually have 2 distinguished participants here who will come in and give us a bit of their background in terms of what partnerships means. And we said that we wanted to navigate this conversation by ensuring that first and foremost, we get the voice of the city and actually tells us what does it look like in terms of partnerships and engaging with community, and then also getting a focal person within the city to actually, within the communities, to actually give us part of that conversation. So allow me to start off by introducing my panelists here, and I'm honored to have Mayor Regina Baketi, who is actually the mayor of Nansana in Uganda. We're truly honored to have you here. She comes into the wealth of experience, 15 years of experience in leadership and also engagement in the environmental sector. So thank you for honoring our invitation, Mayor. On my right here, we have Joe Kimani, who is no stranger to many of us, especially within the Kenyan context, but also the global platform, because he's actually the director for the Slum Dwellers International, Kenya. And it'll be interesting to hear your perspective in terms of partnerships. And actually, I'll start off by maybe posing a question to the 2 of you, by actually just telling us, first and foremost, what does a partnership look like from your context? If you look at it from the city's perspective, and then we'll come in and look at it from the community perspective to see how partnerships actually would be. In terms of frameworks, in terms of engagements, what does it really look like from the city perspective?
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Protocol observed. I've been introduced. I'm the mayor of Nansana, but also I'm the chairperson of Alliance of Mayors in Uganda. Looking at the time we spend here since the first day up to today, a lot has been said about having adequate housing for all. As a municipality or a mayor with an experience of 10 years, having adequate housing is a process. Nansana municipality is one of the fastest growing municipalities in Uganda. And when you look at our population is being influenced by our proximity to Kampala, Capital City Authority. What does that one mean? With the increasing population, we have been affected with a high demand for housing. The census that we had 10 years ago was just 300 inhabitants or people in Nansana. But as I talk now, since May last year, our numbers has gone up to 700. And this, what does that mean is majorly the population we have are the young people. They are over 296. So that means a high demand, and young people are not easy to deal with in terms of housing. In fact, if you handle young people, you can handle the social well-being of a municipality or any city. So looking at that, Nansana municipality, like any other growing municipalities, 59% of our people, they live in informal housing environment. And how did this one come about is because the demand for housing has exceeded our planning. So you find people have put themselves into wetlands. Others have gone ahead to sleep in man-shift kind of houses which are not decent. So in order to be able to contain such a growing number, we can't do without partnerships. Partnerships are very key. If I can allude to the last session where one of the participants said that there's no how we can be able to attract funding. In fact, housing needs a lot of money, billions of money. This means that we need to have a financial base within our municipalities. I'm happy to say that Nansana municipality has handled this area so well because some 9 years back, our total budget was 1.5 billion. But when we coped what we call the integrated revenue mobilization system, we are now able to collect 11.3 billion. This has enabled Nansana to be able to go on the table to attract donors under the Greater Kampala. Because as much as the President was saying yesterday, Kenya is so privileged that they are able to construct so many houses because they have land. For us, we don't have land as municipalities. So what we are doing, we are partnering with the kingdoms like the Buganda Kingdom to pay for lease. And so far, this financial year, we are going to purchase some 6 acres. Then also in the subsequent years, we shall be doing the same under land banking. These have really given us a leeway to be able to attract donors. Now we have what we call an open door policy for developers. These are the banks. We have financial institutions which have come to Nansana, and we are working with them to give mortgage to our people, especially the young people and the women, because women, if you are able to look at the affirmative action, they haven't been in position to be able to construct houses. So we are expanding the mortgage access to the vulnerable people. Nansana as a city can't work alone in order to attract bankable projects. We are working under what we call the Greater Kampala Metropolitan. That brings over 4 cities, and we are able to attract money, to get money after preparing the bankable projects, because when you don't have a bankable project, donors can't give you money under World Bank. So as I talk now, we've been able, through that, to open up infrastructure in the hard-to-reach areas, and this has helped us to reduce on the rural-urban migration, because now people can have access to good infrastructure, then can have security. We have been able to put green spaces, and of course Wi-Fi for the young people. So majorly, I would like to thank under partnerships. I want to tell you that you can't do without engaging the community. The community is very important people to engage. And as I talk in Nansen, I've been able to get a right of way free of charge without even putting a penny in that. So these people, they are really appreciating our plans. We have been able to consult with them. And also, we have gone ahead to do what we call the inclusive way of approach in terms of development, reaching out to the vulnerable people, to the elders, the cultural leaders, and the religious. We have not only done that, but also social networks are very important. Nansana is a member of ICLEI. We really appreciate C4 Cities, UN Habitat, UCLB, among others. These have given us an exposure. So when we come to such forums, we are able to network, we are able to interact, and be able to attract donors. A case in time is the issue of, currently we have a support from Bloomberg. We are able to get that Bloomberg support of US $100,000 through such partnerships. So as we go here, I think we are going to learn a lot as Nansana. This is going to be high on our agenda to ensure that it becomes a priority in all our plans, what we call the integrated planning within the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's exciting to hear how Nansana has engaged the community, especially through the different channels and through the different approaches, especially through the consultation, through engaging with the elders and the cultural leaders, and bringing the communities into the decision-making process. Because for us, that is critical to understand that as we build and we go to scale, we actually have to bring the stakeholders to the table, and the communities are critical stakeholders. And that gives us a good segue to Joe. Maybe you could actually give us a bit of highlight from your perspective. What does partnerships look like from your perspective?
Thanks, Anthony. The organizers and the participants here, our inclusion here signifies partnership. It's critical to have the urban poor majority living in the city as part of the ecosystem that is trying to drive the urban agenda. I think that's quite fast, very critical. And for us, maybe to mention SDI, the Shack Dwellers International, as a network, is celebrating its 30th year this year, as well as Muungano na Vijiji, our local federation of slum dwellers. So it's significant. And that has happened because of partnership. It has been very important to realize that an urban agenda has several players, but we consider three major players in this: the government, the private sector, and the people. And in this case, the urban majority poor who live in the city. Of course, we've been saying 65% in Nairobi of the city dwellers are living in the slums. And we are talking of majority shareholders when it comes to voice in this case. And partnership is about voice. It's about power, shifting that power, and recognizing where that power resides. And this is happening through processes, through tools. SDI has established some of these tools. One major tool that we've used and utilized is recognizing that community have a voice when they collect their own information, when they have data. Because when they engage with the mayors and the governors or the city, they recognize it's difficult for the city to deal with what they cannot see. So the role of information is important, because then the community is able to articulate what they want. I think some of the speakers have said of many and numerous government projects that have been denied, been rejected by the people, because the people do not participate, are not involved in this. So community using this data to also co-design, co-produce with the city is important. And in SDI, we've done a number of tests. We call them tests because our role is not to implement, The state has a role to scale the projects and scale the programs. We've tested in Kisumu through an adaptation planning. We did risk and vulnerability assessment with the city together and the community. That partnership produced adaptation plans, which the city has been able to implement some of the programs. In Nairobi here, we had an elaborate program in Mukuru, where we had over 40 participants, 40 organizations. That's a very elaborate program that demonstrated to the city that it's possible when you bring all actors on board to be able to accelerate development. I think within a span of 100 days, by the time the adaptation plan was being reviewed, the city had managed to do several projects. I think from the word of the city governor at that time is that they were able to achieve what they could not have achieved for the last 30 years, just within 100 days. And that was just a demonstration of what partnership and collaboration is about. We've seen many of the projects that we are seeing even today. Even today, one of our side events is happening in Nairobi, in Kiamaiko with GIZ, where we are launching our resilience center of a community. Again, a demonstration of the city, the community, and other partners. And we've seen even the role of academia, because partnership is not just those who are producing resources and input, but also those who are also helping articulate these issues in various platforms. And I think the academia has played that major role. So across many of our cities, and I'm happy many of the mayors who are even here, from Lusaka, Senegal, we've seen that collaboration with slum dwellers. And this can be accelerated and be expanded.
Maybe if I could just push a bit more on that, Joe. You played a critical role in terms of the Mukuru settlement plan. Maybe you could actually tell us what made it easier in terms of interacting with the city officials, in terms of working through that process. And as you said, rightfully, there are several mayors and governors in this room. What are some of those enabling factors that you, as the citizenry, would like to see in place to ensure that then the process integrates the voice of the community?
Yes, so for many years, the advocacy has been about creating visibility of where the urban poor are and what challenges they are going through. This information, the community participating in collecting their own information, they were able to put an argument, to negotiate with the county government of Nairobi. And the county government, having considered the level of information that was generated by the community members, they were able to see that there were that section of a community, especially in Mukuru, this is where over 100,000 families reside on just 640 acres of land. The government was able to see that this poses a unique opportunity. Of course, there are challenges, but there's a unique opportunity. Data has power in it. The data was able to show the city that there is a huge source of revenue that is also being lost if the city does not organize and support the urban poor. So ignoring the urban majority, even just by providing simple infrastructure, and we have seen that even in places like Kibera, just opening a road and infrastructure, the rest the community is capable of doing. And I think that was what was happening in Mukuru. So the city was able to be attracted by the fact that the community was meeting the city halfway. Just to recognize what we are doing, provide infrastructure in a simple way, the rest the community is capable of generating and doing. And we've seen this over the last 30 years. The slums are not where they were. The slum dwellers themselves are improving their dwellings. And I'm very happy with what Governor Nyang' Nyong'o mentioned, that slums can be supported through infrastructure development while we produce houses for those that want the demand for the housing that is out there. But as it is, the slums are already a housing. And it's a dwelling that people have chosen to live, but what they need is adequate and sufficient infrastructure support. Services, and livelihood opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. Maybe just building up on the same thing, Mayor Regina, we heard Governor Governor Anyang talk about the challenges of engaging communities because of the cultural aspects, and most of them would not want to move to more or less newer setups. Maybe you could tell us from what frameworks and regulations do you have as a city that you put in place that can enable that engagement with communities? More so, I heard you talk about the elders and the cultural leaders. How do you use them to more or less break those cultural barriers and also engage the communities to draw them in so that we can actually move to scale, especially within the housing sector?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. I think we need what we call legal frameworks. Currently, as a municipality or cities here, you can't work alone without the support of the central government. So in order to attract a big project, there are institutional issues that you have to put into place. Like we have what we call the Metropolitan Development Forum. In fact, they came with us from Nansana. They have really done a lot in going up front, trying to solve the community issues, because communities, the mindset change is not easy. It's not an easy concept. It is a process. So in conjunction with our community development department, we've been working with the MDF to go and talk to these communities. The relevance, why should we have better infrastructure? Because housing is also an infrastructure. Even someone, when you want to upgrade, now we are putting money for upgrading of centers, upcoming centers within the municipality. People have already built in the where roads are supposed to pass. So what we are doing, we are employing the MDF to work with the communities to make them understand why we should have such developments. Further, we have also tried to have what we call, to employ what we call barazas. These are, as a mayor, you have to own these projects because you are the commander. So if you try to hide and don't support such government initiatives, then the people will resist, because these people, they entrust us with the votes. So what we do also, we have what we call the grievance handling committee. It is also in place. It's also doing a lot. And those committees, they are not from anywhere. They are from the communities. So we put them into place. Then the local councils, local council ones, because when we work in a local government, it is a structure. We have what we call local council one. And already we have what we call affirmative action. It is a representation of the young people, of the women. We have what we call a youth desk. These younger people, they are not investors, but they can make a project to fail. So what we are doing, we are working with the desk to ensure that we reduce on the radicalization violence within the community so that they can accept us, plus the religious leaders and the cultural leaders, because they are very key in making people understand why they should have improved households and infrastructure at large.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Maybe as we conclude, we could actually ask Joe to just sum up what role you actually would say in a sentence, the role that you'd like to see the private sector playing. You know, we've talked about the government, we've talked about the community, but as we talk about partnerships, we know that the private sector will play a critical place. So maybe you could just finish off with a sentence, and then we'll let the mayor to also conclude with the last sentence as we close the session. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you so much, particularly directing it to the financing side of the private sector, recognizing the capacity of the communities to implement. There is huge experience of incremental development, tapping into that and developing products that can fit that reality of incremental development within the informal settlements. Thank you.
Mayor, last word, what you will tell your colleagues in terms of the importance of engaging the community as we wind up?
Yeah, I think it's very important, dear our leaders, to ensure that in order to engage the community, we need the evidence-based data. So let us promote data-driven planning, housing the dignity, partnerships are essential. Let us build inclusive and resilient cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you back, Prof.
Thank you very much. I think we can appreciate the panel once again with a better round of applause. They'll take a quick photograph before they take their seats. Thank you very much, Anthony, from C40's Africa for moderating that. A lot of practical reflections, a lot of lessons, a lot of on-the-ground interventions that are happening, and also very good reflections from the Slum Dweller International Network, highlighting the reality of informality in Africa as a lived experience in urban centers. Many cities, informality is so real that the percentage of urban dwellers living in informal settlements is more than 50%. There are cities that have as much as 75%, and we need to work more collaboratively. The agency of residents and community groups cannot be overlooked. We're going to do our very final panel, and it flows very, very nicely with the last panel that Anthony moderated. We have a set of mayors again, because this is the forum for city voices, and I would invite my mayors to please come up front, because that would help us, and we will pass the microphones to you. So if I can kindly invite up to the stage President Fatimatu Abdul Malik, the President of the Regional Council of Nouakchott, UCLG Africa and North Africa Vice President, to please join me up front. To also invite the Honorable Mayor of Tualo Pele to also join me up front. Honorable Mayor and the Chairman of Cities and Municipalities Forum Kenya, Honorable Buteyo, to please join us up front. And then finally, but not the least, Honorable Mayor Diallo from Bamako 3 in Mali to also kindly join us. And probably let's just, again, appreciate them as they take their seats. I am particularly pleased about the gender balance. Gender balance is not 50-50. Women rule the world, so gender balance is only when we see more women on the panel. And they are the ones shaping everything. Thank you. Thank you. So because of time, Honorable Mayors, we are in an adaptation space. The format has changed, and so instead of having a round of a dialogue, I'm going to pose the same question. We are looking at solutions. The problems abound, the problems are common. We want to give each of you 3 minutes. Tell us something that you are doing in your city, in the wider municipality, to solve these challenges of urban development, harnessing the potential, integrating human development, and making the city and the urban space a great place. 3 minutes each, a pitch, speak from your hearts, because I know you are all passionate experts, and we'll be very grateful. Thank you very much. So I would start, we'll move from right to left, from my right to the left, and we'll hear from you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Prof. Greetings to the fellow panelists. As it has been said, my name is Kinalema Mpukunzi. I am from South Africa, from the municipality called Zolobili. In South Africa, we have about 257 municipalities. 8 of those municipalities are metros, 44 are districts, and 205 are your secondary cities and small urban rural municipalities. The reason why I'm raising this, because we have the South African Local Government Association that is advocating and lobbying on behalf of these municipalities. Now, the scenarios in South Africa are not the same as the municipalities are not the same. I am from one of the small rural municipality. We have the urban municipalities, we have the municipalities whereby you've got traditional leaders. And then the issues of land will be a challenge, because there will be portions of land that will be the responsibility of your local municipality, and there will be those pieces of land that will be the portions that are under the leadership of the traditional leadership. The issues of climate change are also an impact in terms of delivering sustainable human settlement. as a small municipality, we don't have delegated powers to be the ones that are responsible for issues of human settlement, but we are working together with our national and provincial government to make sure that the communities at local level are also benefiting from the issues of housing development. Our main responsibility as a municipality is to make sure that we engage the communities and make sure that we have a data for those ones that are in need of this human settlement. But what is critical and important is that the population is not the same. You've got those ones that, in terms of South Africans, attempt to be indigent, the ones that are solely relying on national government and local government to provide services for. Now, you have to have a database to know how many population in your institutions are the ones that are indigent and how many ones that can be able to pay for services. Now, we got a mandate in terms of the Constitution to render effective and efficient services, to make sure that we make land available, we make the playfield available. The main critical thing that we do as Solopil is to have an integrated development planning. It's an integrated development planning that is having 5 years, that is being revised on an annual basis. In the integrated development planning, that's where we put the needs of our communities and also put the budget that will be needed. As I've also alluded to the fact that it is not our responsibility as Solopili. There are those municipalities in South Africa that are given this particular responsibility to render the services of a human settlement. But we are not at that particular level as Solopili. But we are challenged because the communities are looking up to us as local municipality, as a sphere that is closer to them. That's where the rubber hits the road. We are expected, communities don't understand the provincial and national government. They see us as a government that has to render the services to them. So we are working together with our communities, with our provincial government and national government to make sure that our communities benefit. And we are also building resilient communities that can thrive through the attacks and the shocks of disasters and climate change. We are faced by many disasters and the climate change effects in South Africa. And then the challenge that we are facing that I am going to speak to is the issue of the informal settlement, because people will go and build houses where the land is not suitable, it's a wetland, then we need to go and engage them to say, this is not the habitable place for you to stay, we need to move you there. Sometimes it becomes a challenge because they don't understand, they think that you put that land for other people that you have in mind to come and give the land to, so that the development can happen. But in engaging with them, working together with them, because we cannot work without the communities, we need to work with them and make sure that they understand the plan of the municipality, because we are not planning for them, we plan for them. They are part and parcel of the engagement that are happening. We are working with all the unions, we are working also with private sector. On top of everything, we've got South African Local Government Association and all other stakeholders that are assisting us to make sure that the communities are engaged. We've got your NGOs, we've got your CBOs, and the faith-based organizations that we always engage to make sure that our messages are then conveyed in a bigger manner, because if we're only going to communicate with a few numbers of people, the message will not reach everyone. We are having the farms at our municipality, and those communities at the farms dwellers, they are also expected to have those services that you are rendering at the municipal level. But the key challenge in Solopili is the issue of funding. I heard that the issue of funding was raised, but it's a standing block for us to be able to do everything that we want to do as municipalities.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. We just need to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you, but just to applaud, because it looks like we need to continue talking to you. And I like the emphasis that the challenges and the solutions are not the big urban centers. Actually, the smaller and intermediate urban centers are the future of Africa's urban population. More than 65% of the population by 2050 will be living in a city that is less than 1 million in population. So thank you so much for that. We'll continue the dialogue. May I please hand over to Honorable Mayor as well for your intervention. The clock is set for you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, comme je l'ai dit la dernière fois, moi je viens d'une ville qui est très vulnérable, qui est
that is stuck between the desert and the sea. So it's a town that has seen a lot of migration towards this urban center, which was the best migration for this population, and that caused a lot of pressure in terms of urban planification. So we were overwhelmed, and so the town is growing with a rate of 4.3 kilometers per year. So this concentration of population, or a sudden concentration of population, has caused that there's been many informal settlements, and you know that many informal settlements causes that there should be inequalities, that there will be a lot of troubles in these kind of cities in terms of providing essential services. So we decided from a state level to restructure these informal settlements, and this restructuring is being done in two levels, maybe sometimes inside on the ground, but also looking at the town itself. So that helped us create a parallel town, if so to speak, compared to the towns that were there. We were overwhelmed though, because we didn't provide all the services as we were restructuring this informal settlement. So there were no roads, there was no water, there was no lighting, and it was really, this was our first and principal intervention. We were focused on this informal settling to be able to bring about services to this settling. So we were able to underline certain tools of urban planification to allow us to take up these challenges. So for that, we were able to create at the institutional level, we created an institution for urban development, and the creation of an agency also that depends on the presidency of the Republic. They to deal with the inequalities that have come about. There is a bridging between these two institutions. So now we are able to provide land for those who are vulnerable and those who are recorded in the social registry, and we are able to put in place certain services for these populations, especially in terms of housing. So then the region comes forth to bring about water. We are able to do networking for distribution of water, 430 kilometers. We were able to put up solar paneling, and we were able to facilitate movement in these kind of settlings, and we have put up many other services for example, food security and many other services for this population. But particularly the housing remains a pillar, a modest pillar, if so to speak, because to us the town is evolving in terms of space. It doesn't have big buildings or big buildings where families are living, but the town is evolving in terms of horizontal evolving. So for us it's important, because to bring services to these kinds of people going that direction is becoming complicated. But we have been able to, together with the population and the elaboration of our regional development plan, which is participative, we were able to sensitize, if so to speak, this population of our services, so that now on people can appropriate themselves and be part and parcel of these institutions that we have put about in their region. So in 3 minutes I cannot say much, but thank you.
So much. Honestly, 3 minutes is not enough, but it's great to hear not just the interventions you're making, but your heart and passion behind it, and the work that you are investing in the provision of services, social inclusion, working with the periphery and peri-urban areas in the city, but also the massive draw and pull into the urban centers that is happening in and around Nouakchott. So thank you very much. May I kindly pass it on to the next speaker, and the clock is set. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et
I am Mariam Diallo, Mayor of the District of Bamako. Bamako has a particular status with with 26 municipalities, and I am the third vice president of this intercollectivity of Bamako. I am president of the network of women who are municipal council women of Mali, and I am here as a member of the forum of the regional forum of mayors for climate, and I signatory of COMSA. And at that stand, I want to thank the regional forum of mayors, the Commerce Secretariat, ICLE, and all their partners for having invited me and associated me to this debate. And I think that maybe I know that I'm not the last person to participate, but the team and maybe the last person to intervene will be her, so you won't have to cut me short. However, Bamako, just like all the other capital cities in Africa, their predecessors, the predecessors have already talked about the fact that we are going through the challenge of urbanization. So Bamako is not an exception to this rule. And this quick urbanization, intensive quick urbanization, is usually very fast, more than our capacity to plan, to equip, and to be financed. So the demographic pressure, which was talked about before me, causes tensions, and the need for social services, basic social services, cause that there is difficulty in accessing housing. It's becoming harder to access housing for many families. And in Bamako, due to this reality, we have clear convictions. The answer cannot be carried by one municipality. I think that one of the people who spoke earlier talked about the fact that it cannot be carried by one municipality acting by itself. So we are organizing ourselves, Bamako together with the local municipalities, the neighboring municipalities, were able to create an intercollectivity in Bamako that regroups 26 collectivities. So we are united in this forum that also draws from the forum that is receiving us today. And this cooperation for us is an important answer because it allows us to talk about housing at a higher level and a coherent level, to better plan urban planification and to understand and mutualize efforts, physical intelligence and financial efforts, and to provide this social problem a solution, a long-term solution. The Great Bamako has talked about a social housing program in its investment plan. This approach helps us connect well the issues to do with housing with other issues. It was also noted that access to education, to health, and different commodities are very essential. Movement, health, so this would better the livelihoods of the people there. So we also know that in terms of financing, many people have talked about it before. Financing is also very crucial. And it is for these reasons, to be able to overcome these challenges, we should do a better job in mobilizing partners, be it technical and financial partners, but also build together with them frameworks that are trustable, projects that are well put, and financial mechanisms that adapt to our local realities. Decent housing is good, however, they should be adapted to the local realities. But also, we are assuming that we have a straight dialogue with the state, the technical partners, and the private sector, the communities as well. This kind of partnership has to be strengthened. It was well noted by my president that the state that is building this housing is them, but we should work in such a way that our partnership is strengthened, because realizations come about because there is a community. So there should be a form of synergy to be able to succeed and to overcome these challenges. We are also thinking that we should put value solutions that are adapted to our contexts, especially the usage of local materials. Mr. President from Dakar talked about it. So I think that that is also very important. So that can reduce the costs, and we should consider, because that is something that is very serious to me, the criteria of attribution for these projects, because we should consider gender. Women are usually vulnerable, so we should consider the gender when we are providing these contracts. And also to conclude, I would like to say we should go a step further I've talked about women, but we should talk about providing housing solutions that are durable and adapted, supporting the dynamics to overcome these challenges, better mobilize partners, and this will help us to work well so that together we may be able to continue to build towns that are durable and resilient for our populations. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Again, very, very helpful reflections on the challenges that are common, not just to Bamako, but to many of our cities. And I think it's helpful to learn about the collaboration and the collective approach in the greater Bamako area, but also on integrated planning. So you're looking at a very integrated approach and local adaptation plans that link to durable solutions. I think that's really helpful. Our very final speaker, you have the clock set for you. Unfortunately, it's really, really tight, but over to you, sir, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Wanyonyi Buteyo. I'm the chair for Kimilili Municipality and the chair of the caucus of the chairpersons in Kenya. Please permit me to acknowledge there are many here. Okay. Just put up your hands, Chairman, mayors from Kenya. Thank you very much. We have 140 municipalities established by our constitution. This conference comes at a time that we are grappling with the defining moment, not just of housing, because housing is not just about shelter. It is about dignity, like our president said yesterday. It's about honor. And so as a country, we are lucky that our leadership puts emphasis on urban housing. And as municipalities, we have a central role The role we have is in urban and peri-urban planning. And we are also lucky, we have an established institution of planners, the Kenya Institute of Planners, and every municipality executes MIDPs that are related to CIDPs in every county. This urban and peri-urban planning recognizes the fact that, true, we are headed in the direction of Africa being urban. By 2063, like it's anticipated, it will require planning. And so this is ongoing. The second bit that we're doing is at the municipality level. We are keen on enhanced service delivery. And this has to involve the people through public participation. We are keen and committed to the promotion of accountable and ethical governance, in the sense that the resources that we have at that level have to go especially in enhancing the quality of life in the municipalities. This has a framework established for the municipalities, but the drivers who are the municipality leaderships are guided by the county governments through the CADPs. And so as we relate with all this, there are certain things that I know we are also working on, because our new constitutional arrangement puts municipalities at just about 15 years now. And so we are thinking and working towards stronger recognition of these units, these municipalities, to enhance delivery of service, and especially the bit of urban cleaning, green cities, and all this. We believe that direct, predictable, and sustainable financing mechanisms, as was proposed by the gentlemen who have been here and the other panels, will help. Because at the end of the day, urban financing is critical. We are putting emphasis on on-source revenue and how it can supplement the service delivery. In this country also, we have a keen commitment through our leadership to strengthen and deepen partnerships. Partnerships that will pull out the very best. And it's not just about dialogue, it's more about implementation. So it is we hope that after this conference, as we move into the future, we'll do so with confidence, knowing that we're going to succeed together. And I think finally, scalable and locally driven housing solutions that respond to the realities of all communities will help. And we are very excited as municipalities that as a country and as a nation, our president is leading in this direction. So many of these municipalities now, housing units are coming up that are giving honor to our people. They're making available services that all of us will want to celebrate. So once again, I think on behalf of my friends, we welcome you to Kenya, to Nairobi, and I'm hanging on what Governor Sakaja said yesterday. Please visit all our restaurants and eat very seriously and pay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I put that in practice yesterday, so I ate a lot, and I owe a lot as well. But thank you very much to our wonderful panel for all the reflections from the cities, and if you can just rise to take a group photo together. And thank you so much for staying with us. We are going to take our closing remarks as we end this forum from the local and regional governments. We've heard from a variety of cities, municipal actors, regional and provincial governments, and this is where the dialogue needs to be. The African Union Commission is pleased to partner with ICLE Africa. We're partnering with GIZ-led project called Resilience Initiative Africa at the end of next month to convene this dialogue again in Cape Town, South Africa, with 20 cities planning in action at the city level. So thank you very much. I'd like to invite for our closing remarks Mayor Manuel Diarajo, who's there to come and reflect on the collective commitments, give us some closing remarks, but also give us some pointers and some headers on where we are heading as a platform. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You have the floor. I think it's still good morning, everybody. Honorable ministers, excellencies, mayors, governors, colleagues, and partners. I wish to thank our previous panelists who offered us such rich perspectives about how we can seize the opportunities offered through urbanization and how we effectively can act together. It has been repeatedly said over and over again that Africa is the fastest urbanizing continent. I preside over one of the fastest growing municipalities in Africa, Quelimane in Mozambique. It is a beautiful city with warm people and so much potential. But we, as many other local governments, we face many bottlenecks to achieve our desired visions. Therefore, my hope by attending this forum is that we translate our intentions into concrete commitments. I wish to reflect on what I had engaging with fellow mayors and governors over the past week. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin my reflection by expressing our sincere appreciation to the African Union and its member states, especially our warm hosts, Kenya, for their leadership and commitment to sustainable human development and their acknowledgement of the vital role that subnational governments play in the achievement of national and global ambition. Allow me also to thank UN Habitat, ICLEI, C40, UCLG, and COMSA for bringing us together and for organizing this last panel. We particularly welcome the strong emphasis placed on financing mechanisms. Without finance, commitment will always remain on paper. Implementation occurs at local level, and city governments are closest and best placed to ensure that its implementation achieves maximum impact. We look forward to taking hands with the national government and finding more effective ways for subnational governments to receive the resources they need to achieve sustainable urbanization. Delivering adequate housing and sustainable human settlement requires a broad ecosystem. It requires a new compact, a compact built on partnership, coordination, and shared responsibility across all actors shaping our cities. Local and regional governments and our associations and networks sit at the center of these compacts. We are the intersection between national policy and community reality. We are where infrastructure influences livelihoods, where investment meets opportunities, and where global commitments are translated into everyday outcomes
for our residents. This compact depends on strong partnerships, partnerships with communities, partnerships with civil society, partnership with development partners, and critically, partnership with the private sector. The scale of Africa's urbanization demands that we move beyond traditional delivery models and embrace co-production as the foundation of urban development. In this regard, we must be very clear. Micro, small, and medium enterprises are not peripheral actors in housing delivery. They are central to it. They are the builders, the suppliers, and the innovators working at the local level every single day. Therefore, if we are serious about delivering housing at scale, then empowering micro, small, and medium enterprises who are typically in informal economies and enabling their participation as part of broader private sector engagement is not negotiable. At the same time, we recognize the vital role played by intermediate organizations, those working between the local, national, and global levels across sectors to translate knowledge, strengthen capacity, and make sure that the finance flows in the varying contexts. Excellencies, my colleagues, dear mayors and governors, housing delivery goes beyond delivery of individual dwelling units. Joy, it's said, is what happens between the buildings, and sustainability is what happens between dwellings. Housing is part of a broader system, the human settlement that connect land, infrastructure, services, economies, and communities. And therefore, we must treat it in this way. Housing must be directly linked to water and sanitation, to sustainable energy, to mobility, to public service, but also to biodiversity, and critically, and not least, to food systems. There has been great work to connect the discourses of urbanization with climate, with nature and biodiversity, with services of water, energy, and transport. We must strengthen these alignments, but it's also time we bring the conversation about food, health, and nutrition into those of housing and urban development. Local governments have key roles in supporting food and nutrition security, to reduce malnutrition and to ensure that our people are able to lead quality lives and achieve their fully potential. In Africa, we cannot build our cities the way most of the world has done. Our cities must be built with low carbon and resource-efficient technology that do not lock us into dying industries. Our cities can benefit from new infrastructure configurations and digital technologies that can improve the quality of our environment and also the quality of our governance systems. Excellencies, dear colleagues, local governments are not only implementers, they have a crucial role to play in shaping policy and programs from the outset. To this end, we also recall the milestones achieved by the African Union at the 23rd Ordinary Summit, which took place in Malabo in 2014, including the decision to establish a High Council of Local Authority as a consultative organ of the African Union on matters related to local development, for which we welcome the implementation. We commend the 8 African Union member states who have already ratified the African Charter on the values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and local development. And actually, we stress the importance of accelerating its full ratification by a remaining number of 7 member states. This would allow local and regional governments to reap the multiple benefits associated with the implementation of this charter. With stronger multi-level governance, we will not only deliver housing, we will build cities that are inclusive, resilient, and prosperous. Cities that can truly reflect the Africa we want. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Rojo. And thank you, everybody, for staying with us in the room. With that, I'd like to say, on behalf of ICLEI Africa, UCLG Africa, C40 Cities, Council of Governors, Government of Mayors for Sub-Saharan Africa, and our partners, we are really delighted to have hosted this local and regional governments forum, and we hope it's been insightful. As this is the first time we've had the local forum in the African Urban Forum, we'd like to invite any local political leaders to come and join us for a photo on the stage to commemorate this moment. And in the spirit of multi-level governance, any political leaders are welcome to join us for a quick photo. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the forum, and we look forward to seeing you as the day progresses.
Thank you. And as we take those photos, thank you, Paul and Professor Emmanuel, they were running this particular session on local and regional governments forum. So as we convene here for the photo, just a quick announcement that the program will continue, understandably a bit delayed because of the start that we had 30 minutes late. So we will be having a 15-minute health break, and we'll encourage you to resume to the various breakout sessions that we will have. The next one that is following here is going to be on migration, and this is on urban displacement and migration. So we're looking to change over the room and have it start in 15 minutes for those who are keen on that. There's also going to be a parallel session in Aberdare and Lenana, which is downstairs, but also to draw your attention to a side event by World Vision that is also scheduled to start now. And this is on invisible citizens, centering children and youth in Africa's urban future. And World Vision is running with that session, but this is a side event at the tents that are set up over there just opposite where you were having lunch. So you're invited for that, but also to remind us all to be back here and ready to have the closing ceremony that will be presided over by our Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and that is scheduled to start at 4 o'clock. So we'll have and ask that we be settled and run with the sessions on time so that we be here just before 4 o'clock to have the closing ceremony. As you can see, the reminder here, please leave your devices, the translation devices, at your chair, because even in the breakout sessions, there is provision for the same. A round of applause to our political leaders and mayors from different local and regional governments represented here. So yes, please head on for your health break, 15 minutes. By 12:30, we should be starting the next session. Just refer to the program. And of course, for the next one, it is on urban migration that will be starting in 15 minutes. At 12:30, we're looking to start with that one. And please leave your translation devices here. You'll find them at others at the breakout sessions if you are headed to the ones at Lenana and Aberdare. So just a reminder, let's be back and settled for plenary closing session before 4 o'clock, and lunch will be served and ready to serve after this particular parallel session that's ongoing from around 1 o'clock to 2.
Agriculture and food security are a fundamental mainstay for any economy. This is all the more important on the African continent today, where the livestock
Every African has a right to proper health care, good food and nutrition, and good quality of life. African countries, in the implementation of their national priorities under Agenda 2063, have made commitments to eradicate poverty in our generation, build inclusive and sustainable economies with shared prosperity for all, through social and economic transformation by focusing on the following areas. Sustainable and inclusive economic growth that reduces poverty and leads to increased income levels. Equality and decent jobs. Value addition in agricultural products and growth of agro-business and industries. Human capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the next session in a couple of minutes. I would like to kindly invite the speakers also to come to the fore and identify themselves with us so we can prepare for the panels, including Dr. Kipsang of the Kenyan government for the opening remarks.
Akti damu wala.
Nugo ne har kuldan. Matakai ne nono danda.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can I kindly ask you to take your seats? We will try to start the session. And again, kindly asking speakers for this event to take a seat in the front. My name is Philippe de Korte. I'm UNHabitat's Global Emergency Director, taking a small break from all the emergencies happening out there. Welcome to this session that will focus exactly on how governments deal with displacement, be it refugees, returnees, or internal displacement, which has become quite a challenge on the continent, but we've seen great experience showing up. Apart from welcoming, my second task is to just introduce the moderator for this session. I'm very honored we were able to have him, Jakub El Hillo. Jakub retired in 2021. Back to his, January 2021, back to his home country, Sudan. And by July, he was back at work. He had a career of 32 years in the UN and different leadership roles, but it shows his commitment to keep going. He has worked in some of the hardest situations, really taking communities and governments through crisis and out of crisis. He has worked in Liberia, Syria, and Libya. Very important assignments leading the UN's efforts. He has also a very distinguished career with UNHCR, one of our key partners with the World Bank in supporting governments in dealing with displacement issues. This event is also organized with Cities Alliance. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Jakub to the stage.
So, good afternoon, everybody. It's the worst time to have a session, right? Between lunchtime and Friday prayers. I think this is really, but I'm very happy to be looking at all of you and to be standing in front of you as the moderator for this session. So hopefully as we start, more participants will be filing in. But thank you, Philippe. Thank you very much for those warm words of introduction. Indeed, I retired in 2021, but look what happened. So I'm still here. We are going into this important session with a group of very distinguished professionals who work day and night in trying to tackle displacement issues. So it is really my great honor to have been asked to contribute. So once again, a very good afternoon to everybody, and greetings, and a request to allow me to stand on existing protocol that has been set already since we started the forum 2 days ago. It's a great pleasure, really, to welcome you all. We meet at a time when displacement is no longer a temporary or exceptional crisis. It is changing territories and human settlements for the long term. It is no longer just a humanitarian challenge, but indeed a pivotal development priority. Across Africa, protracted displacement, climate shocks, and rapid urbanization are reshaping cities and regions in profound ways. Displacement is increasingly concentrated in urban and peri-urban areas, placing pressure on services, social infrastructure, opportunity, but also maybe even security. And that is the flip side of one coin. The other side is that displaced people are enablers, they're an asset, and they have to be captured in the national, subnational, and local level planning, not as a humanitarian exception, but as a contributor to prosperity and transformation. At the same time, humanitarian resources are under strain, and traditional models, which were designed for short-term emergencies, are struggling to respond to long-term realities. So financing, and we have been hearing discussions earlier about financing, is key to our conversation that is coming. Too often, responses remain fragmented, operating in parallel to local systems rather than strengthening them. What this calls for is not incremental adjustment, but a system-level shift. A shift from camps and where assistance is provided towards integrated, inclusive, and climate-resilient human settlements. A shift from parallel service delivery towards strengthening local governance and municipal systems, and a shift from reactive responses towards forward-looking planning and investment. That can turn displacement and climate risks into opportunities for more sustainable development. This is the vision, and this is hopefully the conversation that we will be having. And to conclude my introductory remarks, I just want to explain that we will have two parts of this conversation. There will be a first part with a distinguished group of colleagues and friends who will be coming here. I'll be calling them in a second. And then there will be a subsequent part which will actually be run with the practitioners, the people who are actually running and addressing these challenges at municipal level, at community level. I understand the opening remarks which were supposed to be delivered. I will call his name, Dr. Bellew Kipsang. I don't think he is in the room. He was supposed to give us a welcome statement. He is the Principal Secretary for Immigration and Citizens Services at the Government of Kenya. But he's not here, obviously, so let's go straight, especially when we have also lost some time. So in order to move to the next phase, maybe I will first invite the panelists to come and join me here. I'll start with my brother, my young brother, Dr. Mamadou Diane Balde. Mamadou is the UNHCR Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa. He's based here in Nairobi, a veteran, despite his young age, a veteran in refugee and efforts to address displacement work for over 2 decades. So he comes with a very long experience, and he has held senior roles at country and at headquarters levels, focusing on protection, emergency response, and durable solutions. Mamadou, please join me. Let's give him a hand. Welcome. Please. I am also honored to invite Dr. Fatuma Aden. Fatuma is the head of the IGAD mission to the Republic of Kenya. Dr. Fatuma Aden is the head of mission of the Republic to the Republic of Kenya at IGAD, where she leads regional engagement and coordination on key development, humanitarian, and policy initiatives. Welcome, Doctor. Welcome. Beatrice Erazu Puig, if I can pronounce that correctly. Beatrice is the Senior Urban Development Specialist at the World Bank. Welcome, Beatrice. She is supporting cities and governments on urban planning, housing, municipal finance, and infrastructure with a focus on inclusive and climate resilient development. Welcome, Beatrice. Welcome indeed. Princess Samba Makundele, if I can pronounce that correctly. I don't know if Princess is here. Yes, Princess is here. Welcome, Princess. Princess is the Program Management Officer at UN Habitat, Regional Office for Africa, working on human settlements, urban resilience, and displacement. She has led regional planning and displacement initiatives across multiple African contexts. So I think we are together now. Let me just start by a few words. As said earlier, as it was highlighted, displacement today is reshaping cities and placing growing pressure on already strained systems, while current responses are struggling to keep pace. So what needs to be fundamentally changed? What is it that needs to change? Why are existing models no longer sufficient? Where are the main bottlenecks? And how can emerging approaches, such as the Human Settlements Multi-Stakeholder Pledge, help guide a more integrated system responses? So this segment is about framing the problem. As I mentioned earlier, this is to tell us the scale of the challenge, and then hopefully the second part will tell us how is the problem being addressed. So this is about framing the problem clearly and setting the stage for solutions and experiences we will hear on this from our distinguished panelists here. Now, I'm going to start with you, Mamadou, if I may. The Human Settlements Pledge, this was in 2023 at the Global Refugee Forum. So that pledge was made then. The Human Settlements Pledge, launched at the Global Refugee Forum in 2023, is considered a game changer in responding to refugee situations. What is the pledge about, and in what way is it a game changer? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yakub, my brother. And you and I were in Geneva in December 2025 when we were doing the midterm review of the Global Refugee Forum 2023. During that midterm review, 2 years after the announcement of the pledge, we were able to see that countries, government, UN agencies were walking the talk. And what it is about is the government of Ethiopia, represented here, it's UN Habitat, coming together and saying, the way we have been responding to refugee issues by placing them in refugee camps far away from livable settlement, by isolating them, keeping them together, has not been working. And that was the way it has changed. So the government of Ethiopia, the government
of Kenya and several others came together and said, along with the support of UN Habitat, that we need to change the way we are responding to this crisis. You said it, refugees stay much longer in refugee situations, over 2 decades. We have seen that by isolating them, it is a lose-lose situation. And that pledge, hopeful, progressive, forward-looking, came and said, let's move and make places that are hosting refugees, places that are livable, places where there are lives, where there are economic activities, and where sisters and brothers, along with host communities, can live together. So that was the game changer of that pledge. And I'm happy to say that that game changer never stayed only in books, in shelves. Countries in this region have made it happen. In Kenya, where we are located, we have the government of Kenya realizing that Kakuma and Dadaab, some of the largest cities, concentration of human beings, are economic places, are places where we can trade, where people can contribute, and that it's a place where things can move much more differently. Sadly, though, I have to say, this took us several decades to be realized. Kabribeya in Ethiopia, same thing. One of the most important, and I will stop there, Yakub, is now the way we are responding to emergencies. You see, Kakuma, Dadaab, it took us 3 decades to realize it. Kabribeya in Ethiopia, again, 3 decades to realize it. But when we had the sad situation happening in Sudan during the emergency, we decided that we should not be staying or waiting for several decades to already on day 1 to make the settlement places of economic activities benefiting both the refugees and the host. And that's how, when in April 2023, a crisis that is entering sadly its 4th year in few days' time, in Ura, in Ethiopia, in the Benishangul Gumuz area, from day 1, with UN Habitat, with several partners, with the support of the European Union, we were able to use physical as well as aerial type of understanding of context to make sure that the economic linkages with existing communities were already looked at, so that we don't wait for that situation to become protracted before we change it. So, in a nutshell, the multi-stakeholder pledge is a learning from the past, looking at the future, understanding that sisters and brothers who happen to be refugees today have the capabilities to be nurtured, and we should not isolate them. And this is the journey we've been taking, and this is the forward-looking ways we've been seeing things, hopefully also with the investment of international financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mamadou. You said a lot of things, but you also did something just now. You actually took me back 34 years. I was one of the young officers, like you today, who started Dadaab. And it was 3 camps, Ifu, Hagadera, and Dagahali, and each one of them had a capacity to host 30,000 Somali refugees. Nobody thought it would be 90,000. It went on to become much bigger, and the numbers grew because of the situation in Somalia, of course, but also thanks to the hospitality and generosity of Kenya. At some point, I was told Dadaab became the 4th largest city in Kenya. And that did not come because there is a refugee camp there. That came because there are humans there who came seeking security and sanctuary, settled, and actually transformed the reality. Dadaab moved from being 3 camps to being an urban setting with buzz and activity. So this is also what you have just done by taking me back to those days. To put refugees in isolated camps no longer works. Thank you for that. Let me go to Dr. Fatuma. Dr. Fatuma, how is displacement reshaping cities and territories across the region, and how is it affecting governments and countries in the IGAD region? You want me to repeat the question, or okay, thank you. Over to you, Dr. Fatuma.
Thank you, moderator, for that. And I take this opportunity to thank all the organizers in having IGAD in this panel discussion. And as you rightly indicated, we know, particularly for this region that is IGAD, displacement is shaping, but also reshaping our cities, our territories in unprecedented manner. And therefore, as institutions, as governments, both regional, national, subnational governments, we have to align ourselves, we have to realign ourselves in this, shape that is being driven by displacement. This, as we see taking shape, is also, having a lot of influence on the informal settlements. We have formal settlements. There are issues in our pre-urban areas that is also being shaped by displacement, particularly on the populations that are moving or migrating to our cities. As you rightly indicated, and my brother has also talked about, we have protracted refugee camps, particularly here in Kenya, which were initially located or situated in rural areas, but they've turned into urban setup, which are majorly non-agricultural economies. And that has to or should help us rethink how do we align ourselves as leaders, as governments, as cities, in ensuring that that displacement which has shaped our refugee camps is aligned well. We as a region, we as countries are also seeing quite a lot of unplanned, rapid urbanization within the region, which is majorly interfering with our spatial planning. And most of the times, and we've heard from our previous speakers, the mayors, the city, governors are, caught up in a situation where they have to deal with humanitarian issues or challenges or sometimes even crises which have been created by this displacement. And that it was not the initial role of the leadership of the cities. So how do we rethink, realign ourselves in this shape that has been generated by displacement? As we speak, because of the demographic dividends, as we put it, we have a large influx of population to our urban cities. What does that mean? That means there is a lot of unplanned pressure on the social infrastructure, particularly on our health, the education facilities or the infrastructure. The education infrastructure is overstretched, and that these are challenges that have not been planned for, they've not been budgeted for, they have not been articulated very well by our cities. When we have this stretched infrastructure, we do see and experience a lot of discomfort, if I may put it, of the host communities that have already been there and the new arrivals. So what happens? We have, spots of conflicts, particularly in our slums. We have conflicts based on resources, and therefore that contributes sometimes to conflict and poor cohesion amongst communities. And you find yourselves, communities regrouping themselves because of that, discomfort of receiving or taking up new arrivals due to the pressure that is created. And for us as a region, we see from the regional government level to the subnational level, this is a real concern. That interferes with the quality of service, quality of health, education, service, the housing, the quality of housing. That has an implication on other outcomes. What is the health outcome of our population that because of the displacement? So these are the issues that we see as the signs and symptoms of displacement in the region, and therefore we must realign ourselves as we plan, as we budget, as we develop our policies at the regional level, at the national level, but also at the subnational level in the IGAD region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatuma, for that. Very clear. And you emphasized that human movement and migration towards urban centers is overstretching capacity, basic social infrastructure, as we mentioned earlier. Maybe in my next question to you, you will help us understand efforts to address this from a regional perspective. I'm going to Princess, and Princess, host communities in existing human settlements and cities mostly already face housing crisis and lack of adequate basic services. Pressure from displacement makes them reach a tipping point. What pressures are you seeing on the ground as you deal with this from where you sit?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon to everyone. If I may...
and if you can cover it all in 4 minutes, I would be very grateful.
Yes. So from the field, what is a pressure that you really can feel at first is that different voices wants to be heard at the same time and with the same priority. So you have different perspectives to respond to. You have the host communities that, as they are locals, they are nationals, they feel that their needs, their challenges has to be addressed at first. And when you arrive in those settings are really vulnerable. So you have host communities that they live in informal settlements, in areas that they are not prone for urbanization, areas that they are not served by, for example, water supply system or electricity. So the lack also of lighting is influencing on safety and security. And there are also areas that they are not served by, let's say, health and educational facilities. So they really feel that they are in a vulnerable situation, perspective one. Then we have the perspective of the displaced affected communities. So they come with a background that is in a crisis situation. So the emergency, the need really to respond in short term to their needs is also a priority that they want actually to be considered at first for the urgency. Then I can say that the third perspective is local governments and municipalities, because they have to respond to the different communities' needs, but they also have to continue to manage the city, and they have to respond to other levels of government, for example, state or national, to prove that they are capable to manage migration and urban migration governance. Last but not least is development partners such as UN Habitat, UNHCR, because we have to respond with intervention that has a beneficial for the different point of views. And so to respond to host communities, to displaced affected communities, and meanwhile also provide technical capacity to local governments, because they have to be also, let's say, capable to respond, to manage migration without the support of development partners and humanitarian partners. This is the pressure that I think that you can really feel on the field. As, let's say, a response, what UN Habitat does also with the support of UNHCR, is that we develop really intervention that they have a domino effect of benefits. For example, different communities feel the consequences of flooding, so an intervention would be drainage system or natural-based solution, because those are beneficial for everyone. or for example, the installation of markets, job opportunities for everyone. So this is actually our challenge, but it's also a way to respond to the different voices. And meanwhile, we provide capacity building to local authorities and also the involvement of communities in the planning process. I hope that I'm in 4 minutes time.
Excellent.
But yes, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for that very comprehensive response and also for sticking to the time. But you did highlight one thing that stood out for me: pressures mount. Host communities are in distress. And you add to that stress. This is a development, this is a long-term problem that needs to be addressed as such. Otherwise, it will have negative consequences on everything. We spoke earlier about tensions and security issues, but I think social cohesion is also a very important matter that has to always be kept in mind. Thank you, Princess. Let me go to Beatrice. Beatrice, how are displacement and climate pressures changing urban investment priorities, especially for housing and services? Over to you.
Thank you for the question. I think the previous speakers have already clearly laid out that this is a dual challenge that is a reality. It's not in the future, it's here with us now, and it needs a paradigm shift in the way that we are investing, moving from temporary humanitarian aid to long-term development, as you clearly lay out in the introductory remarks. Camps are already neighborhoods, and that agglomeration of neighborhoods are already cities. The population of Dadaab, if you add the camps and the host communities, is as big as Eldoret, who has a city state, that has a city status. Kakuma is the same as Thika or Riru here in metropolitan Nairobi. So we need to recognize that reality. Many people that are living there were born there. So that really requires a shift. And I'm happy from the World Bank, we are working with UN Habitat, with yourselves, UNHCR, on this change of framework, no? To move from camps to integrated, sustainable human settlements. And the way we are operationalizing this new way of doing things, we call it people and place approach. So we address the vulnerabilities of the people, improving their livelihoods, but we cannot forget about improving the places where they're living, both for the displaced and the host communities. I think that is clear that this integrated approach is needed. And we know that by uplifting the places, we will create opportunities for everyone that will create a virtuous circle. And I think in this integrated approach, we see 5 dimensions that are interlinked. The spatial dimension, so working on urban planning, land tenure, and the systems, that's the basic foundations. Then we move to a physical infrastructure. We need to improve access to basic services. And it's not an easy task, because also the populations are shifting. So the dynamics in terms of how we plan for those shifts, it's also a challenge that I think we need to collectively address, and it's also very context-based. So I don't think we have a response that is a model that we can apply across the region, but we really need to learn with those on the ground to do those physical investments. Then we have the social investments and the economic. We really need to create economic opportunities and jobs. And all of this underpinned by institutional support. So let me explain an example here from Kenya, where we're actually all working together here in Kakuma and Dadaab. Through the Kenya Urban Support Program, we are helping establish the municipalities of Kakuma and Dadaab and really empower them to be able to coordinate this integrated approach on the ground. Because another challenge I think we see is this maybe limited coordination across a big number of stakeholders on the ground. So by establishing the instruments such as the spatial plans, the urban development plans, where we all can come in as development partners and support them with a common vision, a long-term vision, I think that will be really transformational. And we cannot forget how we incentivize the private sector. I think that needs to be key. We are not going to uplift these communities without ensuring the private sector can thrive. And again, an example that we have is in Kakuma Kalobey, where the World Bank IFC has the Kakuma Kalobey Challenge Fund that has been providing grants to really de-risk private investments and has resulted in a number of businesses coming up for renewable energy, solid waste management, access to financial systems. So yeah, let me stop there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Beatrice. Thank you indeed. I like your people and place approach, and the dimensions that you also look at and take into account. The spatial, that includes urban planning, the physical, the social, and the economic. Did I miss one? The institutional. Thank you very much. Let's keep that in mind and see how this is going to weave into the responses to the next round of questions that I'm going to be posing. And I'm back to you, Mamadou. Through the Human Settlements Pledge, we see a push towards more integrated approaches. Why are existing humanitarian development responses no longer sufficient? Over to you.
Thank you, Yakub, and you refer to your time over 34 years ago, when you see what was Dadaab, what became in Garissa County, what became the fourth largest city, and then you are told here that it is very close to Eldoret in terms of amount, and you see that the government of Kenya has made it a municipality. That can show you how we've learned over the past 30 years. What would have been great is that we don't wait for all this time to look at the numbers, to go on the integration of services, to build the institution so that we save ourselves a lot of trial and errors. And that's, I think, what this pledge has been about. And in 2 years' time, hopefully, when we go to the next Global Refugee Forum, we would have said that it's not only Dadaab, Kakuma, Kalobey, it's not only Kabribeya in Ethiopia, it's not only Zaleka in Malawi, it's not only Mbera in Mauritania. It's in all these places where we have learned out of it and that we have built the institutions, favor the financing, and that we are able to help those who can take care of themselves to take care of themselves. That's the hope and that's the forward-looking. And it's not only for the refugees, it's also for the host populations. Let me give you numbers. There are about 10.8 million refugees currently on the African continent. That's quite a lot. In the region I cover, Eastern and Southern Africa, it's 6.4 million, 6.4. And these numbers has doubled the last 10 years. We pray, hope, and we are Friday today, we pray, even though we are not at the mosque. We pray, hope that these numbers don't keep growing. But the reality is that countries continue to have conflict and we have less and less peace, and so refugees issues sadly are going to remain. What is it that we need? And it links to the obstacles as well as the partnership conversation we had with IGAD, the World Bank, and UN Habitat, and several others here. One is the political courage, as well as, that forward-looking views about the human beings that we are helping to have the right policies. I have in the room Ato Zeinu here, formerly from the government of Ethiopia, who work with the government to show that you can be courageous and make things work. That's the type of courage we need. That's the one that Kenya had into having Kakuma and Dadaab as municipalities. That's what is needed. It is required. But once we have these policies, we need to implement them. And that will require, and I link it to the last panel, the municipalities, the governors. Here in Kenya, the governor of Turkana, the governor of Garissa are very much part of the way we have to do. In Ethiopia, the government of Benishangul Gumuz, the region, and I'm just staying in these two countries. In Uganda, the various head of district, they are part, and we have to find ways to work closely with them. Two more points and I stop. IGAD has been extremely important into having this regional framework since 2016-17. We have worked on having the right policies. We need to make sure that with the EAC, with SADC, with the African Union, we are implementing them. And finally, the financing. The financing remains an issue. We just had it and heard it during the last panel. It's not about financing that goes through UN organizations or through local. It's about enabling the private sector to work with the refugees, the host population who can take care of themselves, to really contribute to the society so that they can produce and that they can pay taxes and that we go on. So these are some of the challenges, but we have seen it work. Let us be smart. Let's not wait for additional decades, even though we know that when you are dealing with politics, politics always take you to places. It's not very rational, but we have to go for rationality and forward-looking for our sisters and brothers and the generous populations that host them. Back to you, Jacob.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you so much, dear Mamadou, for that. I know we are a bit behind schedule, so we'll try to speed up. Let me go to Princess. Princess, if we continue on the current path, what are the risks for cities, communities, and the stability in those? Let me repeat the question. If we continue on the current path, what are the risks for cities and communities, especially when it relates to stability?
Sure. I will start with the city, cities in itself. Actually, which kind of city we are talking about. Primary and secondary cities in migration absorption and management have to be considered at the same way because it's a risk. It's a risk when we focus only on primary cities, because secondary cities sometimes, above all the secondary cities that they are at the border with countries in conflict, they represent the first urban settlement that migrants arrive, and also they can, let's say, find peace, safe, and security. So they have really this value. And then the planning of secondary city can really support primary city not to have a high demand of job opportunities, high pressure on housing. So especially there, it's really important to consider both of the two levels of cities at the same way. City planning-wise, I think we have this risk to plan areas for the reintegration of migrants far from urban cores. And this leads actually to develop cities that they are not compact, with low density. And if they are low compact, low density, so it means that they are far from the city center, you also have to plan more infrastructure, so spend more to connect the reintegration site to the urban core. So this is another challenge that the city is facing. In terms of communities, I think the biggest challenge and risk is if the communities are not involved in the planning process, they don't have the ownership of the interventions. Same for the local authorities, for the government. So to integrate them in planning process, identification of challenges, also the proposals of intervention to respond to their needs. If this is not considered, it can be a risk because it can really affect stability, affect the social cohesion, and also, let's say, peace in a city. Yeah, I think I'll stop it here.
Thank you very much, Princess. Very clear. Thank you very much indeed. For that, let me move on and go back to Dr. Fatuma with this question. We have frameworks and commitments in place. Why is implementation at scale still so difficult? What are the key bottlenecks in governance, in financing, and in coordination?
Thank you again. And I think the issues, as you've heard from the previous speakers, are interconnected. And that we all agree, not only in this sector, but also in other sectors, we are not short of frameworks, we are not short of policies, we are not short of all the guidelines and SOPs that we need to drive this agenda. For me, one of the major bottleneck is partially the implementation of those frameworks and how do we drive those frameworks that we already have them. And that being creative enough with all the challenges that we've talked about, being creative enough to implement the frameworks that keep on evolving on an annual basis or on a daily basis. I think that is one of the challenges in implementing those frameworks. Are we creative enough? Are we proactive enough? Are we, do we evolve as, are we evolving enough to ensure that we implement those frameworks? The major bottleneck for me and my brother Mohammed has talked about, which the region is working on, is having a robust governance system from the top to the lower level, and ensuring that as we lead, the citizens, the people that we are serving, are at the center, are aware of, are moving with us as we lead. That is one. From the regional government, I think we have the Council of Ministers, we have the heads of states and government, and I think we are taking the right direction. We are doing quite a lot in that. But a lot needs to be done, and for me, they are bottlenecks that we've addressed as a region, collectively, as countries, individually, as nations, at the level of the cities, but we still have a lot to address in providing the right leadership in implementing those policies and frameworks. The governance of and the disconnect between what we see at the governance level, the framework, and the localization of this. I think the realities, what is in the ground, is completely different sometimes, or a bit needs to be tweaked from what the national governments plan for. Let's say the Kenya government plans to implement certain frameworks like this. But how do we contextualize? They say complex situations like this require complex solution, and therefore you must contextualize and localize. That is one of the bottlenecks that needs to be addressed. The other issue has been talked about. I think we have a lot of work. There is a lot of coordination that is majorly siloed. We think we are coordinating, but we are not. And I think that needs to be addressed at the different tiers. Financing is also trapped. Financing is not, city-wide approach or system-wide approach. We need to retailer and tailor our financing system so that we are able to address those challenges. And finally, how do we go about, this displacement support? And I think UNHCR, other development partners are still trapped into the old way of doing things. Let me not go into the details, but we have to evolve with the evolving situation for us to address and implement the frameworks that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatuma. Thank you indeed for that. People's engagement. You raise a point that was very powerfully raised yesterday by President Ruto. He talked about the policy, about the regulatory frameworks, about the politics, but he also spoke about engaging the communities. And that is when things start moving, because if things are being done for the people or for the communities, it will not happen. But if it is with them, then they will own it, and then it goes. This applies also in settings where displacement has taken place to urban settings, where people have either become present coming from refugee camps, or they are internally displaced, or they are migrants, but they find themselves in these big metropoles, and they have to be involved, they have to be engaged, and they have to own. Thank you for raising that point and all the points you have raised. Beatrice, I'm coming back to you, and I think many of the interventions so far have touched on the different issues because issues are interrelated. What are the main barriers to scaling investment in an inclusive, resilient, in an inclusive and resilient settlements, and how can they be overcome? What are the challenges or the barriers, and how can that be overcome so that we reach to this aspiration, if I can put it this way, of settlements that are resilient? That means they are healthy, they are providing opportunity, and they are actually accommodating people while enforcing cohesion. How can we overcome?
Okay, that's a big challenge. Let me try to address the question. I think the challenges, we have spoke a lot about them, and maybe I can summarize them in 3. The first is the financing. Humanitarian aid is not designed for long-term capital investments that we need. At the same time, the private sector is not coming in because of the perceived risks, maybe the weak institutional frameworks. The second challenge, I would say, is the governance. Again, the local governments are at the forefront, but usually they don't have the resources and the capacity to address the challenges on their own. And the third one, I would highlight, again, the coordination. Sometimes this fragmented approach leads to duplication, inefficiencies, and maybe a lack of shared vision. So we are pulling in the same direction. So in the same way, I summarize it in 3 challenges, maybe the 3 pathways. In terms of financing, I would highlight the need for innovative financing, think differently. Again, bringing one example, I would talk about performance-based grants. And here in Kenya, we have several programs, the Urban Support Program, the Water and Sanitation Program, the Education Program, that are providing performance-based grants to counties, local governments, to implement improvements in service delivery, develop infrastructure based on achievement of certain results that will strengthen their capacity in the long term. So that's one instrument. We're also doing this similar in Uganda. I don't know if anyone here is from Uganda. We actually just approved a new program that also is working in 15 municipalities hosting refugees with a similar approach. Again, the private sector. I think we need to use public and concessional financing to de-risk private investments in these areas. Coming back to the example I said before from Kakuma and Kalobey, I think there are really a lot of lessons learned there that can be expanded to other countries in Africa. In terms of local governance, we really need to strengthen the municipalities or the local structures to be able to have the instruments, the capacity, and the financing. We need to work also on on-source revenue and in ways that they can have fiscal sustainability for them to develop these capital investments and be on the driving seat, because they are every day, they know what their needs are. And in terms of coordination, and I think dialogues like this, and I think we're moving in that way in terms of coordinating all development partners, the government really needs to be at the center of it, bringing everyone to the table and having a clear vision and understanding how each of us fits in that vision and how can we build on each other's work to avoid this duplication and inefficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. Let's give a hand to our panelists. We all were listening attentively, and I think I will do serious injustice if I try to summarize. And my summary would be, I've learned a lot listening to you. Thank you very much indeed. We have, through your interventions, been able to do 3 things, in my view. We articulated the problem or the challenge. We highlighted some of what is being done to address those challenges in terms of evolution from the old way of doing things, 3 camps, to the adapt today. So that was also highlighted. And finally, you also even delved into highlighting some of the interventions or engagements that I hope will be even more highlighted in our next session, because we are going to be working in the next one with distinguished people who are actually working on addressing these challenges in the real world, in real life. So thank you for doing that, and I think it will be a very good segue from your session to the next one. I thank you. Thank you very much. And as our distinguished panelists leave, I want us to remind us that this segment, the one that is coming, will focus on practical pathways forward. We want to see how to move from fragmented humanitarian responses towards integrated, scalable human settlement approaches that strengthen local systems and deliver for both displaced and host communities. Let me join you in a second to take. So to do that, we will be joined by an exceptional group of leaders. I hope they're already in the room. I will call the names shortly, who are shaping policy and implementation in contexts that are at the forefront of displacement and urban transformation. This session is going to be solutions-oriented and a discussion that is focused on practical, focused and doable ideas that are actually emerging from experience, and how can we scale that up after we listen to our distinguished panelists. I want to mention to the room that throughout this discussion, you are invited to share your reflections and short questions through a live platform that you can see on the screen. I hope it is going to be put up. This is going to be, is someone going to show that? It's a Mentimeter. It has a code, but I'm not seeing it coming up on the screen. Maybe we will see it. Once it comes up, we will, anyway, the code for that, if you can write it down, is 9514 5407. So there is a code that you need to enter, or you take the barcode, and there you will be able to actually contribute to the conversation from your seat, but you can also ask questions to the panelists. So the input will also help in the documentation for this conversation that we will be having next. Now, let me, first of all, with great pleasure and honor, call on Honorable Judith Nabakuba. Honorable Judith Nabakuba is the Honorable Minister in the room. Yes, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Honorable Nabakuba is the Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development in the Republic of Uganda. Welcome, Minister. Welcome. His Excellency Saeed Muhammad Mahmoud, State Minister, the Ministry of Public Works, Reconstruction and Housing in Somalia. I understand he is not in the room. And I assume also Honorable Muhammad Hussein Abu Bakr is also not in the room. two representatives from the Federal Republic of Somalia, unfortunately, are unable to be with us. Dr. Yared Teshomi. Dr. Yared Teshomi is the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Urban and Infrastructure Development in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. Welcome, Doctor. Welcome indeed. Honorable Engineer Louis Justin Court Akolith is the Undersecretary, Ministry of Housing, Land, Urban Development in the Republic of South Sudan. Welcome, welcome indeed. Mr. Yusuf Mohammed Yusuf. Is Dr. Yusuf here? Mr. Yusuf is the President of the Provincial Council of Wadai, Republic of Chad. Thank you very much for the correction. Welcome indeed. Honorable Jeremiah Ekames, Governor of Turkana County. I don't know if the governor is with us in the room. I don't see any movement. Miss Mercy Mwasaru. Mercy Mwasaru is the Commissioner, Department of Refugee Services in Kenya. I don't think she is in the room. And finally, last but not least, Miss Renske Steenbergen, if I pronounce the name correctly. Yeah. Welcome, Renske. Welcome indeed. Renske is the Deputy Director at VNG International, and she supports local governments globally through VNG International, focusing on strengthening municipal capacity for inclusive, sustainable urban development. So, as we said earlier, this is going to be listening to this new group of leaders who are actually going to talk to us about how are these challenges that we heard the previous panelists discuss and highlight. And I think maybe a leading thought here or question would be, what is the most effective pathway you are pursuing to move from fragmented humanitarian responses towards integrated, scalable human settlements to deal with displacement in a way that benefits both the displaced and the host communities. So we are going to go into the conversation, and I would like you to take the floor in the same order that you have been introduced. So I would go to the Minister first. Minister, I want to come to you first. Let me just consult my papers here. So we would like you to, Honorable Minister, would like to request you to share in 4 minutes your perspective and from your experience, I repeat again, what is the most effective pathway you are pursuing to move from fragmented humanitarian responses towards integrated, scalable human settlements to deal with displacement in a way that benefits both the displaced and the host communities? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I take this opportunity to talk about displacement and migration in Uganda. I would say that Uganda, as a country, under the leadership of our president, we have had an open door policy for refugees in Uganda. And currently we are hosting about 1.8 million refugees across the country. They have come and they have been in position to access our services, but also integration, which is smooth in most of these areas. When it comes to urban areas, I would say that in urban areas, of course, we have refugees, but we can also have what we call rural-urban migration. People who move from rural areas to urban areas, looking for better opportunities. But when it comes to refugees to urban areas, you realize that this free open policy allows them to move freely, work, access our services in the cities, especially in Kampala, but also the secondary cities. Few things we used to experience in the past, you'd find pressure on land and also pressure on services. And at times, even the host communities would feel a little bit uncomfortable when people come and integrate within them. But as government, what we have tried to do currently, we have designed programs in liaison with the development partners to see that the integration is smooth and safe. These programs have helped us, the host communities, to accept people who come. First of all, the programs we are drawing, they extend additional services in the area. You realize that even infrastructure, when it comes to roads, is done to benefit both the host communities and the refugees. And in some areas, you realize that even a rural area, which is hosting refugees, automatically, as numbers increase, it becomes a growth center or an urban center. So what we do, we put things that can benefit the two, the host communities and refugees. We have built several markets in those areas where both the local communities and refugees can trade in a cordial manner. We have put up sports facilities, recreation centers, which activities help them to run and manage their affairs together. And when it comes to land, what we have done practically, we have done what we call land tenure security for the host communities. Because in most cases where they have been settling, you realize that host communities were very uncertain about their land rights. But with such interventions, what we do, we educate the local communities, engage them why the refugees have come, but also we assure them that their land is not going to be taken, and we help them in processing what we call documentation to enable them get freehold titles to ascertain their land ownership, and that one has created good working relationship without much dispute. We have also the Refugee Act, which allows for freedom of movement, but we also have an interministerial disaster management committee, and it is normally chaired by the Office of the Prime Minister to coordinate all offices that work, all ministries that work on issues of refugees. And in that coordinated manner, it helps to be cohesive, but also it brings the teams together to put what is required to them. When it comes to refugees in urban areas, they have access to our public services, I have told you, education, healthcare, and they often pay the costs for those ones. But another thing which is required of them, documentation. Much as they are in these urban areas, they are required to obtain proper documentation, that is refugee ID cards, which is very crucial for accessing some of our services. It could be a driving permit, you could be a professional, you want to work in a hospital, you could be wanting services of a bank, maybe a formal employment. So such documentations help them to get what they want and integrate better. Then we do community integration. Urban refugees tend to rely on networks and community organization to access services rather than direct aid. So they are always helped through integration support, working with the different organizations that are in place, and that has helped us a lot to seamlessly work with them, but also improve. And we usually, whenever we get these refugees, sessions are always done with the Office of the Prime Minister to help them, give them information that can help them to settle, but also access what they should access in our country, Uganda. I thank you. That is so far that's what I can comment on what we are doing as a country when it comes to refugees.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Minister, Minister Judith. Thank you for sharing Uganda's experience. As actually we know, Uganda today is Africa's largest refugee hosting country. I think you have about 1.5 million refugees hosted in Uganda from different parts of the continent. And I think the latest addition to that already large population are people from my country, Sudan. So thank you for hosting our people as they had to flee. Thank you very much. Dr. Yared, I'm coming to you. And behind you on the big screen, there are many interventions that are actually taking place. So in addition to the larger question that I asked before the minister spoke, if you could also, from the Ethiopia experience, if you can actually shed some light in your intervention as to what is the role of the private sector in the efforts that Ethiopia is pursuing in terms of human settlement, including to the displaced. Also, any experience on land tenure issues that come with displacement. There were questions about the role of the youth, of course. What concrete reforms are we willing to confront, including on the political economy front, because this is also about economics. I'm very happy about the interaction that is taking place online, but unfortunately you can't see it on the screens in front of you. I don't know if there's any way that we can show this on the screens in front of the panelists so that they can also follow the conversation. Dr. Yari, over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with some numbers, figures from Ethiopia. I do have here witness from Mamadou and Dr. Fatuma, since we are working together in the issue of displacement and immigration. You know, Ethiopia is one of the fastest growing in the fastest urbanization with 5.4% per year, and the fifth largest urban population in Africa. Regarding our population, that is the second biggest population. And checking how the urbanization is going through, around 62% of urbanization, that is migration related to urbanization, is for economic reason, and 23% for social reason. And when we come to the issue of cross-border displacement and internal displacement, next to Uganda, Ethiopia is one of the second country hosting more than 1 million refugees to Ethiopia. So as per the witness, only 12% of these refugees are in urban areas, which we understood the position and situation of Ethiopia, that we change it, this in our policy and legal framework to integrate to the urban area. That means around 8% of refugees, that is as a cross-border displacement, they're living in camps in restricted areas. So when we come to some of the lessons that we can share to African brothers, there are 4 major pointers. The first one is the policy and legal framework. We have changed the prospect that to make things in restricting areas, that we are working to incorporate this displacement and also the issue of migration into our urban development policy. So from the policy aspect, this is a new that we have included in the 8 pillars of our urban policies to have the issue of displacement and migration to have the major agenda. In the legal aspects, actually I will mention in the sub-point, but we have changed the issue of land tenures and property that migrants or, the refugee to have their own property in Ethiopia. Just this is what happened before three or 4 months that officially allow Ethiopia to have a property in any African and to have this. And the other important is a collaboration. As you all know, the issue of collaboration with multilateral and bilateral institutions with the regional and global institutions is very important. So Ethiopia is working with both regional and sub-regional and global institutions concerning this displacement and migration challenges, and with a strong committed solution to solve this. And the third one is institutional reform. What we have in Ethiopia is, I think, very exemplary. Previously, we don't have any institution that work at the local level concerning this displacement and migration. Nowadays, with their own indigenous knowledge, there are institutions working, sectors working on this issue, from federal, which is under Disaster Risk Management Commission, to the level of local areas, working with both multilateral, both global and regional institutions. So institutional reform is the major steps that solve the challenges related to this displacement and migration. And last but not the least, the issue of indigenous knowledge and values. In case of Ethiopia, we have a good anthropological makeups that's hosting refugees and displacements as a family. So in making things harmonize as per our policies frameworks, both in urban and housing, we have an initiative with a proverb, back to the origin. So I think it's similar with Ubuntu of Kenya. So the displacement and refugee issues are, it's not the issue of government and issue of multilateral state, but it's the issue of community. So we should harmonize this in an indigenous knowledge way. So we have like Busa Gonofa, which is like, Busa Gonofa means in our language, accept and just make them family. So such kind of indigenous knowledge and values are even helping us to the extent of innovating finance, because the community will contribute anytime for such kind of risk management in concern of this displacement and migration. So these are the 4 lessons that Ethiopia can share, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Yared, for that very powerful example and the experience of Ethiopia and what Ethiopia is doing actually to facilitate assimilation and integration, including to refugees. You mentioned the recent law that allows foreigners to obtain or to own land as one of the examples. Listening to you, I am also aware that in the room there are 2 people who have worked very closely from the government side and from the UN side or the international community side in that process. Mr. Zeno Umar is the former Minister of Peace in Ethiopia, but also former head of the Refugee Agency, Refugee Commission in Ethiopia. And next to him is Mohamedou Diane Balde, the former UNHCR representative in Ethiopia. Both of them work in exactly laying the foundation for what is now concrete results on the ground delivered by Ethiopia. So thank you very much, Dr. Yared, for that. And a hand of applause to Dr. Yared. Thank you very much. Let me go to Honorable Engineer Louis Justin Quot Akulith, who oversees policy implementation and coordination on housing, land, and urban development at the Ministry of Housing, Land, Urban Development in the Republic of South Sudan. Honorable, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Farouk, for the opportunity. Distinguished guest, good afternoon. I will speak in the context of South Sudan. South Sudan is one of the countries that is highly affected by urban displacement and immigration. And that situation really has made it pertinent for the government and the humanitarian actors and development partners to come together and join hands to look for ways how this vast situation can be handled in the best way possible. The government of South Sudan, together with the humanitarian actors, early realized that this situation needs to be realized. And urban displacement and migration in South Sudan is profoundly reshaping the country's urban system by accelerating unplanned urbanization, overburdening weak municipal institutions, deepening socioeconomic vulnerabilities, and transforming towns into complex humanitarian development spaces where displacement is no longer temporary but defining urban condition. Displacement has turned towns such as Juba, Wau, Malakal, Bentiu into primary destinations for IDPs, returnees, and refugees, driving rapid urban growth that far exceeds planning capacity of the local authorities. The government of South Sudan has adopted a national durable solution strategy and plan of action to facilitate voluntary return, local integration, and the settlement of internally displaced persons, refugees, returnees, and host communities. The strategy emphasizes creating a secure environment, providing basic services, supporting livelihood integration, and strengthening government capacities and coordination mechanisms to transit from parallel humanitarian systems to holistic government-led interventions. In the context of South Sudan, the most effective pathway being pursued to transit from fragmented humanitarian responses to integrated scalable human settlement is the operationalization of the human development peace nexus through area-based, government-led, durable solutions programming, which aligns national policy, the Durable Solutions for the Republic of South Sudan 2024-28, with localized multi-sector investments that simultaneously support internally displaced persons and returnees. The pathway prioritizes local integration, strengthens subnational governance, and community-level service delivery, moving beyond camps and parallel aid systems toward inclusive settlements anchored in resilience, livelihoods, and social. South Sudan's shift toward integrated humanitarian settlement is being enabled by area-based programming under the HDP I mentioned earlier, Nexus, which replaces fragmented sector-specific humanitarian interventions with geographically targeted multi-sector interventions that jointly address service delivery, livelihoods, infrastructure. The government's durable solution strategy explicitly reframes displacement from a humanitarian integration issue to a development challenge, emphasizing local return and resettlement. Operationally, partners such as the UN Habitat, UNDP, and EU-funded initiatives apply area-based approaches across multiple states, integrating humanitarian relief development investments. These approaches combine climate resilient infrastructure, livelihoods and economic recovery support, and protection and gender responsive programming. All of these approaches are delivered jointly to IDPs, returnees, and host communities, resulting in reduced inequality and tension. The approach directly addresses past fragmentation, where humanitarian and development actors operated in isolated and separate manner with different funding cycles and mandates, often duplicating efforts or creating gaps. This approach has resulted in shift from parallel systems to integrated settlements where services, infrastructure, and economic opportunities are shared and co-developed. Pertaining to the governance and coordination, effective transition is being driven by hybrid governance arrangements that combine national policy leadership with strengthened subnational coordination platforms, empowering state, county, and lower tiers of the government. At the national level, the durable solution provides a unified policy and planning framework. At the subnational level, programming explicitly strengthened local governance systems. Investment focus on building institutional capacity and local authorities. Coordination improvements made so far is the movement from fragmented clusters and ad hoc development forums toward joint coordination platforms across the Nexus HDP. Despite the progress made so far, integrated approaches, governance, and coordination remains challenged by fragmented donor funding streams. Two, weak formal coordination between humanitarian and development system. Urban displacement and migration in South Sudan are central drivers of the country's urbanization, producing cities that are simultaneously humanitarian spaces, informal settlements, and emerging economic centers. Addressing this requires shifting from short-term relief to integrated urban planning, land governance reform, and locally led service delivery systems that include both displaced and host populations. With this, I think I stop here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Akoleth, for bringing South Sudan to the room, and also the experience, the challenges, but also the efforts being made to actually address what is a very big and heavy responsibility on South Sudan, including from your neighbor, Sudan, because of the recent events. No less than 800,000 Sudanese refugees coming to South Sudan, in addition, of course, to returnees. So thank you very much indeed for that. I am honored to announce that His Excellency Nadif Jama, the governor of Garissa County here in the Republic of Kenya, has just joined us. We are very happy that you could make it. We understand that you were delayed, but we are very glad that you could still find time to join us, Honorable Governor. I'm going to go to Mr. Yusuf, Mohammed Yusuf, who is the President of the Provincial Council of Wadai in the Republic of Chad. He leads substantial governance and development efforts in Eastern Chad, focusing on service delivery and resilience in a displacement-affected region. And indeed, it is a displacement-affected region in Eastern Chad, also bordering Sudan, where a lot of pressure is also coming. Mr. Mohammed, over to you.
Merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier l'État du Kenya pour avoir
to have accepted to organize this forum and to participate to this forum. Secondly, what I've noticed, it has amazed me. I just take this engagement to speak English because it is difficult to have the headset. So next time I'll be speaking in English. So secondly, I've noticed be it Uganda, Ethiopia, South Sudan, all these African countries, we have the same issue. But it is the approaches that differ. I would want, without talking too much, I want to propose a case and how we are experiencing that issue and how we are going to handle that issue. So the county of Wadai, where I'm the provincial president, it's eastern part of the country where we are bordering with Sudan. We have a locality which is strategic, which we call Frashara, to this west part of Chad. It is a locality that has around 10,000 people who are living there. So imagine 50,000 refugees who came to live near that locality. That is the first. Thing that I've noticed. The second thing that I want to say, we have noticed that the population have doubled. The number of population have doubled. This in the concerning the simple migration. Out of 10 million, out of 2 million of migration, we have 1.3 hundred Sudanese refugees. This has the 60% of those who are living there are related indirectly or directly with that displacement. Be it the refugees or host community are impacted. This raising a simple question: how are we going to avoid that? How are we going to avoid that our territories becomes spaces of permanent crisis? So from that town, there is a case. For a long time, responses have been organized in parallel. In one side, camp, then on the other side, towns, with the services of a system of infrastructure different. But on the ground, this reparation does not exist. Population are moving, the market are shared, the resources are common as a town. But a town without any plan, any investment, and under a very strong pressure. So stopping planning the camp and planning the territories. So this is translated in a shared part of the territory, identification of areas, extension areas between agricultural area and market, and the priority of key infrastructure, the terminals of a market. What is working today is to put all these actors on one vision, a territorial vision. So we have started a process of an integrated process with the UN Habitat and UNHCR based on what we have mapping urban areas extension to identify those key functions to have the priority of investment. For example, connection between agricultural area and commercial area, the circulation of transport, circulation of public function to actually enhance local income that have changed because we no longer want to finance more isolated services. We need to construct urban and territorial system. Another key thing, when we have fragmented services, local authorities are counted, yet they are the ones who will be there when humanitarian will leave. So we have opted a choice to put provincial council on the center of the process, to have a common system of coordination to strengthen their capacity to plan and to handle. So today, the local authorities have that percent. It's a major. What is interesting, we are in a pilot project. This approach has created motivation in our country. So we are at the same momentum. The national authorities are now having interest of that integrated approach. They are now looking for intervention frameworks which are coherent and structured. For example, let me give a concrete example that have given us a concrete example. An example that is showing it is possible to go from an emergency logic to have aligned the actors, development actors in one territory, also to have gone, when I'm talking the passage to that is scalable. It is a plan today, but tomorrow are priorities and priorities, local priorities. But to go to that scale, we are lacking three things, essential things. So some investment framework to actually bring in those who are our finances. So it is a change to a logic, no more to no longer pilot projects. For example, we are working on an informal market to have a structured economic. We are having some a public function. To conclude, we are learning a very important thing here. The displacement, when they are well accompanied, can be the factor of territorial transformation. But this calls us to well plan the town. We need to strengthen the local and also invest in a coordinated manner and a great scale. This is what we are constructing today in Fashina, and tomorrow maybe Abidjan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf. I regret that 4 attempts were made to make this machine work, but all of them failed. I think it has to do with the location where I am standing, but I hope the audience was able to follow closely as he brought to us the experience from Eastern Chad. I'm going to go to Renske. Renske from VNG International. I introduced you earlier, and to save time, I will just give you the floor.
Could I perhaps suggest to first give the floor to the governor of
I want to
Garissa,
come,
because we work very well in partnership, and I think it would be
I want the governor to speak last because he's dealing with the situation.
Sorry.
that we already discussed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. No, I thought because his intervention, I'm sure I could follow very well afterwards, but I'm also happy to go first, of course. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, also thank you very much for the invitation. We were very pleased to receive the invitation to participate here in this panel through the State Department for Urban Planning, which is one of our main partners in the work that we do here in Kenya. It's an honor to be here as the Deputy Director of the International Cooperation Agency of the Association of Netherlands Municipalities. We work in about 30 countries on strengthening local governments worldwide. And here in Kenya, we are working with 23 counties, but particularly for the experience that I want to share here, it is important to mention our partnership with the counties of Garissa and Turkana. What I think is what we've learned very much from our work here on the issue of displacement so far aligns very well with what in the first panel also was said by Beatrice, who said, please put local governments in the driver's seat of this process. And I think that is very important because I've seen in many cases that they've been at the very back of the bus. So it's very important to put them in the driver's seat and to allow them to organize the system around that reality. I think that's very crucial because what we see is that, of course, there are many challenges for the local governments to take on that role, but if we don't strengthen them in order to fulfill that role, the system itself will not be sustainable in the long run. And what I would like to mention are three main key issues, one of which is the governance aspect, the multi-level governance aspect. So in the Kenyan example, what we've seen and what we've already heard in the previous panel is the very ambitious plan that has been laid down to transform the camps into integrated sustainable municipalities with the creation of the DAP and Kakuma municipalities. After the 30 years, as was mentioned by both yourself, Mr. Moderator, and also Mamadou. And what I think is that, yes, that has been a great success, but there's so much more that needs to be done in order for it to be really sustainable and successful. So what we see, of course, is that 70 to 80% of those newly formed municipalities are refugees, and the implementation will be very challenging. And why is that? Because it is still not clear which level of government is responsible exactly for what and where the financing is coming from. And I think that is very crucial if we expect the counties and municipalities to serve that entire population, both the host communities as well as the refugee population, and where now we see that the displaced communities are not yet counted as people within those local governments that actually make that they are not getting the resources yet for those numbers, large numbers of inhabitants. And that is why we work very closely with the Council of Governors to identify the gaps in the policies, in the Refugee Act and other policies, in order to ensure that the recognition of the role of the counties is better marked, because it's really time to ensure that those policy frameworks are well in place for them to take up that role. And then secondly is the issue of transition, because what I see is that there are some of the international partners who say, okay, now it's the responsibility of the municipalities, let them take it over. But we need a very clear transition map that really enables the municipalities to understand all those roles and responsibilities and what it takes before they can actually take on that role and those responsibilities. So a transition roadmap with a very clear guideline with an idea of how to transfer the knowledge is very crucial in that regard, and we are in good dialogue with the DRS also on that process. And then thirdly is the part of the social contract, so to say, between the local governments and the inhabitants, and really the inclusion part. So we need to bridge the gap between the displaced people and the host communities, and we cannot allow inequalities to exist. And people need to be listened and heard to, and we need to ensure, and that's what we're working on as well, to ensure that the counties and municipalities are well equipped in order to facilitate those participatory approaches where they can actually include the needs in the development of their annual plans and strategic plans for the future. We are starting with some very small-scale projects in the field of waste and water management, solid waste management, in both Dadaab and Kakuma, where we are ensuring that local communities are being responsibilized for keeping their areas clean and for maintaining the water points and the water kiosks in their areas, which really ensures also that the local governments can facilitate that process and that it also can show that they are actually capable of taking on those responsibilities and those roles in order to create a little bit also of self-confidence that they are actually able to do it, but that only they need to be strengthened in order to play that role. So it is really about making the system work, because the system in itself is there, but we need to strengthen it in order to fulfill its role. And we as VNG, we hope to continue to work together and accompany the local and national government here in Kenya, but also beyond, to make that happen. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Renske, for sharing all of this with us and the very powerful experience you have, including here in Kenya. Thank you, indeed. In fact, you paved the way. Now you see why I wanted you to speak first. I want to go now to His Excellency, Nadif Jama. He's the governor of Garissa County. Governor, we had the conversation, and of course, your county featured prominently in the discussion because of the fact that what started as a small refugee presence over 30 years ago has now become one of the largest towns or cities in Kenya. So the question we were trying to address is, what is the most effective pathway you are pursuing to move from fragmented humanitarian responses towards integrated, scalable human settlements to deal with displacement in a way that benefits both the displaced and the host community? Governor, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all make an apology for coming in late. Today was a Friday and it's understandable, and also with the traffic jam that we normally have in Nairobi around this time. So my apologies. Number two, I must say that I'm extremely honored to be part of this very, very important discussion. And I can see a very, very good team of panelists with me here. I must appreciate also Renske from VNG being here. And I think, by and large, Renske has really said a lot of the issues that I'll probably have said because of their association with us. I also double up as the chair of the Council of Governors for the in the ASAL counties, the 23 ASAL counties of Kenya. So in addition to what I may say on the Dadaab refugee complex, I also will mention a few other things to do with displacement. But first of all, I think the story of the Dadaab complex and the refugee story there is a well-known one. As you rightly said, we're dealing with people who have been with us for the last 34 years or so. Huge responsibility, huge obligation. And, you can imagine living with that kind of responsibility for all those number of years. A lot of challenges, and for that matter also some positive aspects. But nevertheless, the challenges, are much more severe as we continue to. But eventually, I think what you've heard from also Renske is that we have taken the bold decision, not only as a county, but as a country as a whole, to now integrate the refugees in Dadaab to be part of us. Because really, for how long can people be in a camp and see them, not even able to make basic movements out of the camps? A lot of difficulties. People need to move for education, for health, for need to travel. And with all those considerations, I think when Kenya took the bold decision to integrate the refugees under some rules and regulations. Of course, as a county government, we took up that very well, and we had to run with the idea. One of the first things we did, as you've heard also from Rensky, is that we formed a specialized municipality. We formed a special municipality dedicated to serve the refugees and also the host community, the Dadaab municipality, which is now actively serving both the two communities in terms of their day-to-day requirements, services for that matter. And of course, that municipality, a lot of the issues that will have been required is being undertaken. But of course, in addition also, the many other requirements for the refugees are being looked into by the national government, of course, together with ourselves. The Department of Refugee Services is working very well in terms of the requirements for movement, in terms of requirements for their travel and other issues. So I think the experience is big. It cannot be all summarized here. But I think that bold decision, of course, is a new one, it's a new experience. And it, of course, take time to get the real value proposition out of that decision. But that is the way forward now. We have decided as a country, as a county, to integrate the refugees and move with them as one of us now instead of keeping them in camps. They are now able to do businesses. They're able to run with their own business ideas. They're able to now move more freely and even integrate more better, even with the host community. We do see intermarriages happening, for that matter, in a big way. And therefore, I think by and large, we can now say the refugees are now, despite the many challenges, of course now well looked after, based on that new line of thinking by Kenya as a country. But what I want to say, when I saw this topic of displacement, what came to my mind is really what we, in the ASAL counties of Kenya, what we can call the, pastoralist dropouts. Pastoralist dropouts, people basically who are largely affected by climate. So basically, displacements due to climate is another big aspect we're dealing with. The refugee factors in the Dadaab, of course, that's an organized group of people known to the world, known to the UN institutions, the world, donor communities. But what is not known is the large number of pastoralist dropouts that we continue to deal with as counties in the ASAL because of the continuous droughts that we do face as the ASAL counties. Let me just give a quick example. At the time of independence in Garissa, where I come from, there were only about 6 or so manyatas or settlements, or we call them bullas, in Garissa town. Today we're talking about 82 of them. Now that kind of huge growth of manyatas is largely formed or continue to be formed by pastoralist dropouts, people who have lost their livestock and their livelihoods in the rural areas and now who have been forced to move into the towns. And you can imagine, therefore, the extent of issues that come with that, whether it is the housing issues, sanitation issues, healthcare issues, education issues. Really huge challenges that we continue to deal with on a daily basis, such that we find ourselves extremely overstretched as counties. But nevertheless, I want to say that the devolution system in Kenya, you'll wonder really how much, what will have happened if devolution was not, something that was enacted in Kenya with that kind of huge, displacement and moving into the urban centers. And therefore, without saying a lot, I want to say that displacement is a reality we continue to deal with on a daily basis. And therefore, of course, the need to support, to seek for huge investments to catch up with this massive displacement, whether it's in terms of affordable housing, seeking microfinance for these people. The other biggest issue, of course, is environmental, degradation, where you find all those settlements will require to rush to the, mega forest covers we have to cut, trees for firewood. And that is, of course, causes huge environmental problems for us. Hence, of course, the need for us to work together as, global institutions, global partners, to help in mitigating not only the refugee aspect in the Dadaab, but also how do we counter the huge climate change, or rather displacements induced or caused by climate change, really causing a lot of stress on the urban centers that we have in the country, and particularly in the ASAL counties. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chama, for sharing with us this very rich experience that we know that Garissa County and the people of Garissa have traveled this journey from the early 90s, but became an example of how this can be holistically addressed, moving from isolated camps to proper human habitats where integration into national system or national systems for people displaced by conflict has become a reality. So thank you very much. Let's give one more hand to the governor and to the panelists. In a way, I'm glad not all the panelists showed up, because we were going to have dinner here tonight if everybody was with us, especially after the delay in starting this session. So very quickly, I'm going to see if there is any one intervention from the floor. That we have listened to a lot of contributions coming from different parts of the continent. And of course, if there is anyone who would like to take the floor. I see a hand here. Yes, maybe you will represent everybody, because we are really running out of time. So thank you very much. Indeed, you're looking for the mic, I think. Why don't you come and join me here? Or, yeah. Okay, it's okay.
Thank you, everyone. I just have one question for the governor.
Can you raise your voice? Yeah, speak up.
Thank you, everyone, all the panelists. I just have one question for the governor in terms of what kind of city we'll see after the integration program. We know that the structural adjustment program of the 80s and 90s led to a lot of informality in the cities. What do we see as, or what do we project these cities will look like once the reintegration program is done, probably after 15, 20 years? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think the integration concept or proposal is holistically being planned. It's a work in progress, and I think Kenya now, as a country, is committed to that. We, as a country, are, of course, fully committed, and that's why we actually are now already on course to planning the entire Dadaab refugee complex. Proper spatial planning, surveying is already ongoing. Again, that is via the special municipality, which I mentioned was created for that. So if you ask me what I look forward to seeing, I look forward to seeing a well-structured, well-planned settlements to accommodate the integration process fully. because we as a country took that decision. And of course, it is not an easy one to implement, but we are on course, of course, with the challenges, particularly with the huge investment requirements. But the plan is on. We are, of course, already on course in terms of the spatial planning of the Dadaab itself and also the refugee complex for that matter. So I therefore foresee, despite the challenges and the financial limitations that we deal with and the investment requirements, I do foresee a well-planned, integrated, towns in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, but also thank you, Governor, for your answer. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are coming to a close for this session. I would like us to all give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much to the panelists, and maybe we take a family photo before I hand over to the next speaker. So maybe we take a photo with the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure now to hand over the podium and the floor to Raf Tutz. Raf is the Director of Global Solutions Division at UN Habitat. Raf actually, he leads the organization's work on sustainable urban development, housing, land, and basic services, supporting countries to deliver inclusive and resilient cities. And he will be giving the closing remarks. Raf? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moderator Yaqub, for the very able guidance of this session. And also thanks to the organizers for assembling a very, very strong lineup of panelists throughout the afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me try to briefly bring together what we have heard today. Displacement in Africa is no longer a temporary humanitarian issue. It is a structural urban reality. Territories, cities, and towns across the region are absorbing displacement at a scale and speed that is putting immense pressure on housing, land, services, and local governance systems. It is accelerating urbanization, increasing the challenges for national and local government. And as many of you have highlighted, the current model to respond to displacement, largely built around short-term parallel humanitarian responses, is no longer sufficient. What this session has underscored is the need for a fundamental shift, a shift from treating displacement as humanitarian caseload to recognizing it as a development and urbanization challenge and opportunity, a shift from camps and parallel systems toward integrated, inclusive human settlements, and a shift from seeing displaced populations only as beneficiaries to recognizing them as part of a broader urban community, shaping the territories and cities in which they live. We are not starting from zero. We have heard strong examples from across the region of what is already working. Countries are beginning to move towards more integrated, area-based approaches. There's a growing recognition of the need to strengthen municipal systems, to count displaced populations in planning and service delivery, and to align humanitarian and development efforts more effectively. But we have also heard clearly where the challenges remain. National and local governments need to work together, mobilize broad partnerships to deliver results. Financing is still too much short-term and project-based. Planning often comes far too late. And too often, local governments who are in the front line are not sufficiently empowered or resourced. What is emerging, however, is a clearer pathway forward, one that is anchored in government leadership, particularly at the local level, one that starts with planning and budgeting for inclusion from the outset, and one that moves from fragmented projects towards comprehensive solutions that operate at scale. This is also central to UN Habitat's approach. Our focus is on supporting countries jointly with the World Bank and UNHCR to translate this shift into practice by placing housing, land, and basic services at the center, by using urban planning as the tool to bring sectors together, and by ensuring that responses are not only immediate, but sustainable, scalable, and ultimately transformative for both displaced and host communities. We are offering 3 key messages for national governments coming out of this discussion. First, government leadership is key to initiate the shift and change the narrative. Displacement is not temporary. It is reshaping territories and cities, and national systems must plan for it from the outset. Displacement cannot be managed in parallel. It must be embedded in national, urban, and hosting strategies from the start. It is about ensuring social cohesion with benefits for host communities and the displaced. Second, we need to invest in access to adequate housing for all, both host communities and the displaced. This is not about building housing project by project, but about opening up land that gives access to livelihoods and providing the services so we can scale. For this, risk-informed, spatial, and data-driven planning is essential to create bankable, investable pathways for long-term development. And thirdly, allow me to make one final plea. Do not hesitate to join the Human Settlements Pledge, which was launched at the Global Refugee Forum in 2023. Join this important movement. There's a lot to learn and to share across countries, not just here at the Africa Urban Forum and beyond. This is a game changer and also an opportunity to accelerate development. Thank you very much for attending, and enjoy the rest of the forum.
Good afternoon, good people. You're advised to go for lunch. Make sure you have enjoyed yourself. With the Deputy President. See you soon. Please remember not to leave with the transition gadget. You can leave it on your seat, or on your way out, you could give the agents at the door. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Africa is not waiting. Africa is building. It is rising fast, bold, and undeniable.
This project before us here is the single largest housing intervention in Kenya's history. And I am so proud that it is happening in our time.
Across the continent, a transformation is underway. From the pulse of Nairobi, to the energy of Lagos, to the innovation shaping Kigali, a new urban story is being told.
Let us collectively look at the human aspect of housing as an equitable right for everyone.
Africa is designing for itself, because how Africa urbanizes will define how Africa lives.
Urbanization is generally associated with a high quality of life. When people are moving from rural areas to urban areas, they're coming in search of a high quality of life. But the inverse actually happens. When you come to the urban spaces, that's where you're going to find the most marginalized person, the urban poor.
We must be intentional. The African city of the future is walkable, green, youth-centered, and grounded in dignity and belonging.
Will cities divide or unite? Will growth exclude or empower? Will we build for survival or for prosperity?
Now is the moment to act. If this opportunity is lost, it will be for the bad of the people, right? And this will have an impact in terms of the overall development of the continent.
Like many African countries, Kenya is not waiting for permission. Every skyline rising is a signal. Every system built is a promise. Every innovation is a step toward a future.
The mindset changes, everything changes.
Sai niko na kwangu, sisumbuliwi, sigongei mlango.
Pamoja mpaka nilikuwa napika na mafuta ya koko. But hapa nimekuta gas.
Dignity also, it's kind of lifted up, not the same way while you are still in the slums.
We know that the future is urban, so we must manage these spaces so that we are able to coexist, ensure that we have proper transport systems. Top of all is ensure that there's some ownership so that they can be able to gain some dignity and feel like they're part of the life.
Adequate housing for all. It is not a slogan. It is the foundation of Africa's transformation. Because the future of Africa is not a distant dream. It is being built right now. Agenda 2063 is not a document. It is our aspiration. And in this defining moment, one question remains: who will shape it?
Every African has a right to proper health care, good food and nutrition, and good quality of life. African countries, in the implementation of their national priorities under Agenda 2063, have made commitments to eradicate poverty in our generation, build inclusive and sustainable economies with shared prosperity for all, through social and economic transformation by focusing on the following areas: sustainable and inclusive economic growth that reduces poverty and leads to increased income levels, equality and decent jobs, value addition in agricultural products and growth of agro-business and industries, human capital development, skills revolution in science, technology and innovation, gender development, youth empowerment and employment generation for youth and women, social security and protection for all people and infrastructural development, good governance supported by capable institutions, manufacturing-based industrialization, promotion of culture, arts and sports, peace and security. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
We are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improved agricultural practices, and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment, and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization, and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce, and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want. That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want. That is the Africa I want.
This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
What is Africa? Is it the wildlife, the beautiful coasts, thriving cities? It is more than that. It is the people. Our 55 countries have many things in common. Our cultures bind us together. They give us strength and identity. They make us proud. By sharing our knowledge and working together, we're building a new Africa that's driven by investments, by game-changing infrastructure projects, and using transformative technology to change the way we live, work, and conduct business. Using our largest natural resource, our vast arable land, we are making advances in agriculture, developing new industries, creating jobs, and improving livelihoods. Together, we are moving forward on economic integration. By consolidating Africa's significant internal market to foster trade within the continent and with the world, Africa is open for business. We are building the Africa we want. So, what is the continent of the future? The answer is Africa.
Imagine a continent filled with limitless possibilities, where every African can realize their full potential. With the implementation of the continent-wide transformative flagship project of Agenda 2063, we can achieve this goal. An integrated high-speed train network that connects African countries so that we can travel and transport goods with ease across the continent. A continental strategy for Africa's commodities that ensures a collaborative process in developing and managing the continent's natural resources for all Africans. The world's largest trading zone in the African Continental Free Trade Area, which promotes trade within Africa and with the world. The African passport and the removal of restrictions through the free movement of persons, allowing Africans to travel, work, conduct business, and live anywhere within their continent. A peaceful Africa where all guns are silenced. The Grand Inga Dam project will provide affordable and clean electricity. Improved and affordable air travel through a single African air transport market, SAATM, that connects African cities. An annual African Economic Forum that brings together great African minds to develop strategies to harness the continent's vast resources to the benefit of Africans. The establishment of the African financial institutions that promote economic integration and the transparent mobilization of resources to promote economic development. The Great African Museum will preserve and promote our cultural heritage and celebrate Africa's influence on the cultures of the world. Promoting cybersecurity that protects our data so there is safety online and ensures that emerging technologies are used for the benefit of Africans. An African virtual and e-university that provides access to the highest quality tertiary and continuing education to Africans anywhere in the world. A Pan-African e-network for innovative e-applications and services that will transform Africa into an e-society. an African outer space strategy that bolsters economic development across all sectors and positions Africa as a regional market for space products and services. And the Encyclopedia Africana, which will document and celebrate Africa's history, culture, and the contributions of African people throughout the world. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Zola, do you ever think about what Africa would look like in the next 50 or 100 years?
Africa? What's there to think about Africa? I mean, I'm here to figure out my life, not to talk of almighty Africa. Anyway, why do you ask?
Well, given the situation of Africa in the past, and I wonder if things will get better by then. You know, I read in the news that in some parts of Africa, people don't even have access to good schools, proper healthcare, and even basic amenities everyone should have.
50 years is a long time, but I believe things will be better then.
Me too. You know, sometimes I just wish I had the power to change things.
As African youth, we have the power to create the Africa we want.
My goods have been there for over 5 months. I haven't been able to trade because they've shut down the borders.
Wow, Tale, you are still worried about your goods. My business has been shut down because of inadequate power supply. I wonder when we'll have steady power supply in this part of Africa, eh?
I wonder too. It's just so annoying.
We desire and demand an Africa that is peaceful and secure. An Africa where young and old, men and women, girls and boys from all walks of life are united in their diversity. An Africa whose growth and development are sustainable and inclusive, benefiting and bringing prosperity to all its citizens. An integrated continent, politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance. An Africa where good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law are the guiding principles of our societies. This is an Africa where we are confident in our identity, heritage, and culture, and shared values. Our very thriving Africa where young people contribute at all levels of society. And ultimately, an Africa which is an influential global player responsible for managing her resources and financing her peace and development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
What is Africa? Is it the wildlife, the beautiful coasts, thriving cities? It is more than that. It is the people. Our 55 countries have many things in common. Our cultures bind us together. They give us strength and identity. They make us proud. By sharing our knowledge and working together, we're building a new Africa that's driven by investments, by game-changing infrastructure projects, and using transformative technology to change the way we live, work, and conduct business. Using our largest natural resource, our vast arable land, we are making advances in agriculture, developing new industries, creating jobs, and improving livelihoods. Together, we are moving forward on economic integration. By consolidating Africa's significant internal market to foster trade within the continent and with the world, Africa is open for business. We are building the Africa we want. So, what is the continent of the future? The answer is Africa.
Agriculture and food security are a fundamental mainstay for any economy. This is all the more important on the African continent today, where the livestock sector accounts for almost 1/3, and in some countries more than half, of the agricultural GDP value. Ensuring food productivity and security on the continent is a critical goal and aspiration of the African Union's Agenda 2063 framework and Aspiration 1. For many communities, livestock serves as a core asset, fueling investments aimed at meeting the ever-growing demand for protein, while for others, it is simply a source of livelihood, supporting households in a variety of ways. But keeping livestock also requires investing in their welfare. The African Union's Pan-African Veterinary Vaccine Centre, PANVAC, is charged with safeguarding animal livestock from disease, enhancing nutrition, and maintaining food security in order to contribute to the well-being and prosperity for all our citizens. It does this by providing African countries with the appropriate tools for surveillance, control and prevention of animal diseases, focusing on quality control for all veterinary vaccines produced and imported to Africa, and production and distribution of essential diagnostic reagents.
Thank you for your patience. Just to ask those, especially in this middle area, just besides the first 3 rows, I see some empty chairs, so please fill them. If there's an empty chair in front of you, that's from the 4th row going backwards, please fill it up so that we could have other people who are joining us to do it with ease and that won't have a lot of disruption. So especially this area, there's some, in the 5th, 6th, 7th row, there's some empty chairs. Feel free to sit there, but not on the first 3 rows. So wale ambao kule nyuma, just fill up these chairs that are in front of you, tafadhali. If, for instance, you're at the back, you can come and take those positions or occupy those seats. Just reserve the first 3 rows, and then any others that are empty in front of you. Please just move on up to that so we can have others who are joining us to do so seamlessly, of course, assuming the ones that are at the back. So please move front. I can see some of you have empty chairs in front of you. Tafadhali tu kuja mbele, just come up front, please, so that we can have easier access for those who are joining us as we continue. There are some who are still just finalizing in that closed door session and would want them to be able to join. Asante, thank you for those who've stood up and are filling up the chairs that are in front of them. We just want to fill them up so that there are no empty slots. Asante.
Agriculture and food security are a fundamental mainstay for any economy. This is all the more important on the African continent today, where the livestock sector accounts for almost 1/3, and in some countries more than half, of the agricultural GDP value. Ensuring food productivity and security on the continent is a critical goal and aspiration of the African Union's Agenda 2063 framework and Aspiration 1. For many communities, livestock serves as a core asset, fueling investments aimed at meeting the ever-growing demand for protein, while for others, it is simply a source of livelihood, supporting households in a variety of ways. But keeping livestock also requires investing in their welfare. The African Union's Pan-African Veterinary Vaccine Centre, PANVAC, is charged with safeguarding animal livestock from disease, enhancing nutrition, and maintaining food security in order to contribute to the well-being and prosperity for all our citizens. It does this by providing African countries with the appropriate tools for surveillance, control and prevention of animal diseases, focusing on quality control for all veterinary vaccines produced and imported to Africa, and production and distribution of essential diagnostic reagents for surveillance of animal diseases.
Like many organizations of its like, veterinary schools, diagnostic laboratories, they were established because of disease. And for PANVAC, it was as a result of the rinderpest epidemic that ravaged the continent in the late 18th century to the early 19th century. As you know, rinderpest came into Africa through South Africa, and until the 1960s, it was a major problem. There were many campaigns which were implemented to control this disease, all failed. Well, saying miraculously, this disease, shortly after establishment of PANVAC, the clinical disease disappeared. And the EU wondered why this disease, which has taken so many years to control, disappeared within a few years. It was the quality assurance implemented by PANVAC that ensured that this disease was taken care of in such a short period. And based on that recommendation, the FAO further recommended that this institution be brought under the African Union so that the lessons learned during the rinderpest campaign should be used to control other diseases on the continent. And as such, by 2004, PANVAC came under the African Union, and it was then called AU PANVAC, African Union Pan-African Vaccine Center.
PANVAC is an internationally recognized institute of high repute and is designated as a World Organization for Animal Health. It is also designated as one of the 4 rinderpest holding facilities in the world, and PANVAC is the only center in the world certified to hold rinderpest field and vaccine strains in the same facility. In addition, PANVAC annually tests more than 1 billion vaccine doses for the protection of animals. It is estimated that 90% of all meat consumed in Africa is likely to be from livestock treated with vaccines certified by PANVAC. And the efficacy pass rate of vaccines tested by PANVAC has increased from 20% in the 1980s to around 90% today.
Today, our major focus is controlling diseases, and we are doing that through 2 major ways. One is ensuring that all vaccines either produced or imported into Africa are certified by PANVAC. That means all vaccines to be used on the continent must be certified. This is done per batch. We also are mandated to produce essential biological reagents for the surveillance of diseases on the continent. We have here a continental vaccine bank. We have in our repository about 3 million doses of vaccines. We hope in the next 3 years we'll have about 10 million doses to take care of any eventual or unlikely event of a rinderpest outbreak, either due to deliberate or accidental release. So we have that capacity. Right now we also have the rinderpest viruses that are collected from all the member states in our repository, which means we are keeping them for, in the case of an outbreak, we may use those viruses to determine what type of vaccines to produce against those outbreaks. So we are fully capacitated. All we need now is to increase the staff strength and to establish a brand new facility that will be compliant with international standards and that will be okay for meet our needs to implement our mandates.
PANVAC has an extensive range of capacity building measures to support member states. Amongst these, training veterinarians and technicians, and providing expertise and technical support via vaccine producing and diagnostic laboratories. In addition to this, PANVAC has in place contingency measures for emergency preparedness through an extensive vaccine bank aimed at countering a range of animal diseases.
We don't produce vaccines, we certify vaccines, but the major vaccines used on the continent now are PPR vaccine, vaccines against pest deputy ruminant, which is called PPR, The next vaccine is CBPP, contagious bovine pneumonia. This is a pneumonia of cattle. There are other diseases that are also very important on the continent. For example, Newcastle disease. As we know, chickens are a household name on the continent. Especially, this has to do with women and children. Women keep chickens in most parts of Africa. And the disease called Newcastle disease is a major threat to poultry production in Africa. So these diseases are major, in addition to some other ones.
1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the arrival of His Excellency the Deputy President. Let's give His Excellency a warm round of applause as he makes his way. Karibu sana, Your Excellency. You lead us the closing ceremony of this forum. Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask that we remain upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and for the AU Anthem, the anthems. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, please let us take our seats. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, Honorable Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Kenya, Mr. Moses Vilakati, AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, Anna Claudia Rosberg, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Director of the UN Habitat, Thamo Habib, Managing Director, Shelter Afrique Development Bank, Honorable Judith Nabakoba, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Uganda, Foreign Ministers, Heads of Delegation, Principal Secretaries led by Mr. Charles Hinga, PS State Department of Housing, all distinguished and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, sir, with your permission, allow me now to cede the stage for my co-host, Mr. Mark Masai, to lead the rest of the program. Karibuni sana. Asante.
Thank you so much to Alex Maina, who is the State Master of Ceremony. Let's appreciate him. And he'll be supporting us as well as we continue in the conclusion of the second Africa Urban Forum. It's good to see you, Honorable Deputy President, Your Excellency, and also thank you for your patience, and it has been an engaging 3 days. 3 days, of course, of deliberating on how we will make adequate housing for all a reality. Let me call on someone just to run with this session, someone who has probably been dreaming everything about Africa Urban Forum, and that is none other than our host, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Charles Hinga. Karibu, karibu. Let's give him a hand as he comes to stage.
Thank you very much, Mark, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Ministers, Excellency Ambassadors, distinguished guests, good afternoon or good evening. Your Excellency, we are delighted with your presence here today. And this area of KICC has witnessed some of the most robust conversation and debates. But Your Excellency, it's not just debates. They were debates with very clear focus on how are we going to fund adequate housing. And I'd like to take this moment to thank all of you that came from every corner of this continent. And I am also very happy that you had a chance, most of you had a chance to visit our affordable housing programs and our Nairobi River programs, and I believe that you have taken something back home. Your Excellency, this is the last session, and part of this session we're going to have the reading and the presentation of the declaration. But before we do that, allow me to invite Honorable Judith Nabakoba, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development from the Republic of Uganda. She's been a great co-host with my minister to come and make her remarks. Let's give her a round of applause.
This is the last one, so if you make a mistake. Thank you so much. No point, they will have no point. The PS, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Ministers present, Excellency the Ambassadors, the Commissioner, African Union Commission, ED, UN Habitat, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of the 3 high-impact days of the second African Urban Forum here in Nairobi, allow me to thank you for the resilience and all the sacrifices. I'm particularly encouraged by how far we have come together from the early discussions of STC number 8, where the idea of the first Africa Urban Forum was hatched and convened the first African Urban Forum meeting in Ethiopia, and now here we are for the second Africa Urban Forum in Nairobi. We did not gather here simply to speak a lot, but we came here to work. I have seen the quality of dialogue we have had during the 3 days. The Africa is ready to move from ambition to implementation. I once again extend my profound appreciation to HE, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the people and the government of Kenya for hosting the Second Africa Urban Forum, and for the warm hospitality, excellent organization, and strong leadership that has made Africa Urban Forum here in Nairobi a successful one. Kenya's hosting has done more than providing the venue. It has created a serious platform for practical exchange, exhibition, coalition building, and also a shared focus on solutions that can be delivered at scale. We want to thank you so much for your leadership. What we have affirmed together is simple and powerful. Africa's urban future is not a side issue. It is the main stage for structural confirmation or transformation, inclusion, and climate resilience. Our cities are where we will win our biggest gains in jobs, productivity, innovation, but they are also where the cost of interaction and inaction will show up first if we do not plan well on our finances wisely, but also governance effectively. This is why housing, basic services, and urban infrastructure must be treated as core national development priorities backed by policy, institutions, and financing that match the scale of our challenges. We have been honest about the scale of the challenge we are facing as Africa. Our housing deficit now exceeding 50 million units, and it is compounded by the urban sprawl, weak planning and implementation capacity, limited access to financing, and land tenure distortions, among other constraints. We have also been clear that informal settlements, housing insecurity, and infrastructure gaps are not just technical issues. They are about dignity, safety, health, and real opportunity for millions of Africans. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I remain deeply optimistic that Africa will rise to the challenge because of the stakes, which are very clear, and the solutions that are within our reach. The urban challenges we are grappling with are not unique to Africa. Other continents have faced housing shortages, growing informal settlements, and infrastructure backlogs, and they have made progress. If it can be done elsewhere, it can also be done in Africa too. What will make a difference now is to resolve the determination, choosing delivery over delay, and implementation over declaration. Your Excellency, I want to appreciate the frank guidance by HE, the President of the Republic of Kenya, who reminded us that we must underpin success, strong political leadership, strong domestic revenue mobilization, and practical reforms that make affordable housing finance work for the ordinary citizen, and it is a need for our citizens. He also highlighted practical measures that deserve serious consideration across our continent and in our context. As we return to our capitals, the cities, the municipalities, let me carry 3 things from Nairobi: the knowledge we have gained, the partnerships we have built, and the motivation we have had in tangible ways for our people. Africa Urban Forum has also reminded us that this is not only a conference, it is a platform to connect, to understand who is doing what, to share new evidence and compelling statistics and stories, and to build coalitions that can deliver. 3 days were not enough for the scale of the task. We should keep the conversation going through the continued consultation, peer planning, and coordination as we follow up. In that spirit, I'm pleased to extend an invitation. Uganda will be hosting the 25th Rio Estate Conference in Kampala from the 8th to the 11th of September this year. I encourage you to join so that we can carry this discussion forward, but also deepen partnerships and accelerate implementation of housing for all. Let us end by sincerely thanking all excellencies here, distinguished delegates, UN Habitat, the people of Kenya, and everyone that has taken place in this forum. My special thanks to all my technical team of STC number 8, and special thanks to the African Union for the confidence and trust placed in me to chair the AU-STC number 8, which is running up to December, when I'll be handing over to another minister within Africa. And I want to thank you so much for your kind attention. I wish you safe travels and journey masses as you return to your respective countries. For God and my country, asante sana, merci beaucoup, mwebale nnyo bannange. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you, Waziri, our chair of STC 8. Your Excellency, one of the big takeaways in the last couple of days is that housing is not about 4 walls and a roof. That solving housing is also solving the big question of job creation and economies. And we need a lot of money. And to come and give closing remarks is CEO of Shelter Afrique Development Bank, Mr. Habib Han, to come and give his closing remarks. Come on, let's give him a round of applause. And I used to sit in the board of Shelter Afrique for 6 years, and I know that we need members to pay our subscription so that we can have enough money to build more houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear brother and friend, champion and big fighter here. I would like to replicate many PS Hingers across the continent, across our member states, to really deliver like Kenya has. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to warmly thank His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and the government of Kenya for graciously hosting this second edition of the Africa Urban Forum. As we come to the close of this second Africa Urban Forum, allow me to begin with a simple reflection. Over the past few days, we have not only discussed Africa's urban future, we have helped shape it. From our opening conversations here in Nairobi to the high-level dialogues, the deal room, which we completed successfully yesterday with few transactions that went through the deal room, and the many bilateral engagements, one message has come through clearly. Africa's urban transformation is not a distant prospect. It is a present reality, and it requires deliberate action. We have reaffirmed that housing is not merely a social good, but economic infrastructure. That financing is not only about capital, but about structuring partnerships, and trust, and that the future of our cities will depend on how effectively we bring together public leadership, private investment, and development finance. Importantly, this forum has demonstrated that solutions exist. Public-private partnerships can unlock scale. Blended finance can make projects bankable. Climate finance can ensure our cities are resilient and sustainable. We've seen all the floods across the continent, even here in Kenya, where we all live and stay. But perhaps most importantly, we have seen that the will to act is here. The true measure of this forum will not be in the strength of our discussions, but in what happens next, in the projects that move forward, in the partnerships that endure beyond this room, and in the capital that is mobilized to deliver homes and infrastructure across the continent. At Shelter Afrique Development Bank, we take forward the responsibility entrusted on us to act as a catalytic partner in mobilizing finance, structuring projects, and supporting member states to turn ambition into delivery. And we commit here today to mobilize all our African multilateral financial institutions gathered around the Amphi, which we set up 2 years ago on the sidelines of the African Union Heads of State Summit in Addis Ababa, to come together to drive Africa's development and own Africa's development. Because ultimately, Africa's urban future will be written in the homes that are built, in the cities that become more inclusive and productive, and in the opportunities created for millions of Africans, especially the youth, in terms of job creations. As we leave this forum today, let us carry forward with us not only ideas, but commitments, not only ambitions, but execution. Let this be the moment when we move collectively from dialogue to delivery. Thank you all for your presence, your partnership, and your commitment to Africa's urban future. Safe travels to all, and I look forward to the progress that we'll all achieve together. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup, Jarama.
Thank you very much, Habib Han. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are going to fund the agenda, we need to fund Shelter Afrique so that we can have our own resources to sort out our issues. Your Excellency, one of the most marginalized person is the urban poor. And that became very clear with 1.1 billion people in the world living in informal settlements, and about almost 300 million in the continent of Africa living in informal settlements. We have got to do something about it, and one of the takeaways from these 3 days, Your Excellency, is that the resources are available because the theaters of economic development in our countries are in the urban areas. And so the paradox of where the wealth is in the urban areas, and yet we have the most marginalized person, the urban poor, living in there, we believe there is a solution in there. To come and crown it is our ED for UN Habitat, Anna Claudia. Come on, let's give her a round of applause. She has a huge responsibility of getting the 1.1 billion people out of slums. Good luck.
Not doing alone. Okay. Thank you, Inga. Good afternoon, Honorable Sister Alice Wahom, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Sister Judith Nabakoba, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Uganda, but also Chairperson of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Public Service, Local Governments, Urban Development, Decentralization. Tierno Habib Han, my brother, Managing Director, Shelter Afrique Development Bank. His Excellency Moses Vilakati, African Union Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment. Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable ministers from across Africa, honorable governors, mayors, honorable ambassadors, diplomats, heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I think Nairobi made history. We had, in these 3 days, almost 8,000 delegates. They came here to Nairobi, not only to describe challenges, problems, difficulties, but to declare concrete intentions. Over these 3 days, we witnessed something extremely remarkable. Government from every sub-region of this continent, representing the vastly different geographies and economies, but united in their resolve, came together to talk about the urban solution, to be the urban solution. This convergence is not accidental. It is the invested years of continental dialogue, of shared frameworks built together, of the trust that has grown between governments, between cities, and between institutions. It is proof that when Africa chooses to speak with one voice, the world has no choice but to listen. The question before us has never been whether Africa has what it takes. The question is whether the global systems of finance, of governance, of policy will finally align to the pace and the scale of Africa's growth and ambition. Based on the discussions of this Second Africa Urban Forum, we learned key lessons, centered, as it was said, to move from dialogue to intention to action. We spoke about financing models, we spoke about technologies, we spoke about urban transformation. And we recognize that housing is a human right, but it's not only about shelter. Housing is an economic infrastructure. The outcomes of this forum are directly linked to our UN Habitat's strategic plan for 26-29. And this connection is more than thematic aligned. It represented a coordinated global regional push to prioritize housing as a driver for sustainable development. The country statements delivered at this forum were more than diplomatic interventions. They were a continental mandate. And together, countries succeeded to establish non-negotiable priority that Africa will advance at the upcoming World Urban Forum 13 in Baku. We'll be together in Baku and inform the audience, inform the stakeholders of the advance in Africa. As captured in the Africa Affordable Housing Compact, adequate housing is a development priority and champions a different pathway to addressing the challenges of informal settlements. Country statements were unequivocal. Land is the foundation of urban transformation. Informal settlements are a reality that needs to be urgently tackled. We also heard that climate-resilient urbanization is an economic imperative, and that secondary and intermediary cities are the frontier of Africa's urban future. But supporting our metropolitan areas is essential. Also, we heard in this halls that African-led solutions are for African realities. Africa has proven models that deserve to be scaled, resourced, and shared as a global practice. I would also commend this forum for dedicating a specific substantive session to local governments and cities, showcasing their leadership. Let me emphasize that the future depends on co-creation and shared efforts. This forum is proof of that. As UN Habitat, we commit to transfer these bold priorities of the second African Urban Forum to the 13th session of the World Urban Forum. From the Nairobi Declaration to Baku, Africa's unified position. The Nairobi Declaration adopted at this forum is more than a communiqué. It's a commitment. The outcomes of this forum will feed directly into the World Urban Forum 13, directly into the ministerial meeting. Africa's delegation will work collectively in Baku to ensure that the WUF 13 outcomes reflect the priorities of this continent. The outcomes of this forum will also contribute to the new Urban Agenda midterm review. Our work together with the African Union, UNECA, will contribute to a perspective from Africa for the future of the new Urban Agenda. The SDG 11 review at the High-Level Political Forum in New York will also incorporate the perspective from Africa. We leave Nairobi with, I don't leave Nairobi, but you leave, with the continuing legacy of our renewed urban space. Let us have the Nairobi Declaration as Africa's mandate. Let us use the Africa Affordable Housing Compact as our instrument. Let us make Baku our stage, and the cities of Africa, their people, their potential, their future, our purpose. As I conclude, I wish to extend our profound, deepest gratitude to all who made this forum possible. I wish to congratulate the government of Kenya, commend the leadership of President Ruto, and the African Union Commission for their leadership, hard work, and vision in making this African Urban Forum #2 a resounding success. Please allow me to thank UN Habitat teams who supported this effort. In the name of our Regional Director, Omar Sila, I would like to thank the whole team of the Regional Office of Africa and the teams of our headquarters that helped us to support this important event. Thank you so much, UN Habitat team. We can all attest that from this forum, we emerged with a renewed sense of purpose, packaged in the Nairobi Declaration, a landmark continental position that shapes our urban engagements moving forwards. I thank you. Asanteni sana. See you in Baku.
Thank you very much, our ED, for those powerful remarks. Your Excellency, the late Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela once said, "What matters in life is not the mere fact that we lived. It is what difference we make to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the lives that we lead." And with those words, Your Excellency, allow me to invite our AU Commissioner, Mr. Vilakati, to come and give his remarks and also read the Nairobi Declaration. Karibu.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Ministers and Heads of Delegations present, Honorable Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development of the Republic of Kenya, my chair of the STC, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. As we conclude the final day of the second Africa Urban Forum, I wish to express deep gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya, in particular His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for successfully convening this forum and the commendable demonstration of Kenya's urban initiative that are building a sustainable future and serving a model worth of emulation. On behalf of the African Union Commission, our sincere thanks and appreciation also goes to all member states, our development partners, and the stakeholders who played a key role in the success of this important continental gathering. Their contributions enriched our knowledge on transformative urban policy and practice and have laid the foundation for the collective ambition and continental resolve required to address the urban challenges that we face. The contributions of our long-standing partners, including UN Habitat, UNECA, UNDP, Shelter Africa Development Bank, GIZ, and others, is really commendable. And thank you very much. Let's hope we can do it even next time. The forum has placed special emphasis on urban planning and infrastructure development, resilience building and sustainable urban development, smart cities, technology and innovation, financing and adequate housing, and urban development, transformation of informal settlements, and urban displacement, as well as migration. A key takeaway of the forum is the need for a comprehensive assessment of the state of urban resilience in Africa, a concern that was addressed through the AUC report, which is themed Urban Resilience in Africa, a continental review, which was graciously launched by His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya. The AUC urges member states to effectively implement the AUF2 Declaration, the Africa Urban Resilience Program, AURP, and translate the commitments on the Nairobi Declaration into tangible outcomes at all levels. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the story of Kenya's affordable housing program has inspired all of us, and do pass our regards, Honorable Honorable Deputy President, to the Kenyan government. We are really proud. We went there, we saw with our naked eyes. This is inspiring. It demonstrates how a national political commitment was transformed into a fully fledged economic and social system that delivers dignity, that creates employment, infrastructure, and opportunity for citizens. It also showed how a country can mobilize its own people, its own resources, and its own institutions to drive transformative change. This experience reminds us that Africa has developed homegrown solutions and can inspire the South-South cooperation. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the upcoming World Urban Forum 13, Africa must carry a united and a strong voice to the global stage. The Nairobi Declaration should serve as a continental commitment to action, ensuring that Africa speaks with clarity, with coherence, and purpose in shaping the global urban agenda. Let us leave Nairobi with renewed determination to build cities that are inclusive, cities that are resilient, and cities that are prosperous. Stronger partnerships, shared commitment to implementation, and clear vision to render dignity and opportunity and sustainable development for all its people is really necessary. For participating in here, thank you very much. Your commitment, your dedication talks to Africa's urban future. Asante Sante, and thank you very much to you all. I have to do the impossible, so I need water. I hope the press did not pick this one. Now it's my pleasure to read the declaration. P.S. We were still doing, they used to call it homework when we were still in high school. The Second Africa Urban Forum, Nairobi Declaration, Nairobi, Kenya, from the 8th to the 10th April 2026. We start with the preamble. We, the member states of the African Union and participants of the Second Africa Urban Forum, AUF2, convened in Nairobi by the African Union Commission and hosted by the government of Kenya from the 8th to the 10th April 2026. Express our profound gratitude to the people and government of Kenya for their hospitality and for hosting this Second Africa Urban Forum, acknowledging that Africa's rapid urbanization, coupled with insufficient formal and affordable housing and inadequate infrastructure provision, has been a key driver of growth of informal settlements, formal establishment, and increased housing insecurity. Recognizing that, on the other hand, urbanization is not only the future, but the best thing that ever happened to the environment, an opportunity that must be harnessed for the present and the future structural transformation of Africa, where the bulk of the GDP, the wealth, prosperity are produced, and most people live at a minimal scale of impact to the environment. Recognizing the opportunities presented by informal housing markets for innovation and development as drivers of economic growth. Recognize the strategic integration of special economic zones and industrial parks in urban planning as a key driver of structural transformation, job creation, local material valorization, affordable housing costs, and low-carbon urban transitions. Acknowledging that Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, will be successfully advanced by how African cities are planned, governed, and managed so that they become true engines of economic growth, social inclusion, and sustainable development, taking into account the guidelines of the African Charter on the values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and local development. Acknowledging that the youth, persons with disabilities, the women, and the people in vulnerable situations are disproportionately affected by inadequate housing and limited access to urban services that is a prerequisite for equitable and sustainable growth. Conscious of the persistent infrastructure challenges, including housing shortages, informal settlements, infrastructure deficits, economic disparity, poverty, environment degradation, and social inequalities that impaired technological innovation, growth, and well-being across the continent. recalling the international guidelines on decentralization and the strengthening of local authorities adopted by the Governing Council of the United Nations Human Settlements Program in its resolution 2/1/3 of April 20, 2007. Reaffirming the commitments of Agenda 2063, the New Urban Agenda, the SDGs, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the Maputo Declaration of 2009, the STC-8 Brazzaville Declaration of 2014, the STC-8 Cairo Declaration of 2022, the STC-8 Tunis Declaration of 2024, and the AUF-1 Addis Ababa Declaration of 2024, and the African Union Assembled Decision 933 on social justice in Africa, advancing people-centered economic, social, and environmental progress proposed by Tunisia and adopted at the heads of state and government level. Recalling the African Union framework for the implementation of the new urban agenda, the Africa Urban Resilience Program, the Building Climate Resilience for the Urban Poor, and the SDGs. Recalling the key continental initiatives and frameworks aiming at transforming continental economic systems and fostering economic trade and movement, such as the AfCFTA, the PIDA, the Africa Digital Transformation Strategy. Aligning urbanization financing strategies with the emerging African initiatives on financial sovereignty, notably the new African financial architecture led by the African Development Bank, pursuant to a decision by the African Union. Acknowledging that Africa faces a housing deficit exceeding 50 million units, requiring urgent and concerted continental action to halve this gap by 2035. Mindful of complementary resolutions, HSP, HA2, RES7 on adequate housing for all, and HSP, HA2, RES2 on accelerating the transformation of informal settlements and slums of the UN Habitat Ensemble. Mindful that sustainable urbanization demands an all-of-government, all-of-society approach and multi-level, multi-sector partnerships, and that moving from dialogue to measurable implementation is now imperative. Recognizing the AUF as a continental and South-South cooperation platform to champion affordable, inclusive, and climate-resilient housing, offering its policy innovations, pilot projects, and institutional reforms as a platform for South-South cooperation, acknowledging particularly the role of Kenya as a host of AUF2. Commend the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting the inaugural African Urban Forum on the 4th to the 6th September 2024, acknowledging the forum's landmark contributions to sustainable urban development in Africa, and urges all relevant stakeholders to take concrete, coordinated actions towards the full and timely implementation of the Addis Ababa Declaration, the principal outcome of the forum. Aware of the subnational and local governments' leading role in managing urban challenge on the ground, which calls for their empowerment in terms of land use planning, delivery of affordable housing, implementation of disaster-integrated and resilient urban infrastructure and equipment, fiscal capacity, and access to finance. Committing to empowering subnational governments as fiscally capable actors to deliver sustainable and bankable urban development, cities and regions cannot deliver without sustainable finance. Recalling key continental initiatives and frameworks aimed at the Africa digitalization, appreciating the innovation and investment being driven by individuals and businesses both formally and informally in responding to particular niche markets that together build the delivery and management value chains that lead to sustainable human settlements, acknowledging the pivotal role of the private sector, our development partners, and other relevant stakeholders in strengthening resource mobilizations and catalyzing bankable investments to bridge the housing deficit across the regions. Recognizing the significance of African Green Climate Fund, National Designated Authorities Network, AFDAN, in promoting mobilization and access to climate finances to scale and in timely manner towards African cities' development as well as growth. Recognizing the need to establish a financial architecture that is dedicated to sustainable urbanization in Africa, in line with the Seville Agreement and its Seville Platform for Action, and including the establishment of country platforms for the localization of financing. Taking note of member states' experiences in large-scale housing delivery and informal settlement upgrading, including programmatic approaches that integrate tenure, services, and socioeconomic support. Recognizing the importance of data governance, digital sovereignty, and interoperative data systems, supporting evidence-based urban planning and housing delivery. We therefore commit to the following time-bound, action-oriented priorities. My apologies. We therefore commit to the following time-bound, action-oriented priorities. It starts with political commitment and policy reforms. 1, fast-track the realization of the UN Agenda 2030 on Sustainable Development Goal 11, linked SDGs and Aspiration 1 of the AU Agenda 2063 on a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Number 2, prioritize and strengthen planification capabilities as well as housing in national development plans and, if applicable, in NDCs by updating urban planning regulations, developing integrated housing policies aligned with national urban strategies, and embedding housing interventions in fiscal frameworks. Prioritize and strengthen planification capabilities plan as well as housing. 3, 2B, leverage on industrialization to reduce construction time frame and cost. 4, support the global championship on affordable housing led by Kenya and to elevate it at the continental level under the framework of the African Union. 5, endorse the Africa Affordable Housing Compact as a continental platform uniting governments, the private sector, and the financial institutions to mobilize innovative financing, drive policy reforms, and deliver scalable, safe, and climate-resilient housing solutions that advance the right to adequate and affordable housing for all Africans. 6, strengthen the AU-STC8 and its Secretariat and AU-ST5 as anchors for sustainable urban development, cross-sectoral AU mechanisms, and enhanced role for AU or AIDA NEPAD linked to PIDA. 7, invite Specialized Technical Committee number 8, or ST8, in its capacity as the leading continental board on housing and urban development to examine the possibilities of making urbanization management for structural transformation a priority theme for the AU during the next planning cycle by dedicating a session of the Summit of the Heads of State and Government to housing and urbanization in Africa, and if approved by ST8, to submit this proposal to the Executive Council for consideration. 8, embed urban innovation programs in national research and development strategies, aligning investment priorities with sustainable urban development goals. 9, commend Tunisia's leadership in putting forward social justice and urbanism as a central theme for upcoming Africa Urban Forum AUF3 and endorses its inclusion, recalling African Union Assembled Decision 933 on social justice in Africa, advancing people-centered economic, social, and environmental progress, adopted on its initiative, and underscores its significance in promoting inclusive, equitable, and sustainable urban development across the continent. 10, integrate special economic zones and industrial parks into national urban policies, housing strategies, and climate action frameworks, ensuring strong linkages with housing, infrastructure, and urban mobility systems. 11, commend the Kingdom of Morocco on launching, in partnership with UN Habitat, the regional platform for the new urban agenda in Africa, UAP, a strategic initiative aimed at accelerating the implementation of the new urban agenda across the African continent by strengthening regional cooperation, knowledge sharing, and support for national and local stakeholders in monitoring and reporting processes. On land, infrastructure, and supply policies and strategies, including but not limited to: 1, advance land reforms and operationalize land value capture to unlock serviced land for affordable housing along urban corridors, aligning transport, energy, and water investments with housing supply in accordance with constitutional frameworks of member states. 2, land reform systems should provide tenure for sustainable human settlements and elevate informal settlements and slums as a central priority in national and local development plans, ensuring that upgrading strategies, participatory planning, and tenure security for informal settlement dwellers are explicitly mainstreamed across land use frameworks, infrastructure investment programs, and housing finance mechanisms. 3, mainstream climate-smart construction standards and global and digital land administration in public housing procurement. Accelerate e-permitting, digital cadastres, open urban data, and GIS-based planning across African cities. 4, establish cross-ministerial housing task force, that is the planning, housing, transport, finance, and industry, to sequence public investments, streamline approvals, and mobilize blended financing under the stewardship of ministers of finance. 5, review the mandate of interagency working groups on housing to ensure the coordination of public investments, the streamlining of administrative procedures, and the mobilization of innovative and blended finance. 6, leverage the AfCTA as a catalyst to drive industrialization in the housing and urban development sector, enhancing cross-border trade and investment in building materials across the region. 7, leverage existing research programs co-led by African universities, research tanks, and municipalities to develop context-specific technological, institutional, and financial solutions for Africa's urbanization, replacing ill-suited imported models and present the outcomes at WF14 in Mexico City in 2028. On intergovernmental fiscal reforms and capital markets and concessional financing access. Number 1, modernize property tax bases to generate own source revenue and introduce land value capture in secondary cities and corridor zones with a view to channel infrastructure gains into public benefit in accordance with nationally established priorities, policies, and legal frameworks. 2, legislate predictable fiscal transfers and ring-fenced housing and infrastructure grants to subnational governments aligned with actual urban service delivery mandates. 3, champion housing as an economic driver by promoting a macro framework that lowers capital costs, manages forex risks, and mobilizes local institutional investors, including pension funds, into affordable housing. 4, implement transparent intergovernmental resource sharing mechanisms that empower locally determined investment priorities. 5, strengthen local government financing institutions' capacity to prepare projects and mobilize resources from multilateral international financial institutions and regional development banks for housing construction. 6, contribute to the emergence of an African approach to localizing financing rooted in local communities and based on multi-level coordination, public intermediation, and the ability to translate financial resources into tangible results for cities, local governments, and citizens. 7, enable cities to adopt sound financial management systems, modernize revenue streams, conduct regular credit ratings, and access debt markets, municipal bonds, and risk-sharing facilities in line with national legislations. 8, expand housing microfinance, home improvements loans, and rental finance mechanisms that are accessible to informal sector actors and low-income households. 9, attract and retain professional municipal staff, bolstering technical capacity to build strong investment pipelines, accelerate project delivery, sustain life cycle maintenance, and strengthen monitoring and evaluation. 10, enable cities to access green climate finance, special purpose vehicles, as well as funding from regional banks, while creating regulatory environments that attract public-private partnerships for housing, for infrastructure, and urban services. Now, on national urban policies and territorial plans. Number 1, we urge every member state to adopt or update the national housing and urban policy and territorial plans, integrating housing targets, land use strategies, climate resilience, and infrastructure investment in a single spatial framework validated through participatory processes. Number 2, establish and operationalize country-level platforms for identifying funding sources, with the aim of aligning national budgetary frameworks, financial institutions, and regional investment pipelines. Number 3, align national housing and urban policies with the harmonized regional framework for the implementation of the new urban agenda in Africa, the Africa Urban Resilience Program, including as appropriate integration into NDCs and report biennially to AU-STC 8 on implementation progress. 4, recommend that the ministries responsible for finance take into account regional investment strategies into national budgetary frameworks and coordinate access to financing. 5, establish regulatory frameworks that promote innovation, experimentation, and pilot funding mechanisms at the local level. 6, develop integrated urban corridor master plans in cross-border regional corridors, sequencing transport, energy, and water investment to stimulate inclusive economic nodes and affordable housing supply with support from African financial institutions. 7, promote on-site rehabilitation, participatory planning, and the co-production of housing with communities as foundational and financial viable approaches. 8, incentivize African city regions to accelerate AFCTA realization through coordinated cross-border investment strategies, leveraging agglomeration economies and urban supply chains in conjunction with the African financial institutions. 9, facilitate cities' access to climate finance, specialized financing vehicles, pooled mechanisms, and programmatic approaches in order to aggregate projects and access capital markets. 10, strengthen financing engineering capabilities at the national and subnational levels by establishing financial structuring hubs which are dedicated to developing pipelines of bankable projects. 11, recommend that national urban policies and special plans to explicitly integrate the planning and development of SEZ and industrial parks as core components of urban and regional systems. On urban climate action and natural risks, seize the historic opportunity presented by hosting of COP32 by Ethiopia to amplify Africa's voice on urban resilience. Number 2, mobilize urban actors from across the continent and designate AUF2 as the springboard for a coordinated African cities at COP32 special event. 3, call upon member states, city networks, development partners, and civil society to ensure urban resilience, housing, human settlements, and job creations be placed at the center of Africa's COP32 agenda and commitments. 4, strengthen the urban focus on national determined contributions to better align local national actions and improve financing for city-level adaptation and mitigation projects. 5, support regional banks in their efforts to obtain accreditation from various climate funds, strengthen their internal standards, and channel regional funding through national platforms. 6, support regional banks in their efforts to obtain, let me repeat it. 5, support regional banks in their efforts to obtain accreditation from various climate funds, strengthen their internal standards, and channel regional funding through national platforms. While 6, support the implementation of key flagship urban resilience programs, which include SAGE, AURP, and BCRUP, and other initiatives which are aimed at building climate resilience among urban communities across all African cities and other urban areas. 7, encourage the development of green SEZs and industrial parks aligned with NDCs, promoting energy efficiency, low carbon, local material, and industrial innovations. On inclusive communities, 1, we need to integrate the housing and tenure needs of displaced persons, informal settlement dwellers, documented migrants with legal status, and host communities into national housing policies in accordance with constitutions, national legislations, and immigration policies of member states. Integrate the estimated 80% of Africa's urban workforce in the informal economy into urban development frameworks by extending social protection, legal recognition, access to finance, skills development, and affordable housing. 2, promote social and solidarity economy approaches, including community housing, cooperative mechanisms, and incremental construction models as institutional channels for financing and implementation. 3, mainstream gender perspective in the planning processes, ensuring at least 40% female and youth participation in all housing governance bodies. 4, recognize informal and community-based economic systems as key components of urban development and integrate them into formal frameworks for housing, finance, and production. On monitoring and reporting and verification, 1, encourage the adoption of a harmonized continental monitoring, reporting, and verification system for housing and urban development, developed with the Statistical Commission for Africa and the Open-Ended Working Group on Adequate Housing, using quantitative and qualitative indicators aligned with NUA and SDG 11 in due consultation with member states. 2, encourage all member states to include progress on the implementation of their national urban plans in their reports submitted to the AUSTCH on public service and administration, local government, urban development, and decentralization, while tracking commitments made under AUF1, AUF2, and future declarations. Follow-up mechanisms. 1, adopt this AUF2 Nairobi Declaration as Africa's collective implementation signal on housing and human settlements, anchoring Africa's engagement at WF13 in Baku, the high-level review of the NUA in UNGA, and through voluntary local review plans. Number 2, commit to actively engaging in the upcoming 10-year review of the new urban agenda, NUA, including by contributing coordinated African positions and evidence to ensure that Africa's urbanization experience, its priorities and progress inform the global assessment and any resulting recommendations or frameworks for accelerated implementation. 3, commit to contributing actively to the 13th World Urban Forum in Baku as a platform for advancing Africa's urban agenda, sharing continental progress and lessons learned, as well as strengthening partnerships with global actors on sustainable urbanization, housing, and human settlements in support of the new urban agenda and SDG 11. Number 4, request the African Union Commission to, 1, develop and coordinate a consolidated AUF implementation scorecard, tracking all member states' commitments on the AU digital platform, and establish a follow-up committee comprised of AU member states, AUC, key partners, this to convene a mid-term AUF2 implementation review in 2028 through national urban forums and regional peer reviews to assess progress, share lessons, and recalibrate the commitments. 2, ensure reporting mechanisms to ST8 and AU Executive Council on progress, challenges, and lessons learned. To national governments, align the national policies and fiscal support with local governments' priorities, ensuring the predictability of transfers and enabling conditions for housing investment. 2, facilitate regulatory reforms, access to finance, and capacity building initiatives for support, incremental development, and inclusive urban growth, concessional, sustainable, predictable, and accessible finance and capacity building and technology transfer. 2, to cities, local and regional governments. 1, engage communities and informal actors as partners in housing delivery and urban planning. 2, implement participatory planning and localized data collection systems in line with the recommendations of the African Union report, Urban Resilience in Africa, a Continental Review, and monitor performance and optimize resource allocations. To civil society, the academia, researchers, and the private sector. Number 1, participate actively in reform coalitions in multi-stakeholder forums and community-led development initiatives. 2, provide the necessary technical expertise, research, and investment capital to scale sustainable and inclusive housing solutions. To our international development partners. Number 1, support financing, technical assistance, and knowledge sharing aligned with the realities of the Africa's urban development. Number 2, facilitate cross-country learning, blended finance instruments, and targeted support for vulnerable situations. 3, in line with Section 3.4 on resource mobilization and financing planning of the Addis Ababa Declaration AUF1, Shelter Africa Development Bank in collaboration with other relevant partners to support member states, prepare and connect bankable, as well as housing and urban development projects with financiers and investors. This adopt this AUF Nairobi Declaration, committing Africa to measurable, time-bound action to achievable, adequate, affordable, inclusive, and climate-resilient housing and sustainable urban development for all. This done in Nairobi, Kenya, April 10th, 2026. I present.
Yes, I think he will call for adoption. The commissioner will call for adoption. This was to be done by Honorable Judith Nabakova, and in the interest of time, it is agreed that the commissioner will do the call for adoption of this Nairobi Declaration.
May I now call for adoption of these Nairobi declarations by acclamation. Duly adopted. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I have my speech? Because now that I'm here, I take the opportunity to, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, may I take this early opportunity to thank you most sincerely for coming to this closing session. His Excellency has waited for us to go through our declaration. I think lessons learned there. Possibly next time, Your Excellency, we will not keep our guests through our resolutions. We might have to do that earlier. But thank you very much for your patience and for coming. Let's have a clap for His Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, our guest this evening for the closing session. I will, Your Excellency, make just a few remarks and leave the rest to you and say that in this room, you have seen our able AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, His Excellency Moses Virakati. We have my sister, we call each other now sisters. We have developed sisterhood. Her Excellency Anna Claudia Rosbach, the Executive Director, UN Habitat, and Under Secretary General for the United Nations. And then my sister from across the border who has left, Honorable Mheshimiwa Judith Nabakoba. She's also the chairperson. She's the Minister for Housing and Urban Development and chairperson STC. And I think she has done a great job with the committee. I will not allow me to also mention with a special recognition where is Habib? Yes, Habib, my good friend Habib. He is been very useful in these meetings, and I want to thank the entire team of Their Excellencies, the ministers, for even their patience up to this level. The hall is still full, almost to capacity. Thank you very much for your patience. And I can tell you, Your Excellency, we have spent our time very well. This time, if we have any paychecks, they should come in full. Your Excellency, the last, let me just go through my few remarks and say that we have not lost many people by reason of time. We've met here the last 3 days, and the last few days, therefore, Your Excellency, for this Second African Urban Forum has been quite meaningful for all of us. Allow me to briefly reflect on the key areas that have emerged from our discussions over the past few days. And you know, between you and me, there are tips you always give me that when your boss is around, you don't talk too much. And I know you practice that also. Your Excellency, across the program, there has been a clear convergence around the need for more integrated approaches to urban development, bringing together housing, infrastructure, transport, and services around urban areas and elsewhere in ways that support both inclusive and economic growth. We have reflected on a more practical and scaled approach to informal settlements through upgrading, service provision, and tenure security. We have further deliberated on the need for stronger focus on urban economies, particularly markets and small-scale enterprises, both women and youth livelihoods, as well as the growing urgency of embedding climate resilience into planning, investment, and investment decisions. We have underscored the importance of strengthening delivery systems, including project preparation, coordination across levels of government, and financing frameworks that can support implementation at scale. No doubt, therefore, Your Excellency, when taken together, these discussions will provide us all a practical foundation for shaping the next phase of Africa's urban transition. Excellencies, I want to stop there and take the opportunity to thank Africa Union Commission on behalf of the government of the Republic of Kenya, and I know my Deputy President will pick it up because of appointing Kenya to host this second Africa Urban Forum. Thank you very much. Our regards. Without the presence and active participation of the member states, Your Excellency, we would not have had a successful 3-day conference. Your Excellency, may I also then therefore say that we have a state department called the Housing and Urban Development. I recognize my Principal Secretary, Charles Hinga, for being the most hard-working Principal Secretary in the Republic of Kenya. I hope I don't have trouble with the others. But insofar as my Principal Secretary is concerned, to pull this through, Your Excellency, with the support of UN Habitat, with the support of Habib there, AU Commission, and embassies representing the member states, we would not have this success at this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are going home, but you could actually stay in Kenya because Kenya is home. And you are most welcome to stay a little longer. That was the conference. We can start now the rest of knowing Kenya and Nairobi for that matter. And we really, I'm very proud to have hosted you. We have had actually a very smooth conference, Your Excellency. You can be sure. I don't know whether I should be saying that, but I have received, I'm just giving feedback, I have received a lot of good vibes, a lot of feedback from the ministers, my colleagues, and participants, and the technical teams of having done a good job as a country. Thank you very much. We look forward. Your Excellency, we had hoped, and I think we have made it, to build a stronger continental voice, Africa continental voice, as we agreed also, or discussed, that we will need to move together to World Urban Forum in May. And I think there is a convergence and energy, synergy created through these 3 days that we need to have a stronger position there and move together looking for solutions. But I also promised them that they need to apply extremely very good strategies in respect of getting the highest political leadership in this country. And therefore, you know, we had His Excellency yesterday pass our regards to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, let's put our hands together to bring forward His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Your Excellency. I think you have your podium. This. Your Excellency, may I take it?
Thank you very much, my sister Alice. Please be seated. Excellencies, brothers and sisters, dignitaries, good evening. It has been 3 long days. Allow me to make very, very brief remarks this evening at the conclusion of a very profound event. And I want to start by giving you a short story, because I will not read my remarks. They will take a little longer. Allow me to give you a short story that happened in Kenya, in Nairobi. So the story is about Kenya and about President William Ruto. The year is 2022, 13th September. And this story is not supposed to praise Kenya or to praise William Ruto, the president of Kenya, but is a way of work in progress that we are perfecting, and lessons that the rest of the countries of Africa can pick and modify, improve, and perfect. For about 5 election cycles in Kenya, which are 5-year cycles, since 2002, every party, political party that canvassed for power had housing in its manifesto. What the party would do on the housing agenda, if elected. 2002, 2007, 2012, 2013, 2017, 2022. All major parties, those that won and the runners-up, the manifestos were not identical, but housing was a constant because of our long-term ambition as a country. And I believe that has been the case for many developing countries around the world, to provide access to affordable, decent shelter for its people and to as many of the citizens as possible. So for 5 election cycles, every party that won and the runners-up had a manifesto. And in that manifesto, housing was part of it. But when it came to implementation of the manifestos, somehow, as a country, we ran away from this obligation, mainly because of the political difficulties associated around resource mobilization for implementation of this agenda. So the parties would use this to win election, but after winning elections, because of the political upheavals and turbulence associated with mobilizing domestic resources to implement this agenda, we would, as a country, back off from implementing this agenda. It remained on paper for all these years since 2002 until 13th of September 2022. That is the day President William Ruto was sworn in as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. He decided the time had come to implement the housing agenda for Kenya. He also decided to face head-on, withstand the political discomfort and turbulence associated with mobilizing domestic resources, which were critical to the success of the implementation of the housing agenda. The first year, we took time to put the law in place. And we had a lot of upheavals in Parliament, and also to putting the law in place to help us raise the resources, establish the governance structures, the Affordable Housing Board and other structures, and so forth. So we have implemented the Affordable Housing Program for about 2 years now. In those 2 years, we have now 200 active affordable housing project sites in all the counties and all the regions of the Republic of Kenya. 2 years down the line, 270,000 homes are at various stages of completion. Some of them are complete and are handed over, others are in the process. And the next milestone of this story is going to be written shortly, when we will have 1 million homes either completed or under construction, and that time is coming very soon. We have, in the last 2 years, provided gainful employment to 640,000 Kenyans who were not working before 2022, now they are working. The next milestone of this success story is going to be written when we reach the 1 million employment mark in the next few months. And we keep on growing, because this program is not going to be disrupted anytime soon. We have mobilized and signed contracts so far worth an equivalent of $5 billion without mentioning the contracts that are in the pipeline. $5 billion contracts already signed. Kenyan contractors, we have 800 contractors, 799 are Kenyan contractors. And the story continues. Kenya's affordable housing program will continue. And we hope, under the leadership of President Ruto, we'll be able to cushion the program and the policy from what has bedeviled many good policies in the developing world. The challenge with the developing world is policy disruption, where a program like this, after 5, 10, 15 years, is disrupted without any economic sense, just because of a new political dispensation. And we are praying this program becomes perpetual. You can imagine the statistics I've given you are for 2 years. You can imagine in terms of employment, in terms of physical infrastructure, homes. You can imagine in terms of resources mobilized domestically, if this program, what it has done in 2 years, continues for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. If you come back 40 years from today, you will not recognize Kenya. And that's why we boldly say that Kenya's ambition to move to the first world is not far-fetched. It is possible. And if it is possible for Kenya, it is possible for any other developing country. It is possible for any African country. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, that is the story of Kenya. I am sure we have many other good stories. And the last 3 days, I'm sure you've discussed and exchanged ideas on other models in the continent, and even without it, that are helping us confront this issue with candor and clarity. One message that has come through consistently is that Africa is urbanizing at a pace that our current systems, financing models, and institutional capacities are struggling to match. And therefore, with expanding cities, populations that are young, demands for housing, infrastructure, jobs, and dignity growing every day, informal settlements all over the place, I think time has come for Africa to be accountable and deliberate and intentional. As has been said, the first defining variable is political will from the highest level. Without that, our programs, our policies will find the usual disruptions that we have seen since Africa gained its independence 6-7 decades ago. What has also emerged is that it's possible to mobilize domestic resources. You can imagine the effort that Kenya would have made to raise $5 billion from multilateral lenders. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you can imagine the kind of effort it would have taken. So Africa's leadership must take courageous, deliberate, intentional, bold, and sometimes unpopular decisions. What we have learned from our own experience under the leadership of President William Ruto is that good leadership for our countries is not about popularity, because a good leader chooses the right thing over the popular thing. And a good leader does not seek to be popular all the time, but knows that they only need to be popular at the right time. What has also emerged from this event is that no country can do this alone. And therefore, the partnerships that are here, the African Union, as it coordinates us to achieve as individual countries, that coordination will remain critical. UN Habitat, our global partner in this process, your input becomes inseparable with our success. The raising of resources beyond the initial domestic resources that we are raising, we will still require resources from other actors. I see my brother Habib here, Shelter Africa, and everybody, the banks and so forth, and private sector generally. So, we must therefore tackle the financing issue, and I am glad at what I have been briefed, that this forum has distinguished itself not only by the quality of the dialogue, but also by the clarity of the outcomes. And I want to mention 2 outcomes. One is the declaration. I'm sure many would say that we've had so many declarations, but you need to start from a statement of intent and the scope of what you want to do. You have to put it down. You have to put the vision down. And therefore, I'm glad at what I have listened as laboriously read out by our brother there, the commissioner. At some point, I started fearing for you, my brother, because you took quite a bit of water. And I was wondering what happened when you ran out of water. But thank God you've done so well. Let's clap for Commissioner Moses. Good job. And therefore, this declaration is a good outcome. It's a covenant between governments and its citizens, and a covenant between ambition and delivery. Equally significant is the deal room, which I'm sure I've heard has been introduced here, and some deals have been closed. And I want to say the value of the deal room will be measured not by the conversations held in that deal room, but by the deals closed in that deal room. The commitments must translate into projects delivered, units constructed, and lives improved. This will require governments to act and to strengthen enabling environments, streamline approvals, and ensure that policy supports delivery at scale. Number 3, and lastly, is the Affordable Housing Compact, which has been endorsed as a shared commitment for action. It reflects the growing recognition that housing is not just a social obligation, it's an economic imperative, a climate strategy, and a foundation for stability. Compacts require accountability, and therefore, we are required as governments, financiers, and private sector actors to be measured to ensure that what we promise, we must deliver. Here in Kenya, we are speaking from the 2 years of experience that we've had, and we are not giving our model as finished work, as I said at the beginning. We are giving it as work in progress, and we are inviting all our brothers and sisters in the continent to see what you can learn from ours, adapt, and improve, as we also seek to learn from your own models in your own beautiful countries. As we depart from this forum, and as we depart from the forum, not from Kenya and not from Nairobi, I just want to leave you with this one last question, which is, what do you think will be different in your city 1 year from today as a result of the deliberations and conclusions of this forum? What do you think will be different in your city 1 year from today as a result of the resolutions of the Nairobi Declaration? And I say 1 year, not 5 years, not the next election cycle, 1 year from today. Because the true measure of this forum, the true measure of the impact of this forum will not be in the conversations we have had, but the progress we will be able to deliver out of it. We've made our choice as Kenya. We have chosen action. We invite the continent to move with the same urgency, clarity, if not better, and the same, if not better, commitment. Again, we must insulate the housing and the urban housing agenda from policy disruptions and sustain it for decades, 4, 5, 6 decades. And the change that we seek and the long-term solutions that we seek will be visible. People are going to be at the center of this transformation. Technology is going to be at the center as well. So we must look at new technologies, especially those that are cognizant of the climate risks that are mutating each day, and partnership so that we can be able to raise enough resources that are important to transform Africa, to transform Kenya, and to transform the world. On behalf of President William Ruto and the government and the people of the Republic of Kenya, I'm sure you know what I want to say. It is now my honor and privilege to declare the second Africa Urban Forum officially closed. Asanteni sana, merci beaucoup, thank you very much, shukran, thank you.
Asante sana to His Excellency, and as he stands on stage, and thank you for joining him, we now rise, all rise, for the national anthem. Asante sana. And I will invite Your Excellency that you head on to the photo booth and photo wall, and it will be accompanied by our host Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Alice Wahome, as well as PS Charles Hinga, and all the other speakers who have been on stage for the closing ceremony. I invite you all to head on to the photo zone, which is over there, please, for those who have spoken, let's head to the area there, the photo zone. This is the opportunity to take that photo. I will then call on the ministers and the heads of delegation. Let's please stay in the room first. Let's please stay in the room. Keep the doors locked. We're just taking photos and allow that the Deputy President leaves first, and then you can head on out. So let's please close the doors out of respect and allow that the Deputy President, as he goes to the photo wall over there, accompanied by Your Excellency and Honorable Alice Wahome as well, and those who have been on the stage to speak during the closing ceremony, that we take this photo, and all the ministerial heads and heads of delegation to be on stand.